Hello, everybody. How are you all doing? How are you doing on this wonderful Wednesday? I don't know. Hopefully it's gonna be wonderful. Hopefully. Maybe not for these characters though, but we're helping them. But hello, Pistol, and hello, Sans. Man, Sans, you keep getting here earlier and earlier. My goodness. Let me see. Let me get everything ready. So yesterday, we found out how Giselle's brain was just slowly breaking, and she just got heckin' gaslit in heckin' the 1800s. Rolling my R's as Peatoni. Oh no. I just blew up. Juku no koko no sure kere kaisho no sure Suikyo no suigu o matsu, urai matsu, furai matsu, kunnaru tokoro ni sumu tokoro, yabu koji no burukoji, paipa no shuringan no gurinde de pukura chokome no chosuke. I laughed. I ran out of breath there at the end. I tried to do a laugh and it just had like 2 cracks. I'm gonna be here before stream starts soon enough, right? One of these days you'll be here before even I'm here and you'll be like, hee. Identity crisis not on my one. Like, it randomizes, so sometimes, like the D20, sometimes nothing happens. Sometimes nothing happens. I feel like I'm missing something, but I don't know what. I have no idea. I think everything is okay. I did see that you beat the bot here. Let me see. Okay. And then I will go on over here, because we have to go, I think, from an autosave. If it's autosaved, yesterday was 19th, so yes, it would have been this save, yes. Thank you, game, for at least marking which save is the most recent. Okay, we gotta be quick. Wait. Something to say before the cold robs me of my voice. I forgot. What? Deny! Of course. I'll deny it. While I was floating in the darkness, I heard a voice. Regrettably, it took me far too long to realize that it was your voice. Crying for help. Crying for me. Hello, Jacket and Lisa! Hopefully you're doing good, Lisa. I've been up for an hour and I'm thinking of what to make for breakfast. It's 1 for me? Oh no! What do you have as options? And I can maybe help you make a decision. One way or another. Zephany Eggston, what? What? Zephany? How are you both doing? That it was your voice crying for help, calling for me. You may have lost hold of your old self, but somewhere deep down you kept calling for me, which is how I found my way here. My full name. This person does say, Holy! It's a very good question. I never eat breakfast, so I have no idea. Oh no. I also don't eat breakfast. I eat something before stream, but I don't think it ever like constitutes it as a breakfast. I had rice today because I was like, man, I'm like up super early. I can make rice and eat it before stream instead of like having to just scarf it down in the middle of stream. Might just make eggs, maybe. That could be a good idea. You have a lot of variety with making eggs. Just how I found my way here. I refuse to believe that isn't real. I refuse to stomp on a love that survived for hundreds of years. You can't encourage cannibalism. I mean, we went over how many cannibalistic Vocaloid songs I have in my playlist on Friday. I know a lot happened on Friday, but there was a moment where I was like, I have all these songs about cannibalism. Look at this. It's so cool. then by all means hate me. That's how you feel. Or if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. I don't care if you spit bile at me for the rest of eternity. I will not let go of this hand. No, he doesn't. No, it's not for! Cannibalism and war are two very different things. Yeah, it was because you only had 2 cannibalism songs in your playlist, and I was just like, you fool. You fool. No! No! Yeah, boar is being eaten whole. Cannibalism, you like cut it into nice little bite-sized pieces. Like, why are we discussing boar right now? I don't want to Google hard boar. And I don't think anybody else should either. Cannibalism is only if it's your own species, it's fine. Yeah. It's boar if it's like a fox and a bunny. But if it was a fox eating another fox, then that's cannibalism. Because you asked me not to. I could kill you. If that's what you want, then go right ahead. But I'll fight you with all I've got. Giselle. I've missed you too much to lose you again. I don't care if it makes you despise me. I don't care if you think I'm being inconsiderate. I want to save you. But I'm not the Giselle you once knew. I'm an abomination. My mind and body are twisted beyond recognition. I'm a disgusting monster. The woman you fell in love with does not exist anymore. So just forget about me. You are the one who should be saved, set free from me. You look the same to me. Your manner of speaking, your temperament, your physical appearance may all have changed, but you're still the same Giselle I love. You should never have done anything for a foolish girl like me. You gave your life to save mine, and I hated you for that. I never once considered how you felt with those knights pointing their blades at you, or what drove you to allow me to live. I should have, but I didn't. I was the one who trusted the witch, and yet I complained when you never showed up. I've unfairly resented you for it. Hasn't been 10 minutes yet. We need to hold off. Right, we need to focus on story. It's been 8 minutes. Average teenage girl in movies, yeah. I'm a horribly self-centered person. You would be so much better off with someone pure and unburdened with all this nasty suspicion and doubt and animosity. You would be so much happier with someone like her. Michelle's just like, who? The past you? We can't time travel. Giselle, you've been paying attention, haven't you? You were there for all the tales I told you, for everything that has happened up to this point. You should know just how loathsome a woman I am. Too weak to even keep herself together. No, Giselle. I'm nothing compared to her. Giselle! See? You haven't changed one bit. You still get louder and louder the more you lose your temper. Why do you feel the need to compare yourself to her? Because she is a better match for you. Is my mic buzzing? It's like very subtly staying not off when I stop talking, but I don't know if it's audible past the music or not. Giselle, I want you to listen very carefully to what I'm about to say. I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting, and I want you to believe me when I say that I dearly missed you from the bottom of my heart. I wanted you back. That has not changed. Believe me. Yeah, it's like, I don't know if it's audible. Okay. Like, I just need to pinch the cable a little bit. Believe me. I love you. I missed you so much too. And then they kissed. Maybe. She leaps into my arms, and she's just as cold as ever. Her warmth-deprived body feels like the embodiment of all my mistakes. I wrap my arms around her, and I'm immediately filled with unparalleled relief. Even as she sobs into my chest, her body cold as ice. And then... the darkness parts. Coldness. I mean... you could probably say that about a few things, Pistol. Been in and out of these streams lately because school. Is the kiss this time still incest? No. No. These two met in one or 1099-80. I don't know how to like say it nice. And so basically Giselle, the maid, has been alive for, I don't know exactly what year it is. It's at least past the 1800s. I don't know if it's the 1900s quite yet. And then Michel keeps getting like reborn, but without their memories. Why does it always go back to incest? Because that's where it started us. We are once more at the top of the observation tower. It's still shrouded in a miasma of shadows, but we're back in the mansion now. We have emerged from the darkness in her heart. Michel. Yes. I'm sorry. For what? For being an owlbear. I should have never erased you from my memories. Yours are the memories I needed to hold on to the tightest. I was so glad to hear you say you still love me, even after learning the truth about me. Thank you so much. I'm incredibly relieved. As I watched, it felt like you were slipping further and further away from me, Giselle. No clue how any of this led to where we are now. The maid is like trapped in this house. We don't know like why the house does what it does, other than the witch Morgana, which is a butterfly as far as we know. Remember when this was just a guy who talked about his dead grandpa? Right? Which, like, we went back in the past. We met the grandpa. That's not how he died. He had some tea that had poisoned sugar cubes, and then he was in a very weakened state and ended up just choking himself to death, just to put himself out of his misery. It terrified me. Maybe it makes me a coward or pitiful, but I was truly afraid of you coming to hate me. I would never hate you, Michel. Ever. Thank you. We must leave this place. What? It would not be wise for us to remain here long. The air is still thick with darkness. But we need to find a Keyblade master and help them lock the keyhole for this place's heart. Front door won't open. And even if we could get out from here or somewhere, what would happen to us? We finally found each other again after so long. I want to share a quiet, modest life with you, like before. What if that all disappears when we step outside? After all, we are... She doesn't finish, but I feel like I know what she was going to say. We're different now. She's stepped far outside the bounds of mortality, and the same could be said of me. I am... The man known as Michel is long since dead. The mansion itself does not follow the rules of nature either. As beings no longer in possession of their proper forms, stepping outside these walls could very well mean the end of us. I can't say what might lie in store, but we must return. Even though, by staying here, we could no longer, or could be together for all time? I don't imagine that would be a very happy life. There's no sun here, no chirping birds, no trees or breeze to rustle the leaves. If we stay here, the nothingness will eat away at us. We have finally reattained our old selves. We need to take action now while we can. I'm going to pull Umineko and blow that butterfly into the spider web. Maybe. What if I say I want to stay here? Then I'll drag you out. It's almost like we switched places. Back then it was you who wanted to stay. It's also kind of funny hearing you speak favorably of the outside, especially the sun. The words, "That's all thanks to you," are on my lips, but before I can say them, I find myself hypnotized by her smile. That smile has picked me up so many times. She claims that it's her only redeeming feature, but if she didn't have it, my life would have gone in a very different direction. I'm grateful to have gotten that back too. Say, we're in the middle of a very, touching reunion, wouldn't you say? I suppose so, yes. And wouldn't you say there's a certain way these things usually go? Huh? Are you really gonna make me say it? I was, hoping you might perhaps kiss me? What? What? Oh, seriously? What? Where did all that boldness from a second ago go? What happened to all that momentum you were building? Yeah, about that. I think that might be more appropriate later. Later? How much later? After we find an exit. We're, you know, in a hurry. You're just making excuses because you don't want to. I swear that's not it. Giselle, let's save that for when things aren't as crazy. I can't relax and enjoy it right now. What are you, 12? Oh, hush. All right, fine. But you'd better keep your word, got it? Promise. Let's go then. Let's find our way out of the mansion. There, our frozen time should begin moving again. That's hopefully where our future awaits. It will be. Sans. Sans. I'm pretty sure you're talking about the soda. But my goodness. Just out of context. I found Coke! It will be. No. We'll make it so. Yes, we will. If we leave the mansion, it should release our souls as well. Yeah, I knew it was the soda. But just no context at all. And in doing so, should finally provide her deliverance. So I mustn't hesitate. To end all of this, for both of us, we must start again. This is where we... What? Huh? Oh no, we're going into an RPG battle. Darkness. It's a blackness purer than anything I've experienced in this house. Not a trace of light anywhere to be found. Why did I ever think the house would let us go so easily? Why did I ever think our time in the darkness was over? Michel! The darkness surges through the open door like a wave, flooding the observation tower. Right, it can never be that easy. Don't like the idea of this game having RPG battles. It would be interesting though. It'd definitely throw me for a loop. Ooh, especially with this music. Especially since the art style reminds me of Fear and Hunger. Oh no. I've been seeing like a lot of people mentioning that lately, but I don't know what it is. I've been seeing a lot of people comparing it to Dungeon Meshi. I shouldn't? Okay. I'll take your word for it. You should not know what it is. Okay. The darkness surges through the open door like a wave, flooding the observation tower, like ivy growing wildly to cover every inch of every surface, consuming, defiling, eroding. Our fingers slip apart, and concentrated rancor rains down upon us. Ah, how hideous a world this is. Interesting that it was white a little bit, but mostly red. It's apparently a very good RPG, but it's very dark fantasy, as in I don't think you can actually stream it. Oh, okay. No, Michelle! Please, please! No, we're getting separated! Don't let go of my hand! No, well, it's too late for that. We already messed up. We already let go in the CG. Giselle! Michelle! I said I would never let her go again. I said I would get her out of this place. I swore I would, but as hard as I try to reach, I can't reach her hand. Man, what is with our hand? Help, Michelle! I can't move! I can't move my body! I went out of my way to get you a beautiful tragedy. So why must you stubbornly insist on this ugliness? The more you struggle, my dears, the thicker and more palpable your filthiness becomes. Ah, it's sickening. Wouldn't you agree? She's always spat her bile with a song-like cadence, singing like a little girl, chirping like a morning bird. She celebrates misery. And she watches for the worst possible moment to let out a cackle. Morgana! Oh, no. Oh. Right, they said it in red. Get the emos back together. No. No. I don't like the way that she was grabbing that part of her shirt. I swear, you two are hopeless. I pity you. I give you my deepest condolences. Let go. Let me go. Don't take me away from him. Giselle. The darkness seeping into her grew thicker by the moment, and its black tendrils. Its black tendrils weren't just wrapping around her, but me as well. Stop this, Morgana. Let her go. Wow. Nothing more original. I need a devoted puppet to protect this mansion for me, so I can't give her up, not even at your request. Besides, why should I give back something you threw away, something you abandoned again and again? What are you talking about? You still haven't figured it out, my dear? Or are you just feigning ignorance for your own convenience? You always did like to withhold anything that might prove advantageous, yes. Michelle! Giselle, give me your hand! Reach harder! Reach as hard as you can! Grab my hand! I can't do it! It's like I'm tied up! I can't move at all! She's right there. She waited so many hundreds of years for me, finally managing to reclaim herself, and she's right there. Why can't my hand go any further? Why can't I reach her wrist, her hand, or even a strand of her flowing hair? I mean, I feel like grabbing her hair is gonna hurt. Why can't I get her back again? Michelle! Oh no, she's getting brought into the shadows. Her voice is growing fainter, more distant. The darkness shrouds her, taking her away from me. Her arms, her fingers, the hands she led me with. Her smiling face, her once glowing grin, and her now more modest smile. The witch's darkness is stealing every last bit of her. And there's nothing we can do. Welcome to today's episode of 1001 Ways to Use a Knife. Use 306 Stab a witch, yeah. Stop! Please don't do this! Take me instead of her! Why? Why does it have to be her? Why her? Morgana! How dare Morgana do this? Why? Because your work is done, my dear. By all accounts, as the one who resurrected me, you should have become my guide as well. But you let a silly woman emotionally manipulate you and you gave up on cursing others. And then you threw your life away, deluded into thinking you were protecting her.
Morgana!
You already gave up that position once. Don't think you can just walk up and ask for it back.
Set Giselle free. I'll do anything you ask. Hell, if you need a puppet, I'll be your puppet. And if you want more from me, it's yours for the taking. But I can't leave her to remain in this cursed house any longer.
You certainly have let your obsession for this girl take its toll on you. I much preferred the old, pessimistic, cynical Michel.
It wasn't until I met Giselle that I truly became human. She made me into what I'm supposed to be. I can't lose her again.
Is that so? Well, you'll come to the harsh realization soon enough that everything you saw in her was just a facade.
It was not!
All right, then. If you want her back so badly, you can have her. But in exchange, I want you to entertain me. Will you endure maddening agony for me? Will you know pain enough to make you howl? Will you face despair again and again and again? If you need her that badly, you can bear anything, can't you?
If that is what you want from me, if that will allow her to see the sun once more.
Brilliant! No, we're falling for her evil schemes.
Wait, who would win, Morgana or Beatrice?
We don't... I don't know. Because since we don't know all too much of what Morgana can do aside from, like, manipulation, I feel like Beato would win in a fight. Because I don't know what powers Morgana has. Gonna punish you for being emotionally manipulated by emotionally manipulating your emotional manipulator. Yeah. Since we don't know what she does, until proven otherwise, I think Beato will win. Or Beato, I suppose.
Wait! Morgana! Morgana!
As you wish, foolish boy. I was looking for a way to keep busy anyway. So I'll use you to kill some time. Find your way to me, my dear. Find your way to me without going mad or succumbing to despair. And do hurry, or she might lose her mind again. Those memories you forced her to relive, those hundreds of years that she spent locked away in her shell, all that fear that ate away at her. It's a bit much to have to reflect on with a clear mind, wouldn't you say?
That's why I need to be there for her. That's why I need to get her out of here. It's my obligation to her.
You're the one who let go of her hand, though. You can put a broken cup back together, but the slightest tap in the wrong place will shatter it again.
More. Ghana!
Beatrice.
Oh, that actually helps a little bit with pronunciation.
Beatrice.
Because I was listening to it and it was like Beatrice, and it's like Beatrice. I'm bad at Italian. The witch's cackling fades into the distance. My outstretched hand is completely enveloped in the shadows. I can't even make out the faintest outline of it. And I can't tell if I'm sinking, floating, being pushed along some invisible stream, or falling with incredible speed. My eyes are open, but they can detect nothing. The complete lack of sound is almost painful. Nothing, anything, anywhere. Void. My consciousness begins to drift. Vague remnants of the feelings of her hand and mine are the only link to reality. My one and only landmark. Giselle. I must get her back. She waited, enduring for hundreds, no, almost 1,000 years. And now it's my turn to act. I have to hold that resolve. Hold it firm. so that I can never forget her again, so that I never lose myself again. Even if I'm consumed by the darkness, you must never hold back. You must never look away. You must never lose her. Just imagine Morgana is like allergic to grass and that's why there's none. Ooh. Oh. The story behind the story. If you say darkness a few times, it's going to turn into Kingdom Hearts, right? We finished chapter 6. Okay. I will say, I saw a trigger warning for this chapter. It's definitely not as bad as it was for the other chapter. But depending on the verbiage used, I might have to change some words around. Replace every mention of darkness with bees. The same game. Oh no. That makes sense with the Riku, or Mickey, it's Riku. They put bugs in it. It's bees. Hey, Master. Hello? Is anyone in there? Master? Oh, good. Welcome back. What's gotten into you? I thought you had fallen asleep with your eyes open. I'm not accustomed to people needing my attention. Or I suppose, talking face to face at all. Yes, the punky one? Riku? I guess you could... I think his outfit's more punky in 3. It depends on your definition of punky, I suppose. Like, attitude-wise, yeah. This one, my mansion. Giselle's right in front of me, smiling like she always did. Smiling for me. You're not hurt. Giselle? You have been alone for 10 years, but now I'm living here with you. So what do you say we do a little practice conversation? Practice conversation? What exactly do you think I am? Yeah. No offense intended. I just thought it'd be nice if you had more back and forth skills. So in short, you're saying I'm such a poor conversationalist I need training? Hey, don't get so snippy. That's not what I meant. I'm saying we don't talk enough, and I want to talk to you more. It's fun. No. This is an old memory. From when Giselle first returned to the mansion, and we were just starting our new life together. When we were still feeling around in the dark. I'm thinking about what to eat for 30 minutes. I thought you decided on eggs. What exactly would you like to talk about then? Each other, of course. I have nothing to say. Now, let's not be rash. It can be anything. Things you like, things you don't like. Start with something small, insignificant. Does that serve any purpose? It does, yes. The more you know about someone, the closer you feel to them, and the better friends you can become. Is that how it works? Now that that's out of the way, ask me something. Ask me anything and I'll gladly answer. Her eyes are lit up like a child's. Is she really so eager to converse with me? I don't believe it. What's the matter? I'm ready for anything. Very well. I'll ask whatever comes to mind. Go for it. Ooh. Still looking something small, a grape. Just talk about grapes.
Just like, what do you like? Do you like green ones or purple ones? Or the ones that are like slightly on the red spectrum? Like they're kind of technically purple, but like they're like, I don't know. They're like more red or something. I think usually I prefer the green one. Because those are like kind of juicy and sweeter, I think. It's been a while since I've had grapes, but like I don't know. The yellowish green ones are more juicy. As in the color of a shiny Zeb. No! I know we did determine that it's like, since I'm purple, most purple Pokemon turn green. Do you like being here? Of course! I love it here. Being with you, being able to talk to you like this.
See, that I don't understand.
What? Why not?
I find it difficult to believe there exists any reason speaking with me would be anything but unpleasant.
You're so negative.
Oh, hush. Say that, for example. Instead of me, there was someone not so pessimistic here. You would rather be talking to them, wouldn't you?
I really do enjoy this, truly. I will admit, my time down in that village was, for the most part, delightful, but, oh, how should I put this? I started realizing, yeah, I'm kind of forcing myself to fit that image, and I'm trying to convince myself that that's okay. But somehow, when I'm here, there's none of that. I wonder why that is.
I certainly wouldn't know.
I suppose you wouldn't. I know. Maybe I can think of you as a kid now.
He's just like, come again?
I love talking to kids. That's why I get so along with you. You're so childish.
Michelle's just like, I'm being made fun of. I'm being mocked.
But hey now, don't give me that look. What I'm trying to say is you're very sincere, Michelle. You're not going to smile and then stab me in the back when I turn the other way. I can relax around you, which is nice.
I see.
You just blushed, didn't you? You're blushing, you adorable little thing. It's all right. You're allowed to fall for me.
Is there any window in particular you like to be thrown out of?
No fun at all.
Is that getting cute? Oh, nice. We get to ask all of them. Okay. How old are you?
My age? Take a guess.
I thought she would tell me anything. You must be 30.
I'll guess like 20. Wow, you're exactly right. You're surprisingly astute, Master.
And what's surprising about that?
I didn't expect you'd get it on your first try. Have you been secretly watching me? Oh, Master, you're making me blush. But why the silent death stare?
I'm struck with an overwhelming urge to hurl you out the window.
Oh, you're no fun. Okay, it's your turn now. How old are you, Master?
Oh gosh, this is gonna be a tough question for them to answer, because like they're gonna have to remember like how old was I about that time frame. She then proceeds to get stabbed 72 times in the back as soon as she looks away. No! As I recall, I should be 27 this year.
You got locked in this mansion at 17? Oh no, poor Michelle. Oh wow, you're much older than I expected.
What did you expect?
You were very mellow, like I would expect of an older man. Wait, did I? But every once in a while you give the impression of a teenage boy. Oh, okay. I was like, did I misread something? No.
What to say?
Yeah, make some Pop-Tarts. At the very least, get something in your tummy. For what it's worth, I mean that in a good way.
For what it's worth, I still want to throw you out of a window.
Tell me about your family.
You want to know about my family?
We were pretty normal, I think.
not much interesting about us. We had been able to get citizenship in the capital, but we weren't super rich or anything. In fact, it was because we were having money troubles that I ended up here. It's not easy for 3 women to make it on their own.
You don't have a father or any brothers?
No, we lost my father to a plague when I was young. And since then, it's been me, my mother, and my older sister. But they're both bright, lively people. Our family motto, my family motto, is a smile can make anything better. Maybe that explains why she can still smile now, even after nearly succumbing to despair. I've always kind of wanted some brothers, though.
Men are more suited to physical labor, yes.
Not quite what I was going for. I was thinking of falling in love.
I feel like, I don't know, the kinds of things you would ask a brother and sister for help with are different.
I'm not sure how to explain it, but a guy with broad shoulders and muscular arms is someone you can look up to, for instance. Someone who looks like they'd be able to always keep you safe.
She's never been betrayed by family, it would seem.
She can't even imagine family hurting her. She has no idea that those closest to you, those who are supposed to care about you more than anything, can be your greatest enemies. That blood is a bond heavier than any chain.
The technical term to throw out of a window, to defenestrate, yes! From D to remove and fenestra, a window, hence to remove via window. Main historical incident was the defenestration of Prague, where people were thrown out of the windows on 3 separate occasions. I think I remember hearing about that. I keep forgetting about the word defenestrate.
Master? I believe your brothers are still on your side.
It's been so long, I don't know if they are. I don't know what they think about me anymore.
I'm sure they're still your allies. You want to believe it too, don't you? You want to believe they're not enemies. Let's believe in them together then. Anything you want to believe, you should. It's a better way to look at the world than the other way around. You have to be positive, or one day you'll crack. Always remember to have faith so that doesn't happen.
I don't understand. She's honest about her emotions in a way I simply cannot be. She is the exact opposite of me in that regard, and yet she can still read me. I don't get it. How can she understand me like that? It's like she can read my mind. If only I could just tell her everything. Make it all another page in our mindless chatter. Get everything weighing down on me off my chest.
Is something the matter?
You're cruel.
What?
I said you're cruel.
I'm sorry.
In preparation for the day we can finally go back home,
you're going to have to stop being such a picky eater.
Where did that come from?
Think about how terrible it would be if, when that day finally came, you went back sickly and weak and emaciated. You wouldn't be able to enjoy yourself. You're still all right, Master. You're doing okay. So let's try to keep you healthy. And then the final question, tell me your preferences. What do you like? Do you like people who have long white hair and red eyes and paper white skin? What do you like? What are you looking for in a partner? Do you like obese rats? I know that you're hoarding 2 of them in your shirt.
And women of real goodness.
Whoa, how very forward of you.
Huh?
My taste in men is the last thing I expected you to ask about, Master.
I don't recall specifying people.
No, don't fret the details. I know what you were talking about. It's only natural to be curious, so let's make it about that. Right. Do you like Herbie? Do you like Poyo? Little Poyo boy?
Fire! You like that? Huh? You like that? Or are you more of a Pokemon fan? Like a Pikachu? Or Squirtle? A Bulbasaur? I like Corby's. Or do you like Hamtaro? I can't do a voice impression of any of those characters. But do you like Hamtaro? My favorite is Cappy and Snoozer. Which one do you like? I feel like you would like Bijou. You would be basic. You'd be a basic girl and like Bijou.
And that's the last thing I wanted to talk about. All right then. Tell me about your first crush, Master. And I have to start? I never had one.
What?
No, I'm not buying it. You were living at home until 10 years ago, weren't you? Surely there was someone who caught your eye. There was not. Without missing a beat. Oh, fine, then I'll go. My first crush was the son of a blacksmith. Michelle's just like, no, I'm not her first love, no! You missed the part where you ask, what kind of guy was he? This is such a pain. Mendokusai. It's already been a lot of silly and goofy antics, yeah. We're in a silly, goofy mood this Wednesday. Since you asked, he was a huge, muscular fellow, not like you with your weak, frail arms. He was so tall, he would always hit his head on the doorway whenever he came into our shop to trade. Oh. Nice, beefy guys really are great, huh? They make your heart go all fluttery and tight. Are you trying to imply I don't have a chance? Oh, I think that was more admiration than love. You know, the way a group of girls will get together and fawn over a popular, good-looking guy. It was like that. So you're saying the buff Stinky was popular? Very much so.
Thank you for the looks like.
I wonder what love feels like. I never got the chance to find out before ending up like this. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to get all dark on you. Say whatever's on your mind. I don't deserve your consideration. It was my family that put you through that after all. Perhaps it is my reticence that causes her to watch her step around me. Dang. Need to come up with something to say. When I was 14, you asked about my first crush.
Ah, I knew you had one. Tell me, what was she like?
She was the daughter of a noble family. Her name was Aimee. She was a year older than me.
Ah, love between nobility. A world I can only only even imagine.
It never went anywhere.
What? You didn't try to woo her? You didn't shower her with presents? Were you by chance a late bloomer, Master?
She was my brother's fiancée.
Oh, I see.
So it was a love that could only be, or could never be realized. That was very quiet. Owen Wilson was very quiet there, just wow. Because I know I didn't hear him, so I don't know if he went through. I think he was quieter than the game. Oh, I see. So it was a love that could never be realized. That's sad. Not really. Besides, I don't feel anything for her anymore. And what I feel then was just impulses. I guess that makes us both inexperienced. I suppose it does.
Okay. I think that's enough of that.
So it is.
These two little awkward beans. Little awkward beans.
See what I was saying, Master? With just a short conversation, I know you better than I did before. And you me.
That's fine and well. But what do I do with that knowledge?
Huh? You don't do anything with it. It's fun learning things you didn't know before. That's all there is to it.
And what happens when there's nothing left to learn?
That's a day I don't think will ever come. People are always changing, growing, so there's no upper limit to what you can know about them. There's always something new to discover. Maybe we'll be here for many more years, or maybe we'll be able to go home sooner than you expect. But either way, I hope we can keep getting to know each other until then. And of course, if you're open to it, it doesn't have to end there. We can continue getting to know each other for years to come. Hey now, what are you looking away for?
What do you think? Because you keep throwing me off balance. A few months ago, I was doing everything in my power to avoid her. Yet now that smile of hers seems so oddly enchanting. I don't understand. I will do my best so that we can make this work.
I'm glad to hear it.
Let's make our peace rats together.
What?
Giselle, I was too awkward back then to even compliment you on your smile, to put my feelings into words. I was too cynical to accept what you said at face value. I'm too eepy, which I know caused you plenty of grief. I'm not much better than I was then, but I will tell you this. When I next see you, I want more than anything to let you know how much I adore your smile and how much I don't want to lose you or it ever again.
They're gonna have to go through pain.
You must never reclaim your old selves.
You can't tell us what to do. You can't tell us what to do, Morgana. Become my loyal servants. Always at my side. And curse them with me, my dears. Eternal suffering on all their souls. I am Morgana and I cause problems on purpose.
My consciousness, wavering like a ship at sea, is slowly drawn back to the surface. With each new breath, feeling gradually returns to my fingers. I can hear the pattering of rain from somewhere, and the sound of a crackling fire. What? Well, I don't... Those are sound effects that could be taken out of context. It takes a moment for me to realize I'm at the very same spot where I first awoke. I don't know how I got here, but I'm sitting in a rocking chair, hunched forward. My head feels like someone filled it with rocks, and I'm having difficulty focusing. My joints are creaking, and I feel like I'm going to vomit. A suffocating odor hangs over the room. What is this? Giselle! Giselle! Everything comes back to me at once. That's right, I watched Morgana kidnap her. I watched the witch drag her into the darkness, unable to reach her hand. Where are you, Morgana? I know you're here, cackling as you look down on me. Say something, witch! I will find you, and I will take her back. What on earth? There's a pool of liquid at my feet, rising just short of my ankles. It's sticky and uncomfortably warm. Every step I take makes splat, splat noises. This is... blood. The mansion is taking on a very different face from when Giselle was leading me through its halls. Blood of unknown origin not only covers the floor, but also streams down the walls and drips from the ceiling. I'm speechless as I behold the dreadful scene. Every breath I take tastes and smells of rust. It's all so
unreal, beyond my comprehension. All I can do is stare, aghast, feeling like I might pass out. Giselle, are you seeing this? The same twisted nightmare as me? An image of her floating alone in a vast sea of blood flashes through my mind. That vision kicks me into motion. I promise. I will come for you. So please, just hang in there for a little longer. I begin walking, or more accurately, dragging my heavy feet forward. The constant splashing of blood against my ankles grates at my already taut nerves. Morgana told me to find my way to her, and I can think of only one place she would be. She and Giselle must be there. The stained glass window is splattered with blood too. It creates trails like streams of tears running down the Archangel's face. I give the window a brief glance before making my way to the door leading to the observation tower. However, why won't it open? There shouldn't be a lock. So why? Lustrous black chains seal the metal door. I can recall no such obstruction present during either my life or my time hereafter. What on earth is going on in this house? No, that's not important right now. What matters is making it through this door. Ugh. Dang it. I pull and I push, but the chains won't give an inch. They feel sturdy enough that I probably couldn't cut through them either. There has to be some way. I consider giving up here and scouring the rest of the house, but I'm convinced the tower is my best chance. The fact that it's sealed now when it hadn't been before feels like a challenge more than a deterrent. I trace the length of chain with my hand, and at the end of it I find a peculiar-looking lock into which ends of several chains have been fed. There are 3 keyholes? Morgana fashioned a custom lock just for this? I need to find 3 locks to open the door then, or 3 keys rather. It's like the heckin', it was one of the mechanics that happened in like one of the earlier Phoenix Wright games. It's like that. That's the visual that's in my head. But I have no idea where to begin my search. I lived here for more than 10 years, and yet it feels like I've stepped into a strange land. No, it's not the same house. Searching blindly is only going to waste time, and the longer I take, the more danger she's in. I met someone before who had a key. Objection, say it in red. It was before I had reclaimed myself, when I was exploring the mansion alone. But it was like when you were going around questioning people. And then we're like, I don't have to tell you anything, and then a bunch of chains show up and like a number of locks show up, and Phoenix is just like, wow, how do I do this? Think, Michelle. Who was it?
The blob, yes. The blob with a gun.
The painting.
I didn't even make myself tea today.
Form the head. Like everything else in the house, the painting is covered in blood. That it depicts a serene rural landscape only makes the contrast that much grimmer. I remember talking to this painting, assuming I wasn't hallucinating. I have a question for you. Are you awake? Please wake up. Can you hear my voice? Please, say something. You reside here in the house like the witch, don't you? You've been here with her all this time, haven't you? Then you must know how to get into the observation tower. About the 3 keys that I need to unlock the door. I need to get into the tower. Please, tell me where I can find the keys. Say something, dang it! Answer my question! Huh? Why is anyone there? What's the matter? I feel kinda strange. witch do something? Please get a hold of yourself. Everything's all red. I can't stand it. I don't remember you using that color. Reach my hand up to try to wipe as much blood off of the canvas as possible, but I can't even smear it with my sleeve, let alone get it off. You're wasting your time, but it's the thought that counts. And anyway, you've had a question for me? Go on, I'm listening. I guess the painting isn't on the witch's side then? The door to the observation tower has been locked. I need to gather 3 keys, I think. That's my assumption, since the lock has 3 keyholes. Do you know of any such keys? The man in the painting is literally me, for real, oh no! And if so, could you tell me where they might be? Keys? Keys. Please stay with me. You're the only one who I can ask for help. Keys. I am guessing that this is probably in some way connected to her past. Her past? You know, the events with the witch is always cursing about. What happened between her and the 3 men? What happened between them? The keys are probably with the 3 of them. The 3 shadows. You must have seen them. 3 men. Shadows. Find them. And you'll probably find the keys too. But watch yourself. They aren't likely to trust you easily. The depth of their sins grows greater the farther you go. Visit them in order. The first one probably won't be a problem. So tell me something. You're Michel, aren't you? What? I wanted to apologize to you for so long. Wait! What do you mean? Do you know me? Did you? What do you want to apologize for? Tell me, please. Could you be... But why? How? When everything else is finished, I'm going to need to visit this painting again. But now I have other things to do. The painting gave me a hint onto where I can find the keys. I don't know anything about this past Morgana has with the 3 men. I never asked her about herself after all. So maybe I'm going to end up having to do more than simply taking Giselle back. Having to glitch my voice as best as I could. Definitely was gonna mess with my reading a little bit. Has our involvement with the witch caused us to be swept up in her twisted maelstrom of fate? Regardless, I need to get to work. The painting said to visit them in order. I assume he was referring to the one I entered 3 doors? Or the 3 doors? Oh my gosh, okay. So, we have to do it in order. So, in theory, we have to get to the Rose Garden, because that's where we went first. I think. I don't think we have to do it backwards. That would be silly. We have a specific order to do, and then we just do it the other way. That would be absolutely ridiculous.
I make my way to the rose garden. The corridor leading there is a mess, and the wooden door is rotting away. I can smell the flowers on the other side. Everything is different from when I was alive, from when Giselle planted and raised that single rose. I hope this is the right way. Imagine we have to go through all of these before we know if it's the right way or not. I can imagine, though, it wouldn't let us do that, right? I hope so. A scene from the past spreads out before me. The field of once proudly flourishing roses is now withered and gray. Knowing how beautiful it had been once, only makes it that much more despairing, probably. I don't know. Rolling my R's. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I can actually do that, but I'll try. I'll start over. Yeah, I feel like if I have my tongue back there, it like doesn't create the right sound. I don't know. A bitter breeze brushes past me. Solitude hangs over the garden like a thick fog, eating away at me. This isn't what I wanted. Someone, get me out of here. Oh God. Tell me I'm not the bad one here. I mean, you didn't know. You didn't know the silver-haired girl was related to you. She's only half related. It's not as bad as your actual sister. A young man's shadow stands off to the side, muttering listily to himself. I recognize his voice. Do you have the key? The boy and I have never met, but I feel like I know him quite well, like we have been acquainted for many years. I know how polite and mild-mannered he is. I know how kind and how vulnerable, how human his heart is. However, very little of that boy seems to remain. This isn't what I wanted. Oh God, please answer me. Someone, get me out of here. Tell me that I'm not the bad one here. Answer me, Mal Rhodes. I know it's you. Huh? As soon as I say the shadow's name, it turns to face me. I still can't make out that much detail, but he seems slightly less tenuous now. Who are you? How do you know my name? My name? My name is Michel. I once lived here in this mansion. Michel. I know that name. I know it very well. But something's not right. You look different from the Michel I remember. You don't have big, obese rats. I am not the Michel you know. Our names simply sound the same. Oh, that makes sense. She would never come see me. I have a question for you. Do you have the key to the observation tower? Mel's just like, what the is an observation tower? I do. Would you please give it to me? I need to get into the tower. And what do you need there? There's someone there I need to find. That's all? That may not sound like much to you, but it means a great deal to me. You're not one of her prisoners, then? No. I came here of my own will. To find this person? Exactly. Then maybe you can help me. Help you how? Set me free. Convince her to release me from this place. I'm begging you. The anguish emanating from the boy's shadows is so thick it causes me to recoil. There's a thread of dark desperation in his voice. Has he been imprisoned here for hundreds of years like Giselle? Promise me you'll get me out of here. Am I even equipped to judge whether that would be a good decision or not? All I know of him is his time in the mansion during the era of roses. I know nothing else of his life. I don't even know if I would be capable of keeping such a promise. Do I have the strength to save anyone other than her? Do you absolutely need the key? You won't agree to help me without it, will you? What? I dropped it. Over there. Huh? The boy is pointing to the thick bramble of roses. Despite the flowers themselves being wilted, the thorns are still sharp. It was an accident, I swear, but I don't want to scratch on my arm, so I left it there.
It's not my fault there are so many thorns. I really want to hit this boy. Why couldn't you have just said so? Because I thought if I didn't have the key that you wouldn't help me. There's only so much I can do regardless of whether you have the key. I cannot promise you anything, nor can I be the judge of you. I see. I do not have enough information to make such a decision. Cheap promises and superficial kindness will only serve to destroy the both of us. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to retrieve the key. What? You'll never get it out of those thorns. I don't care if it's at the bottom of the ocean, I will have that key. You're wasting your time. I approach the bramble, reaching out for it with my right hand. From behind me, I can sense the boy watching. First, I attempt to spread the tangled, thorn-ridden stems so I can put my arm into them without injuring myself, but they seem to be made of iron rather than plant, and my efforts prove mostly fruitless. The only opening is barely large enough to fit an arm in, and resembles the toothy mouth of a beast. Looking around the garden, I can't find anything that looks remotely useful. I guess my only option is reaching in. That's not going to stop me. I lean down, inserting my right arm into the thorny cavern. Immediately, they begin ripping at my sleeve and gashing at my flesh. Blood spills down my arm. I'm long since dead, no longer human, but the pain still is agonizing, still very much real. Giselle. She doesn't bleed. She doesn't feel pain. Am I not the same as her, then? That doesn't matter right now. Focus on getting the dang key. Streams of crimson spread through the steel-like tangle, gnawing at my arm like a ravenous animal. Where the heck is the key? The thorny stems are twisted and layered so thick I can't see inside at all. As I dig around blindly, I start losing feeling in my arm. It's an endless deluge of pain. Hey, watch out! You're going to lose your arm! I will not stop until I have the key. Don't ask me for help. I wasn't even considering it. I collect what remains of my gradually fading sensation and focus it into my fingers, praying even one of them will brush against the key. Dang it! But as much as I read, or as much as I search, as much as I dig, I find nothing so much as resembling a key, which means it must be deeper than I can reach my arm. Even so, I cannot give up. Hey, please, be quiet right now. I need to focus. I'm sorry. I do have the key, actually. You what? I'm so sorry. It didn't look like you were willing to help even if I gave it to you, so... Plus, she told me not to give it to anyone for any reason. Hold still so I can beat you. I didn't mean you any ill will. You most certainly did. I'll give you the key, so please have mercy. Trembling in fear, the boy's shadow sticks out a hand, holding a key. The arm I used to dig through the thorns is so bloody and gashed I can barely look at it, but it does still function. So I take the key from him with my right hand. Why can't you use your other hand? That's gross. That's the idea. You're kind of a jerk, you know. That's a laugh coming from you. Do you have any idea how much that hurt? I know. I'm sorry, really. But hey, you're alive, so no big deal, right? But wait, can you actually say either of us are alive? I don't even know anymore. I do appreciate you giving me the key, though. Seeing as it seemed to be rather important to you, too. Hey, is this person you want to get back really worth going through all this for? She is. She's the one person who ever loved me, and she's waiting for me. I see. You know, I had someone that meant a lot to me, too. My sister. Which one? Which? The one with flaxen hair, like me. If you happen to see her, do something nice for her. Please. That I would say is your responsibility.
Yeah, you're right. But
I'll keep it in mind.
thanks.
In the tale I witnessed, the boy pushed his sister away. For an understandable reason, admittedly. But now he seems to bear no grudge for her. Did something else happen between them? Even if it did, I do not have time to ask about it. I'll be on my way.
All right. Take care.
There are 2 more keys.
Watch out, though.
They're not the most friendly people, and they'll probably be even more enraged locked up like this. I appreciate the warning. If only someone like you had shown up sooner and taken the keys from us. Goodbye. After bidding me farewell, the boy's phantom dissipates into the shadows of the rose garden. I wonder if he's gone back to mindlessly muttering his regrets. I should get going.
Okay, so we gotta go into the cellar. That was the monster.
Oh, we are gonna have a bad time in this room. I descend the stairs, opening the cellar door. The first time I visited this room, the smell of blood from within was nearly suffocating. Now the entire house reeks of it, and I've started to grow numb to the odor. There's no one here. Am I in the wrong place? I begin exploring the cellar, hoping to maybe find the key hidden away or abandoned somewhere. As I reach my hand out to investigate one area, a shadow leaps out of the thick darkness. It's so swift I have no time to react. My body freezes in place. A shadow stands before me, holding the tip of a blade mere inches from my face. A key. You have a key. I do, yes. Cold sweat trickles down my back. My voice is shaking and there's no hiding it. The shade appears to be glaring at me, though I cannot make out its face. After a few seconds, it withdraws its blade. Let me see it. The boy's key. Did he give it to you? In the rose garden. Yes. Are you 2 acquaintances? How could that be, though? You were from a completely different era and country. Who are you? No, never mind. Who you are is irrelevant to me. Are you human now? You are speaking of my nature. Then no is the only answer I can give you. You didn't kill me, though. If you wanted to, you could easily skewer me where I stand. If that's what you want, I'd be happy to oblige. What did you come here for? For your key. I came to ask if you would give it to me. You mean to open that door? I need to get into the tower, yes. I see. Take it. Huh. I was expecting a worse time with the monster. It was Yuki Muda? I know it was Yuki something. The man's shadow tosses the key at my feet. I'm not quite sure what to think. I didn't expect him to give up so easily. What? Take it. I won't stab you in the back while you're bending over. I thought you were supposed to hold onto it at all costs. I no longer have any reason to guard that key. In the past, I might have severed your head from your shoulders the moment you mentioned it, though. What point in the past? That's a question. I wish I knew the answer to. Hey, do you know why I'm here? Where this place is, when it is? Why can't I get out of this place? Why can't I get out of here? What happened to me? Tell me! I have no idea what's going on. Not a single heckin' idea. Neither do I. Get out. Take the key and get out of here. Get out! I can't bring myself to say anything to the enraged shadow, so I follow his command, picking up the key and departing the cellar. That was honestly really easy. Thought I was dead for a second. This makes 2, though. What could have happened between those people? The painting mentioned a past with them, and Morgana spoke of the wicked man she cursed. Does that mean they did something awful enough to earn Morgana's spite? Right now, though, I must push onward. If I'm not mistaken, the final key should be in that room. The room with the, billiards table? What is billiards, anyway? I should get moving. Once I have this key, I can get into the observation tower. I'm almost certain Morgana is waiting for me there, with Giselle. So I gather up my resolve and hurry to the last room, not wanting to take even a second longer than necessary getting her back. He just goes in there with like, oh, like, good. Gonna take the key with no issue. I can hardly believe my eyes when I step into the den. In the middle of the room is a large rectangular table. Several balls roll across its surface, perched on one corner. Looking down at the floor is her, Giselle. Giselle! The question of why she's here never crosses my mind. All I feel is elation to see her once more. There's no room for anything else in my mind. I run over to her, put my hand on her shoulder. Thank goodness you're all right, and turn her towards me. What? What? Giselle? Giselle! I shake her, causing her head to droop lifelessly. There's not a trace of light in her unmoving eyes. Why? Giselle, why? Say something. Giselle, say something, please. This can't be. You can't be. You can't be! My mind goes blank. I can't catch my breath. The world is hazy. Why? Why is Giselle? Why did I have to find her like this? Why? I swore I would do anything. Swore I would never lose you again. No, this can't be. A thought crosses my dazed, despair-wrought mind. It's probably nothing more than vain hope, but not a drop of blood spilled from my breast. That's right. She doesn't bleed. So this can't be her. This isn't her. Or maybe Morgana has the power to alter Giselle's very nature. Kill her with the flick of her wrist. No, I don't even want to think about that. There's no hope to be found down that path. All I can do is pray. Beg for her to still be alive. Or if alive isn't the right word, herself. My prayers bring me back to reality. Which is when I realize there's something hard pressed against the back of my head. I hear a harsh, metallic click. What? A piercing bang rips through the air as I drop to the hard floor. My ears are ringing painfully. Though the cloud of smoke and confusion, or through it rather, I see a man's silhouette. Missed. It takes several moments for me to recognize the object in his hand as a gun. Not only because it's draped in shadow, but because I've never seen one with my own eyes. Had I not witnessed what they were capable of through the stories, I would have not understood how terrifying they were. Not a problem, though. I'll finish you with the next one. Now, you hold still, boy. Start running around like a rat and I can't guarantee you a painless death. Wait, hold on a second. What are you trying to kill me for? 'Cause you make too much heckin' noise, that's why. Don't tell me. You're the one who... What? I turn my gaze toward the large table. Giselle isn't there. It must have been an illusion after all. The realization sends a wave of relief through me. I still have a gun in my face, though. Curious man you are. Does the table warrant your attention more than me? I have a request. Could you give me the key in your possession? That's all I need, and I'll leave and stop making a racket. I'm not sure you understand your predicament, boy. Because if you think you're in any position to be asking favors, you're dumber than you look. First off, I don't even know what key you're talking about. I don't believe that. The other two had keys. You telling me they gave you their keys? It sounds like they really do know each other. See for yourself. I believe you should recognize these. Are you collecting them to enter the tower? Are you going to see Morgana? There seems to be a hint of tension in the man's voice. Though I can't see his face, I can sense the waves forming within him. I brace myself for either rejection or hot lead, but the apparition gives me neither. Take me with you. What? You have the other 2 keys, don't you? Then you can open the door. Bring me to the witch. Wait, slow down. What are you planning to do when you see her? What do you think? She has to... She... has... to... He's gone. She has to... What? What was he trying to say? On the floor where the shade stood is a new key. Curious though I was about his last words, this makes 3. I have all of the keys now. Are you trying to rile me up, Morgana? Are you enjoying yourself up there, showing me these phantoms and watching me squirm? Just you wait. I'm on my way. I give the room a brief once-over before making my way back to the chapel. We're gonna kick your butt, Morgana. I'm glad you're lucky that Jacopo didn't give me his gun. I got no way to kill you other than Angie. We played Witch's House for you where, yeah. I guess, yeah, a little bit. But yeah, that was a classic. That was before, that was like technically my first Let's Play, sort of. I streamed that, but like it was, I think, before I actually got on Twitch, if I remember right. And I was just like, I'm gonna turn this into a series of videos. It was very fun. I died many times. The keys fit perfectly in the openings of the lock, and when I insert the last one, it clicks open, the chain sealing the door falling to the floor. They're waiting beyond the door and at the top of the stairs. I start pondering what I can even do in a face-off against Morgana, which sends a nervous shudder down my spine. I'm not going to back down, regardless, but she is a witch, and I'm a mere human, formerly human. I'm not a master swordsman, nor do I wield a gun. I have nothing at all with which to fight her. I still have to confront the witch, though, no matter what. As laughably reckless, as foolish as I may be, I have no other option. I place my hand on the door, preparing to climb the tower where I once spent my last breath. Giselle locked safely away in the chamber at the top. The tower where I first met the witch. No hesitation. An obese rat charmer, maybe. We can only hope that Giselle has obese rats. The sound of blood streaming down the stairs echoes off the stone walls. Though I have begun growing numb to the house's otherworldly ornamentation, the sight of the seemingly endless river of blood flowing down the spiral staircase sends a chill down me. Each step I climb makes a splat noise. When I reach a window, I look out to see a churning reddish-black fog. Now this brings me back. You climbing those stairs alone, just like old times. Morgana, I waited so long for someone like you to show up. Someone with enough despair to resurrect me. Give her back. But now, I don't see it in you. I don't feel one bit of that intense hopelessness anymore. Give her back. And here I thought we were cut from the same cloth. Morgana! Yes, I'll give her back, if you can make it to me without losing yourself. I will not give up. It doesn't matter what you do. Looking up, I can't see how far the stairs extend. It's just a gaping blackness, so I have no way of knowing for sure whether I'm getting closer. Around and around, around and around, around and around. Since there's a president, I should brace myself for timed events. Or, oh, maybe. That would be a good idea. Okay, I'll switch to clicking instead of pressing enter. Beneath me, the blood river traces the same path in reverse. I start to wonder if the staircase ever does end, or even if I'm not just eternally retracing my own steps. But I continue climbing regardless. That's all I can do. Put one foot in front of the other and hope that I can make it to the top. Morgana, what is this place? What did you do to it?
What is it? Why, it's the mansion you lived in for a decade, of course.
You look at this and tell me it's the same house. What's with the blood everywhere? And the 3 shadows?
Now, my dear, no need to raise your voice. And you're being impolite. One question at a time.
Answer me!
What is this place? It's immaterial. Even if I were to give you an answer you found satisfying, what would that knowledge do for you? Your objective is to reach the top of these stairs and rescue Giselle. Nothing more, nothing less. Isn't that right? Or, by chance, have you taken an interest in me, despite never once asking me about myself before?
My gut tells me that without knowing what this place is, without even the briefest glimpse of its nature, I won't be able to safely get her back. Without knowing what I'm up against, I don't stand a chance. Please tell me about this mansion, Morgana. About yourself. What are you, Morgana?
A witch.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Why do you have the powers you do? What are you?
Yes, I get it. Humans feel the need to attach names to things and phenomena they don't understand. I understand that feeling very well. Which is why I'm sure you'll be rather disappointed when I reveal the truth.
What do you mean?
What I mean is, I'm an ordinary human.
That's not possible. You expect me to believe a human created this illusion?
Then, are you saying I'm a magician or a wizard like you might see in a fairy tale?
I would believe that, over you being a human.
Think back then, would you? Recall our time together. Did I ever once use magic? Did I control fire or wind? Did I create illusions? No, I did none of that, because I could not. To you, when you were alive, I suppose you could say I was naught but a simple ghost.
The fact that you're living and talking without a body is magic, right?
A rather mischievous, but otherwise powerless spirit. And I was nothing more than those 3 men either. The witch Morgana was never anything but a wretched phantom haunting this old house. But then,
how do you explain this?
Michel, my dear, we're not the same beings we once were. We're different than we were in the realm of light, the era of the living. You've figured that much out, though, haven't you? That you're already dead.
Yes, I know. I know I couldn't possibly be alive.
Yet you still view this world through the lens of the living. You make no effort to see it as the land of the dead. Tell me, why would you think that the realm of the living and dead are the same?
Though the worlds behind each door were so vibrant, the mansion itself never had any color. They were the memories of the past, of the land of the living, of times forever lost to us.
Our lives have already come to an end, my dear. Every last soul within these walls is dead. That is the world that lies beyond the end. It is my world.
I can't believe this being a belief is power setting. The witch Morgana might have been human, but when generations of humans feared the witch and her curse, they brought that era and curse into reality. Yeah, it is seeming like that way. And with her telling us that we're already dead, I'm just like, you've gaslit one of the characters before. I don't know if I want to trust you in this yet.
This is the afterlife. I get caught up in the minutiae,
None of us has a future, so what reason is there for you to desperately obsess over taking Giselle back? Just like you, she's long since dead. She's a walking corpse. It's nothing I didn't already know, but hearing her say it was like a kick to the gut. Dead or alive, she still lives on within this house, and my spirit found its way back too. Why then should I not wish for her to have a future? No matter what form it may take, no matter if my choices erase her from this world entirely, having seen what lies beyond the door in her heart. What happened in all those hundreds of years? I could never let her remain here with you, trapped in this world bereft of light, drifting aimlessly for all eternity. Minutiae. Those little details interesting. In the minutiae. So determined to feel the need to raise your voice. But you're not going to budge on that point, I see. You might have seen the minutia. Minutia. I don't know. You're wiggle as I bounce. Wah! Oh, no. This is fantastic. Look at my little mouth and like both of my ears like kind of matching. That was cute. But you're not going to budge on that point, I see. I ask you this again, Morgana. Please tell me about yourself. How did you become a witch? How did you end up attached to this house? I want to hear your story. You honestly want to know about me? I do now, yes. But not for me, for her, right? Don't be shy now. It's the truth, isn't it? Because if you did say it was for me, not her, I might die of laughter. As you wish. You have seen many tales of people's lives since arriving here, and now you shall see mine. Though, I ask you this. Will you writhe in despair with me? Will you endure maddening agony for me? Will you know pain enough to make you howl? Will you face despair again and again and again? As I said before, if that is what you want from me. Let me tell you something though, my dear. It will not be as easy to watch as you imagine. Now that you've reclaimed yourself, you will be able to feel all the pain as if it were your own. To resonate with it. Resonate with it. How's everyone doing? I'm doing good. I woke up a little earlier, but I am feeling a little eepy still. But sorry, I looked at a message my elf sent me, and I'm gonna have to look into that further during break because I'm like, hello, what? You no longer have your little guardian with you either. My guardian. She was always protecting me. You'll have a wonderful time, I'm sure. It's a tale that could have only taken place in that era of miracles and spirituality. I don't know why I almost struggled with that one. Wondrous and weird, senseless and silly. Hopelessly tragic. Will you watch it with me? We're this far, so kinda has to. As soon as the final word leaves her mouth, I'm engulfed in darkness. Not even a moment to brace myself. The tower's stairs crumble beneath me. My feet have nowhere to go. As I'm being battered by the roaring blood river, my consciousness melds with another. With the endless stairs that it mentioned, it made me think of this one game that I kept going up endless stairs for like, I think at least 10 minutes, maybe 20, before I was like, okay, there's definitely a thing going on here. And it was something that you had to like go back for a little section and then go forward, and it was like, oh, okay. I carry within me the child of God. And that is where it all began. The words of one foolish woman determined the course of my entire life. Before I was even born, my fate was decided. Did her claim come from faith? Was it her way of escaping reality? Did she do it for mercy or fame? I don't know. I have been visited by an angel of the Lord. The village where she lived had suffered for years of poor harvest. It had been months since the last rain, and all the villagers prayed desperately to be blessed with succor. I am with child, though I have known no man. So proclaimed the pregnant woman in the midst of the drought. And on the day of my birth, the very moment I let out my first cry, a heavy rain fell down upon the village. The storm quenched the parched earth, nourishing the crops and saving the village. The villagers were astonished, for they had thought the drought would never end. As plump drops of rain poured down upon the village, they gathered around newborn me in exultation. Ah, she is the child of God! Perhaps there would be more wonder in claiming I had magical powers. Perhaps it would make a better story if I were to say that there were higher forces involved. But all these years later, here is what I truly think. It was nothing more than a fluke, an improbable stroke of luck, an unbelievably fortunate accident for my mother and the village, and an indescribably unfortunate accident for myself. I am with child, though I have known no man. As if that's even possible. Maybe she had fooled around with a man who had gone and abandoned her, and she spouted those lies to convince herself it had never happened. None of the village men made any claim to be my father. Perhaps he was someone else's husband, and as such he couldn't reveal himself, as adultery is a sin in the eyes of God. The girl they were praising as the child of God was, indeed, not more than the ordinary daughter of a wretched woman. At the time, though, I thought differently. I believed my mother's words, convinced I was a saint, and it gave me a sense of duty, of purpose, rather than superiority. As the daughter of God, I believed it was my responsibility to help anyone in need. So every day I prayed. I asked my Father what I could do, what I was meant to do. Not everyone is equally good, however. There will always be someone who lends their ear to the devil's whispers. One man claimed I was the daughter of a charlatan. He shouted for all to hear, "If you really are the child of God, then perform me a miracle for us." Would he have been any more unreasonable? Miracles are neither magic nor parlor tricks. They are realized through the power of faith. A lowly villager has no place demanding God prove his own divinity. It was the height of arrogance. But the man refused to heed my words, so, having no other choice, I contemplated what I could do to show him I was, indeed, a saint. Blood was the spark of my inspiration. Michel, the time when I lived and the time when you lived were not so different. Our views and beliefs about the world are very much the same. So you should understand that in our time, blood was seen as unclean. It was a dreadful thing, ridden with diseases, which is why we drained the blood from animals and purified the flesh before consuming it. But being a saint, my blood would have been different. Like the blood of the saints who came before me, mine would be blessed. I believe it would be able to cleanse people's impurities. For my demonstration, I chose an elderly woman afflicted with a terrible disease. She was on her deathbed, and no one thought she would live for longer than another day or two. The woman was overjoyed when I came to visit her, sincerely believing me to be holy servant of the Lord. She gathered all the strength she could muster to climb from her bed and kiss my feet. I felt an intensely deep love for this woman. Placing my hand upon her cheeks, I said with all the kindness in my heart, "My beloved sister, partake of my blood." "Oh." The woman agreed without a glimpse of hesitation, and so I pricked the tip of my finger with a knife and let the blood drip into her mouth. Within 3 days, her health had improved enough for her to get out of bed unassisted. Seeing that, no one in the village doubted my powers any longer. In fact, the man who had accused me of being the daughter of a charlatan was subsequently punished for his sins. He received much-deserved retribution for challenging the daughter of God, for mocking her. But of course, being a saint, I forgave the man. He in turn repented and changed his ways, worshipping me as the true child of God. Is the cannibalism of its only blood? I feel like not. I don't think so. Because then that would be like, oh, vampires are cannibals. I don't know. Would you count vampires as cannibals? I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I was ecstatic. Utterly elated. I was on top of the world and I reveled in it. The villagers showered me with adulation. They revered me, the daughter of God. Anyone who didn't was punished. And on top of that, my blood could cause miracles. If you bite your fingernails, is that auto-cannibalism? Probably not. I would say not, unless you eat your fingernails. Then, like, that, I think that would be a gray area. But I don't know. Tell me, do you look down on me for feeling the way I did? The actual child of God would never let herself be consumed by such base emotions, would she? But if you would give me a chance, I would like to explain myself. I was but a young girl at the time, and to a child, her mother is the world. Anything she says is the absolute truth. So when my mother's claims so happened to coincide with a lucky miracle, my young mind was set in stone. I was a saint. My blood could heal the sick, and nothing would convince me otherwise. After all, I was but a girl of 6 years old. She did that at 6? Who's serving up Zeph fingers? Hopefully nobody. But no, this girl is healing people with her blood. It is not my place to decide whether my blood truly had miraculous powers or not. If you think it did, then it did. And if you think it was all happenstance, then so it was. Miracles are brought around by fate. So the elderly woman who was healed was done so by the power of her own belief. Faceless hope and desire can, at times, make the otherwise impossible reality. You understand just how major a role religion played in our time, don't you, Michel? Especially as someone whose life was taken from him in the name of God. And you understand how powerful word of mouth can be as well, don't you? Maria, the reincarnated mother of Christ, wants to serve up Zeph's fingers. Yubi.
No! Don't take my fingers!
My fingers are packing heat. Can't take them. These are technically borrowed fingers. Blood doesn't heal people unless it's a compatible blood type, but a little blood is fun too. Yeah, little blood. It didn't take long for word of miracle-performing child of God to spread. I just exploded! Travelers from faraway lands came to our village, all in the search of aid. Driven by a mixture of elation and duty, I gave my blessings onto every pilgrim who sought them. I gave them my blood, yes. My young hands were perpetually covered in wounds, running out of skin on my fingers. I cut the back of my hands, my palms, my wrists. Before long, they had turned into swollen, carved-up black and red horrors, so I kept them wrapped in cloth at all times. The only time I uncovered them was to give blood to those who sought it. My lacerated hands were, in no uncertain terms, gruesome and unsightly, but the believers who came to me all wept at my selfless sacrifice, so I came to cherish those wounds. There were some from whom no miracle took place, but whenever that would happen, the villagers would come out and say, "The daughter of God is not to blame, you simply lack sufficient faith." Thus, such incidents had no negative effect on my reputation as a saint. For 3 years, I continued doling out blessings. One day, when I was offering a prayer, my mother let slip her discontent. Why must you hand out miracles for nothing? Why must you give strangers grace? We should be getting compensated. We deserved remuneration. If we charged just a little bit for each blessing, we could be living so much more comfortably. I was dumbfounded. How could the mother of a saint say such things? Helping people was my divine calling, and she expected payment? Remuneration. Remuneration. That's still a weird word. I nearly wept, hearing my mother preoccupied with such worldly desires, so I explained to her how important this work was. I taught her that we were not to covet material wealth, that we were to dedicate our lives to the service of our fellow man. "You're right, my dear saint," she said, understanding, and I believed her. I fell asleep that night, convinced she truly understood that there would be no more problems. But the next day, I was sold off. Men I had never seen before carried me by the arms and tossed me into a carriage. Confused and panicked, I stuck my head out, searching for my mother. Off in the shadow of the house, I saw her with a strange man, accepting a bag of coins. The carriage rocked back and forth as it rolled along a dirt road. Shaking and bouncing within it, I struggled with overwhelming grief and despair. It was, perhaps, the first time in my life I had felt such a powerful emotion. I didn't know what I felt so much despair over, though. Obviously, it was over my present predicament, but I wasn't sure about or what about it hurt the most. Was it that I had been pawned off like a slave? Was it that my mother, the mother of a saint, had been blinded by money? Was it that the villagers had watched in silence as a disciple of the Lord was thrown into a carriage? Or was it that I, daughter of God, lamented my misfortune like a mortal? From back to Munerai to give, hence remuneration is giving back a repayment. Okay. Remember, winning the lottery is one of the most dangerous things you can do, and being able to grant miracles is basically winning the lottery, right? Well, I mean, like, she didn't actually have, she wasn't actually able to do miracles. She was just born on a coincidental day that a lot of people were like, oh, she's a child of God, and so she was like, oh, well, I'm just a child, so I don't know any better. And basically, she just, like, it was just coincidence that people were getting better, and if they didn't, it's just like, oh, you didn't have enough faith. Too bad. You suck. They don't. I decided it was a trial. My father, the Lord God, was testing my worthiness of being his daughter, so I choked back my urge to cry and sat there in silent contemplation. For almost 3 weeks, I was rocked around in the carriage. The coachman treated me well enough, but I'm certain it was only because he didn't want his precious cargo dying before he could deliver it. He did not by any means think me the child of God. The 3rd week, the carriage arrived at a city. It was much larger than the village I had grown up in, with many, many people crowding the streets, with many more people, rather. Something about them felt different, too. They all spoke in a tongue foreign to me, which is when I realized I was far, far away from home. I was delivered to the lavishly decorated mansion of the region's lord. Brightly colored flowers bloomed wildly in the garden as guests laughed and ate extravagant meals, and in addition to them, they were probably 4 times as many slaves were moving about the grounds, getting a range of looks from everyone we passed, from smartly dressed men to scrawny emaciated servants. I was led to the Lord's chambers. The Lord was surrounded by beautiful women. Perhaps they were slaves, or perhaps they were, I don't know if I want to say that word, but I don't know what word to replace it with. They were, spicy ladies. I couldn't tell. Among them, there were some girls hardly older than me. They all wore thin swaths of cloth, barely covering themselves at all. The Lord looked me up and down, and with a laugh, he said, "Welcome, daughter of God. You'll be performing miracles for me now." "Miracles are not something to be performed for one single person's benefit," I replied, shocked and furious he had just said something so utterly blasphemous. In response, he said, "I bought you. You are my property. You have no right to an opinion." But I would not have any of it. I entreated him to give up his indulgent lifestyle and devote himself to the service of the Lord. But the more I pleaded, the deeper the creases in his face grew. Thinking back on it now, it was hardly surprising. A 9-year-old girl was scolding the most powerful man in the region. I believed it was my duty, and that I was only doing what was right, but he surely saw it an incredible arrogance. So the Lord forced his will upon me. He bound my hands and feet and cut me without my permission, filling a goblet with my blood and passing it around to his guests. "The saint's blood and good fortune to all." That was when I realized the Lord was only interested in the approval of others. He reveled in their envy as he pranced about, showing off his curious new toy, me. He didn't need my miracles, neither he nor any of his guests were afflicted with disease or misfortune. They were all richly blessed. Every time he threw a banquet, he drained me of my blood. It became nearly impossible to find a spot on either of my arms that wasn't a swollen reddish-black gash. And soon, because my arms weren't providing enough blood for him, the cutting spread to my legs. I lived in a haze of half-consciousness. Honestly, I'm amazed it didn't kill me, though perhaps the Lord was simply taking care not to take more than my body could spare. Watching the wealthy partygoers laugh and sip my blood through bleary eyes, another wave of despair came over me. My miracles, my blood, were not meant to be an appetizer at a feast. They were meant for the poor and the sick. But despite my wishes, the Lord persisted to squeeze me dry day in and day out for his own enjoyment. For a while, I was convinced it was all God's test, that it was part of his plan for me, his daughter, that I could make it through this trial. I would be allowed to go back to helping people. The man would celebrate my success, envy me, worship me, that sinners would face punishment, and that divine retribution would be delivered unto all who had wronged me, a saint. With each passing day, my spirit grew even more twisted. Would anybody believe, or would anyone have believed that scarred and bloodied girl tied up on the floor in the banquet hall was a saint? Unlikely. This was no charitable gathering, but an unholy Sabbath. Perhaps it was caused by my corrupted spirit. Perhaps it was my heart's way of crying for help. So this for me. I don't know. Or perhaps it was the devil giving me my witch's mark. But no matter what the cause, during one of the bloody banquets, I underwent a transformation. I was half-conscious, as usual, when one of the guests pointed at me and shouted something. Her face went pale, his face went pale, as if he were afraid, which I found quite curious. The Lord then approached me, grabbing me by the hair and lifting my head. He yelled something, but I was too far gone to be able to make out what he was saying. Suddenly, I found myself released from my bonds, but my body had grown so weak from being tied up for so long, I didn't have the strength to hold myself up, so I collapsed to the floor. I was still trying to figure out what was happening when the Lord drew a sword, raising it high above his head. His words in that moment reached me with perfect clarity. "You're a damned witch wearing a saint's skin." A witch? Why was he calling me a witch? I was the holy daughter of God. I had certainly never made a pact with the devil. What could have given him that idea? What was in store for me now? Had God performed some kind of miracle for him? Dozens of thoughts and questions floated through my mind as death hung over me. I couldn't comprehend anything, and so I didn't feel any fear or anger of my impending death. I was simply curious. What had happened to me? But before I had a chance to find that answer, the Lord swung down his blade. Without warning, without any time to prepare, the darkness drains away. And a second later, I crashed into the stairs, hard. Right at my ear, I could hear the hiss of the river of blood. The world fades in and out of view, giving way to very real images of the past I never lived. I can practically feel the fire in my eyes at the Mad Blood's banquet guests. My vision distorts. I can't regain my focus. Whose blood is this streaming down the stairs? Is it hers? Is it mine? Who am I? A saint? A witch? Is what I'm seeing through the lens of clarity or madness? Wait, no. I am not her. I am Michel. No one else. It hurts, doesn't it? It's hard to breathe. Your chest is on fire. Your vision is blurry. It's hard. It's lonely. It's scary. I think my new energy drink mix has taurine in it because my heart is racing and I feel slightly faint. Oh no! Drink some water. Hopefully that helps. Drink some water. It's frustrating, it's disheartening, it's exasperating, isn't it? What you're feeling is exactly the pain that I felt. I reach my hand out in a plea for help, which is when I see something I can hardly believe. Oh. Both of my arms are covered in gashes, blood flowing from them without end. The raw flesh beneath my skin has been exposed to the open air. All I can bring myself to do is scream. That pain, her horrible past, is doing everything in its power to break me. that 9-year-old girl's sickening experiences, are twisting and constricting and crushing me. Why is this
Happening to you?
Are you really that slow, my dear? You're empathizing with my pain. You're just that kind-hearted, Michelle. You said you wouldn't give up, didn't you? That you would make your way to me? Then surely this won't be enough to do you in. Of course it won't! Mustering up every bit of strength I can, I begin crawling up the stairs. The Red River beats against my open wounds, stinging painfully. The simple act of lifting an arm or a leg is almost unbearably agonizing. The blood dripping from my lacerated arms mixes with the blood already soaking the tower. So this is the pain Morgana suffered? Do you despise everyone, Morgana? Did your resentment of your mother's betrayal at the people who came seeking your blood, at the Lord who took your life, turn into a hatred for all mankind?
Your perception of me is still incorrect, Michelle. My grudge is only against a select few. Think about it, my dear. Of the thousands, millions, billions of people living on this planet, my world is comprised of but a minuscule fraction of that. Hatred for all mankind? No. What I feel is not nearly as nebulous. Although if I had died still believing I was a saint, maybe I wouldn't have had such a well-defined mission.
Are you saying the Lord didn't kill you?
Oh my, did you actually think that was the end of my tale? Despite all your big talk, you're afraid of having to suffer through any more of that, aren't you? But you're the one who said you wouldn't give in. So go on.
Know my pain.
Without losing your mind.
Me with scares from where I was missing skin. Yeah, it's a little scary to see your own muscles. Once again, my surroundings crumble. I have no say. I have no chance to object before I'm dragged back to that repulsive banquet. I reach out, stretching my hand as far as it will reach, but all I can grab is darkness. My bloody body sinks back into the abyss. The pain becomes more than just a memory, eroding away at my consciousness. So they didn't die here, huh? A damned witch wearing a saint's skin.
Maybe if I had died then, I wouldn't have become the witch you know now. But that's all conjecture. Theorizing about what could have happened is an exercise in, futility. But no, I did not die that day. Brought together by constant mistreatment, the Lord's slaves chose that moment to start their revolt. When he swung down his blade, someone bumped into him and it was knocked off its course. I didn't have the strength to get to my feet, so I simply watched the chaos unfold before my hazy eyes. It never even occurred to me that I should try to escape. At some point during the riot, a young man, one of the slaves, grabbed me by my bloody, limp arm and led me out of the Lord's manor. The young man brought me to a slum, a place where the people banded together in their hardship, barely scraping together enough to eat every day, let alone pay the taxes demanded of them. By the time we had arrived at a small brothel located a ways into the slum, the fog was starting to clear from my mind. I knew where we were, and feeling the gazes of those scantily clothed women, I trembled. In a sense that was possibly the most frightened I had ever been in my life, despite everything else I had been through. The idea I had fallen so far I would have become a spicy lady scared me to death. After all, I was a saint, and saints were supposed to retain their purity. Spreading my legs for any man who gave me enough coins would shatter my very identity. As all that was going through my mind, I probably shouted no in protest, because the slave gave me an exasperated look and told me he hadn't brought me here to become a spicy lady. He told me he knew someone here, someone he could trust, and that she would give me a room. I had trouble believing him, though. I couldn't trust a word of a spicy lady, someone who valued money more than her own body. It was all a trap, I was sure. One day, they would tell me I had to work. Nothing he said would convince me otherwise. Apparently, sensing my mistrust, the slave gave me an apologetic frown and
handed me a mirror, saying, even if I did, you couldn't get any work looking like that. I could not believe what I saw. I couldn't see my face, or that couldn't be my face. It had to be an illusion. There was no way. This was not the face of a saint. It couldn't be. It wasn't real. It wasn't possible. Patches of skin had fallen off my face, exposing the raw red flesh beneath. It looked quite similar to what had been done to my arms and legs, except my face had never been cut before. Looking at myself in the mirror, even I doubted my own sainthood. The thing in my reflection was a hellish abomination. It was a twisted face of a witch. And although I was shocked by what I saw, at the same time, it answered several lingering questions. It explained why the Lord and his guest had panicked at the sight of me. And it also explained why he had said I was a witch wearing a saint's skin. Over the course of the dozens of banquets that I participated in, my face must have mutated, twisted into this ugly, sickening, monstrous thing. Seeing the skin fall off your face is scary too. Yeah, I could only imagine. I'm glad we're not getting the visuals for this. It's very interesting that the UI kind of changed for this backstory stuff. Pardon. The sight of what I had become sapped the last bit of willpower from me, not because I was particularly fond of my face or thought myself especially beautiful, but because it crushed me to see everything saintly about me crumble away. Test from God or otherwise, I didn't have the strength left to attempt to overcome it. Deciding I would rather be dead than struggle any longer, I begged the slave to kill me. Taking one's own life was a sin. If I did that, I would not be able to return to my father's side, and I wanted to ask him why I'd been put through such tribulation. But the young man refused. He said, completely missing my intention, that if I persevered, good fortune would eventually find me. He said that if I lived on, I would eventually have a chance to get my payback. I had no such worldly concerns, though. But if no one would take my life, I had no choice but to live. I despised life at the brothel. The men who came to buy their services were disgusting buffoons, the kind of people who would think they could deceive God, and the women fawning over them were just as repulsive. That said, I had nowhere else to go, which meant I was forced to suffer that sickening place. But by the time a year or so had passed, my feelings about it had changed. The women at the brothel took good care of me, treating me like a sister. At first, it was just irritating. I was a saint! How could a saint have spicy ladies for sisters? But over time, I got to know them better, grew to appreciate their circumstances and hardships. Despite barely having enough money to keep food on the table, whenever they had a little to spare, they would use it to purchase medicine, ointments to apply to my arms, legs, and face. And as a result of their generosity, my arms and legs started looking almost human, but nothing had any effect on my face. Occasionally, the slave would drop in to check on me. The other men thought me ghastly and wouldn't get anywhere near me, but he was different. And every time he visited, he would say, "One day I'll show you the world." And to tell you the truth, I was beginning to grow attached to it all. My time at the brothel was probably, all things considered, one of the brighter chapters of my life. There, I was neither saint nor witch, but an ordinary human girl. For the first time, I felt my life had meaning beyond the assumed divine purpose. I was even beginning to feel kind of happy. And with each passing day, my intractable worldview was gaining a little flexibility. Perhaps I could perform miracles, but that didn't necessarily mean I had to be the daughter of a god or a saint. Maybe I was just a regular person who happened to possess some unusual abilities. Ridiculous, isn't it? Despite coming to accept my humanity, I refused to let go of my miraculous powers. Thank you. They were the last thing protecting what I thought of as myself. But to me at the time, it felt like a very dramatic change of heart. 3 years after the revolt of the Lord's Manor, I had my 12th birthday, for which they threw me a little dinner party. The women all pitched in to bake me treats, and the young slave man was there too. I was happy. I thought that if life would continue on like this, I was fine with not going back to being a saint. But for some reason, happiness always seems to slip away as soon as you've got your hands around it. No one sincerely wants to lose it, so why must they? I certainly didn't mind not being miserable. Let me tell you what happened that night. On the night of my birthday celebration, bandits attacked the brothel. Now, bandits were hardly a rarity at that time, so everyone was always on the lookout, and we never went out at night. They wouldn't stop at robbing you either. They were armed with blades and would frequently kill their targets if necessary. But cautious as we were helpless against a decent raid. The brothel fell into a panic, screams echoing in the night. I looked away for a second and lost my place. The customers were carved up and left for dead. The women were bound and stowed away to be sold. My peaceful world shattered in an instant, and the next thing I knew, I was some slave trader's merchandise. I don't know what became of the spicy ladies who cared for me, or the slave who brought me to them. I assume the women were sold and the young men slaughtered. But regardless, I found myself being rocked around in the back of a carriage once more. The carriage was packed so tightly you could barely see the floor, and it smelled like death. Sweat, urine, feces. Every foul odor imaginable compressed into a tiny space. There were both men and women there, nearly all of them muttering or groaning or weeping. Everyone was young, ripe to be put to work. It didn't take me long to realize what fate awaited these people, and me. And when I did, I just sat there in silence. Then, for the first time, I cried. I was experiencing, I believe, a very human emotion. I was sad, hurt that I had been taken away from a place where I was happy, from the women at the brothel and that young man. It crushed me. And no longer did I wonder why such a thing was happening to the holy daughter of God. Something about my tears must have seemed strange to him, because one man saw me and said, "Why are you crying?" He was a curious man. To start, he looked very different from anyone else. The color of his skin, the length of his nose, the shape of his eyes, everything about him was new and unusual. Hesitantly, I replied, "I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me." The man fell silent, looking as though he was deep in thought. I had no idea why he had asked that, but something about him made me uncomfortable, so I couldn't bring myself to ask. Several hours later, the man suddenly stood up. The guards had no patience for anyone stepping out of line, and they didn't look like they would hesitate to kill us either. So unsurprisingly, one at the back of the carriage drew his sword and pointed it at the man. What was surprising, though, what would happen next. The man, his hands shackled like the rest of us, leapt from the ground, slamming his fists into his face and stealing his sword. The entire carriage was in shock. The guards were too stunned to effectively react, so they were quickly cut down. And because the one-man uprising had taken place between cities, there was no one the slave traders could ask for help before they were slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, it was all over, and there was nothing human about what I had witnessed. If I had to describe it, I would say it was as though a wild beast had attacked.
Is it Bestia? Probably not.
Unless she time traveled. The man ruffled through the slave trader's clothes until he found the key, which he brought to me, ordering I unshackle him. Bleh. And so I did, as he commanded. Once they had had enough time to process what had happened, the would-be slaves applauded. Their wretched souls had been saved, and for that moment I believed it too. When the man's hands were free, he rolled his shoulders a couple of times, made sure everything was in place, and then he began his massacre. Screams of agony filled the carriage as he ran his sword through the helpless men and women packed inside it. Blood and guts were splattered against every surface, and those who tried to escape did not get far before being mercilessly skewered. It was like a scene out of a nightmare. I was frozen in place. Not out of fear, but because my mind had shut down. I couldn't make sense of what was happening, so my mind rejected it, and with my brain having given up, my body was no more than a lifeless puppet. In short order, all the slaves were dead, and I was sitting in a pool of blood staring at the man. He pointed his blade at me, and with a little smirk, he said, "Why didn't you run?" In turn, I asked him, "Why did you kill them?" The smile vanished from his face, and after a few quiet moments of pondering, he replied, "Because I felt like it." "Why haven't you killed me yet?" I asked. To which he gave a curt, "I don't know," then withdrew his blade and wandered off into the distance. And then I was all alone, surrounded by corpses. I glanced down. and half of someone's face was looking back up at me.
What the heck?
Just why'd you do that? Why didn't you kill me? Bye. Average zombie apocalypse, I guess. That was strange. Wrapped in absolute darkness, warm blood spills onto my cheeks, my hair, my skin. Chunks of human flesh rain down on me. Make it stop! Pitter patter, pitter patter. There's no end to the deluge. The smell of death fills the air. I'm stuck with a wave of nausea so strong I can't hold back the contents of my stomach. But when my mouth opens to vomit, blood pours into it. Disgusting. Let go of me! Dead bodies grab my ankles, dragging me down. To where? Hell? Or to the mountain of corpses? Now do you understand that there was a time, if but briefly, when I was happy, when I felt human emotions? But I wish I never had. If I had remained confined to my daughter of God shell, then I doubt I would have felt so much terror at the sight of death. I can't say anything in response. I can't form words. I feel what she experienced, the massacre she witnessed, the limp flesh piling up around her. Even more than twice her age, it's enough to drive me mad. The fact that a 12-year-old girl had to experience something so unspeakable devastates me. Tell me, my dear, do you pity me? Do you sympathize with me? If you feel bad for me, then you'll remain with me. You'll feel my pain and my despair with me, won't you? The witch's cackle echoes through the pile of bodies. There's not a speck of light, and hideous death lingers everywhere. Helpless to resist, I'm dragged down into the deep, dark ocean, the ocean of blood.
I'm gonna take a little sip. Maybe water will wake me up.
Now, on with the story. I was at a complete loss for some time after that. I didn't want to return to the city because I knew there was no one left who would take me in. There was only the Lord who had bound me and drained me of my blood. So I wandered the roads, no destination in mind and nothing to defend myself but the clothes on my back. Frankly, I'm rather surprised I wasn't attacked by bandits. After walking for days without food or water, my mind was hazy and my exhaustion at a peak. In the distance, I saw a lake. So driven by my thirst, I turned my unsteady feet towards the water, not caring that it took me off the main road. And it turned out that it was the correct choice, because there was a small cottage behind the lake. Smoke rising from the chimney, telling me it wasn't abandoned. Out of sheer desperation, I knocked on the door. No one answered. The door wasn't locked, so hesitantly pushed it open. And beyond that, I found an old woman sitting dead in a chair. The woman was a witch. By trade, that is. It appeared she had a deep knowledge for medicinal herbs, using it to make an assortment of medicine. In her cabinets were dozens of small glass bottles containing dried powdered leaves and crushed berries, among other things. On the fire was a cauldron, liquid bubbling inside. The woman looked as though she was asleep. Presumably she had passed away of old age, for there was no sign bandits had been rooting through the cottage, and she had a look of absolute serenity on her face. Looking over the woman's dead body, I didn't cross myself. I envied her. Dragging the woman's body by her feet, I dumped her into the lake. Do you think doing so makes me a bad person? Makes me unsaintly? Well, I didn't have anywhere else to go, and the owner of the cozy cottage was no longer of this world. There was no reason I couldn't fill the home in her stead, was there? I deserved to have somewhere I felt comfortable, after everything I'd been through, didn't I? And so I took up the residence of the old witch's cottage, and remained there until my 16th year. By 16, a terrible cynicism had taken root in my heart. I had no trust for people. I shut them out, building high walls around myself. After such tumultuous, bloody childhood, it was all I could do to protect myself, to keep my young spirit from cracking. Nevertheless, travelers would, on occasion, pay the old witch's cottage a visit, seeking her medicines. Whenever someone arrived, I would cautiously crack the door open, telling them that they could trade for whatever they wanted with food, and never showing my face. One day, a young man showed up at the cottage. My sister has fallen very ill, and she desperately needs of medicine. He was very soft-spoken. There was a distinct kindness in his voice, which I thought unusual, curious. What kind of person could he be? What did he look like? What expression did he make as he spoke? To satisfy that curiosity, I snuck a peek at him through the crack in the door. He was a handsome young man with flowing flaxen hair, and upon seeing me, he didn't flinch back in disgust. He smiled. According to him, his younger sister had fallen gravely ill, and though they had tried a number of remedies, she was still bedridden. The medicines I gave him, too, had no effect, but he persisted in his quest, visiting me again and again for new combinations to try. He wanted nothing more than to relieve even the slightest bit of his sister's suffering, and, moved by his dedication to his family, I too wanted to do something I could to help, or anything I could to help. For the first time in years, my world encompassed more than my small cottage. When the young man came, he would ask not only for medicine, but to go on walks with me. He volunteered to spend time with me, despite my horrifying appearance. It's not healthy to stay holed up inside all the time. You've got this beautiful lake right here. What do you say we take a little walk around the shoreline? He said with a smile, taking me by the hand. We spoke as we circled the lakeside. His voice was always soft and pleasant, like a ray of light shining through the crack of the walls. When I was with him, I felt like I could be an actual person, an ordinary girl. He talked about his sister more than anything, and whenever he did, he was at his brightest and most melancholy. You're not going to tell us that it was running in the family, right? The young man had been a member of a noble house, but disputes over who was the rightful heir had forced him and his sister out. Shortly after, his sister had fallen ill and was now bedridden. I'll take anything at this point to make her better. I'll even accidentally skip the dialogue. I'll even take a miracle if I can get one. That word, muttered beneath his breath, sparked my memory. I was a saint. My blood had healing properties. I had no reason to hesitate. Someone needed my help, and who deserved it more than this kind-hearted young man's sister? So I decided to tell him what I really was, that my blood had miraculous powers, that it had saved people, that the moment I had been born, the drought plaguing my village had come to an end, that I had been known as a saint, the daughter of God. I told him everything, and he believed it all. He led me to his house, where a pale, sickly young girl lay in bed. She was a sweet little girl with the same flaxen hair as her brother, who looked like she would have been quite spirited if not for her ailment. It was touching to see the two siblings sitting there together, quietly holding each other. I would gladly give my blood for the two of them, so I made a new cut on my arm, one which had healed considerably thanks to the slave and the women at the brothel, and let the girl drink my blood. Neither of them had any doubts about my sainthood, and because they believed, a miracle occurred. The flaxen-haired girl recovered enough to get out of her bed. I was extremely proud of myself. I felt like, for once, I had actually saved someone's life. The only issue was, she didn't make a complete recovery. For a few days after drinking my blood, she was in good health, but her condition quickly regressed. I was deeply perplexed by this. A miracle had undoubtedly taken place, but it was only temporary. Now, though, I believe I can explain what happened. Her recovery was nothing more than a placebo effect caused by her faith. But that's something I couldn't have known at the time. We were all three perplexed, and we were all three disheartened. Nevertheless, I was prepared to give her my blood as many times as needed. Whenever her condition worsened, the young man came to request more, and never once did I turn him away. On the contrary, I enthusiastically offered her my services. Over time, though, the hope in his eyes began to fade. He asked me on fewer walks, and he seemed hesitant to look me in the eye. I assume it was out of discomfort, out of guilt, out of shame about asking for blood, but I didn't think his concerns were for me, rather himself and his sister. As I mentioned earlier, blood was considered unclean in our time, and not only was I giving mine away, I was having his sister imbibe it. Looking at it that way, it would hardly be a surprise for him or anyone else to think that I was doing, or what I was doing, to think what I was doing depraved. I don't know. As time passed, the flaxen-haired young man seemed to grow more and more disturbed by me. That's what I got for opening up. That was what I got for letting his kind, warm light shine in on me. The moment things went bad, he pulled away. There were times when I thought I shouldn't have done anything in the first place, but regardless, I held fast to my original decision. Oh gosh, give me a second. I didn't make myself tea or anything, so now I'm just struggling. I held fast to my original decision. I would put myself on the line for them. No one else. Just them. Even if he was afraid of me or had no interest in seeing me, I would continue offering her my blood. And I was firm in my resolve. One day, though, I received a new visitor. A young man. The young man was still the only one I would show my face to, the only guest I would let into my walls. So as usual, I let the man's request from behind the cottage, or I took his request from behind the cottage door. But I could hardly believe my ears when he began speaking. Are you the witch with the miracle blood? First, how did he know my blood had powers? Second, why had he called me a witch and not a saint? Third, why did he sound like the man who had slaughtered the slave carriage? I told the man he had to leave, that I would not be opening the door for any reason. In response, he said, I'm in need of your blood. Could you not spare a little? My blood was for the sick and needy. I would not spare a drop for a murderer like him. And I told the man exactly that, demanding he leave. All I could think of was the pile of bodies, the fountain of blood, the man drenched in crimson wearing a ghastly smirk. I trembled behind the door, fearing he may go on another such rampage, but instead he gave a simple, as you say, and went on his way. I let out a deep sigh of relief, which is when I realized tears were rolling down both of my cheeks, like an ordinary girl. 3 days later, the flaxen-haired boy showed up at my cottage. I'm sorry for being so distant lately. I want to talk things over. Those 2 sentences were like a light shining from above. I wanted to talk to him too. I wanted to take a walk around the lake and listen to him talk about nothing. I wanted to experience the warmth of his world once more, and I wanted to tell him about the terrible man who had been there a few days earlier, about how scared I had been. I wanted him to tell me that it would be all right. I want to talk to you too, I said, opening the door without a second thought. The light of the sun was so bright all I could make out was his silhouette. I couldn't see the look on his face or the look in his eyes. A gentle breeze blew past, and my mind froze. How could this be happening? What did it mean? Why? How? What was that man doing, standing behind him? Why was he carrying a sword? Why was he coming into my house? And why did he swing it down, severing my arm? I was in a daze. I couldn't make sense of anything. I didn't want to. My left arm fell to the floor before I even knew what was happening, and my legs gave out. The pain, searing and unbearable, came a few moments later, as I was lying in an ever-expanding pool of my own blood. I did something then that I hadn't done before, that I had resisted doing no matter how much blood the Lord had stolen from me. I screamed. It was a hideous, visceral noise, a sound that I had never thought a saint could make, the same ear-splitting howl the slaves had made as the man had butchered them. I writhed, I wailed, I wept. I crawled across the floor through my own blood. I begged, and I begged, and I begged for my life. The man walked over and picked up my severed arm, and then, shockingly, he tossed it to the kind-hearted young man, after which he said, "That's your share, should you last long enough." Share? What did he mean by share? What was he talking about? Why had he given him my arm, and why had he taken it? Why was he talking like they knew each other? Why? Why? I had spared blood for him when he had asked, hadn't I? So why was he doing this? Was cutting my arm off and stealing it easier than his conscience simply asking? I understood. You understood how I felt, don't you? You can put yourself in my shoes, can't you? The young man refused to look me in my eye. Holding my bloody arm in his trembling hands, he fled from the cottage as quickly as his legs would allow. The man then walked over and picked me up. I had neither the strength nor willpower to resist. Holding me in his arms, he began to speak, telling me things I didn't want to know. Things I didn't want to hear, but he didn't care. Nothing personal, I just need your blood. Without it, she'll lose her church. Don't take it personally? Tell me, is there anyone in this world who wouldn't feel a bit of spite after being put through such torture? How was I supposed to let that slide? No one's that much of a saint. My trust had been betrayed and I was supposed to turn the other cheek? The man had barged into my house uninvited and cut off my arm, and I was supposed to smile and take it? Is there anyone, anywhere, who doesn't feel even the slightest bit of hatred ever? Is there anyone in this world who could just laugh and brush off this level of abuse? Tell me, is there? How could I not hold a grudge? How could I not despise them? How could I possibly forgive them? Tell me, please. Tell me, how could I? She needs the money. I needed some way of getting enough money to keep her church running, so the Lord made me an offer. If I brought him the witch with the miracle blood, he would finance a whole new church for her. The Lord? Why him again? Why couldn't he leave me alone? After trying to kill me during one of his blood sabbats, why was he after my blood once more? Had he learned it really did have miraculous powers and decided he wanted me back? You get to be the sacrifice. To keep her church from collapsing. To keep her world from collapsing. Sacrifice? Excuse me, what? And what's this all about, keeping her church from collapsing? You murdered a carriage full of innocent people, and you're trying to protect a church? You? Are you out of your mind? Churches are where people go to commune with God, to speak with my Father. How dare you soil those sanctified grounds with your filthy hands, you beast? It's insulting, sacrilegious, repulsive. Just what do you think you are? So don't take it personally, witch. I'm not a witch. I'm a saint. I was a saint. My blood exists to do the Lord's work, not to satisfy the avarice of men. Why is this happening to me? The man brought me back to the city, but instead of taking me to the Lord's Manor, he brought me to a church in the city's outskirts. Though, to be honest, it looked more like an estate than a church. The church also served as a hospital, offering free care to less fortunate children, the poor, and the infirm. That was when I learned why he had said they needed money. The owner of the church offered unconditional assistance to anyone who came. Even when food and supplies ran low, they would ration their own in order to keep them helping others. As a result, the church was perpetually on the verge of collapse. The church was run by a woman, something exceedingly rare at the time. There was no priests, all management was handled by a single nun, who everyone referred to as the saintess. I was the saint. Why was this woman, who didn't have the ability to perform miracles, being worshipped like she did? Why did the people of the city idolize her? Why were their smiles all directed at her? Why was I not in her place? The man carried me to the top of the observation tower. It was there that I had my reunion with the Lord. I was to spill my blood for the people of the city, but also for the Lord's prophet. He was not offering free aid, but selling it as medicine. He claimed it was a miracle elixir, telling no one that it was actually my blood. It was mixed with a beautiful red wine, and drinking it would cure you of any ailment. If they knew it was actually the blood of a witch, they would think it was unclean. They would fear it. I remained imprisoned for a long, long time. In the beginning, the swordsman guarded me, though before long, the flaxen-haired young man showed up as well. Presumably, one severed arm wasn't enough to keep his sister healthy for long. In listening to their conversations, I learned that, to ensure no one else could get in, The observation tower was sealed with 3 locks. The Lord, the swordsman, and the young man each held one of the keys. I was their secret, locked away in the tower for them to drain of blood away from wandering eyes. Time went on and I grew progressively weaker. I lost the will to eat and the will to live. My only view from the tower was the clouds through the window high up on the hill. Occasionally a pigeon would fly in, and sometimes a butterfly, and I would glare in envy as it fluttered around, free to come and go as it pleased. And soon it was spring. Every spring the church held a festival to pray for the coming year's harvest and the people's well-being. I could hear the bustle from far below through the window as everyone rushed to prepare. I heard the flaxen-haired girl's voice, who had regained her health drinking my blood. I heard her brother's voice, who had betrayed me. I heard the nun's voice, who played saint in my stead. I heard the barbaric swordsman's voice, who had chopped off my arm. And I heard the Lord's voice, the root of all my suffering. I heard people praising the saintess, though I, the true saint, was locked in the tower. I heard people thanking the Lord for his generous donations in the miracle medicine, though it had all come from me. Propped up on my suffering, they cheered and clinked glasses of my bloody wine. Those merry, peaceful, cheerful, spirited sinners' voices resounded in my tower. And at noon on the day of the festival, the church bell tolled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and with the 12th chime, I died. As the bell's last pealing faded into the silence, the tower door swung open. Standing on the other side of it were the 3 men. They must have wanted to drain a little more from me to use in the feast, but they arrived at the worst possible moment. The flaxen-haired young man was the first to express his consternation. "Why, I never wanted her to die. Was she not eating?" The Lord gave my corpse a casual glance and said, stone-faced, "Seal the tower off. Understood? No one finds out about this." How can you be so calm? Do you understand what you've done? Pinning the blame on me? How nice it must have been to distort reality with panic. The swordsman, who had been silently observing the Lord and the boy conversing, interjected. "You're just as guilty as any of us." Not only did they not mourn my death, they argued over whose fault it was. There was no regret, no remorse. The young man muttered absent-mindedly, I never wanted her to die. What did his intentions matter, though? It was his betrayal that had ultimately tethered me to this mansion. But the fact that they didn't grieve my death, and instead squabbled amongst themselves like filthy rats, was the final straw. How could I not despise them? I don't believe I actually had the power to perform miracles when I was alive. It was all faith, the illusion of belief. I was neither a saint nor a witch. The blood wine was only effective because people placed their faith in the other saintess. I was only ever human. But then, in that moment, an actual miracle occurred. My father bestowed upon me his power, or perhaps it was the devil who lent me his strength. I was looking down upon my own dead body, my own wretched self. There was nothing beautiful about the pile of bones I had become. I could almost smell the rotting flesh. That was once a saint? I laughed at the thought. It was absurd, ridiculous, and infuriating. They would pay. Those who had cast me into this hell, who had mocked me, who had done this to me, who had made a witch out of me. Hatred coursed through me, revulsion at everyone on these grounds still smiling. They would know just whose dead shoulders their little party was resting upon. If they wanted so badly to call me a witch, then a witch I would be. I would kill them, every last one of them, place a curse on their souls. And so I made my wish. Most people might consider it a curse, but to me, it was most certainly a wish. And my father, or maybe the devil, granted that wish. From the garden, There rose a scream. The flaxen-haired young man knew that voice better than anyone. He went deathly pale, darting down the spiral staircase until he reached a window. The young girl was on her knees, vomiting blood in the grass. The young man let out a yelp as he descended the remainder of the staircase. As soon as he reached the garden, he lifted the girl in his arms, but she had already perished. Realizing this, he cried to the heavens, saying the one thing he should have kept to himself. The witch killed her. The blood of the witch killed my sister. That wine you're drinking is no medicine. It's the blood of the witch. You're all drinking witch blood. Crushed by the loss of his own family, the young man picked up a silver fork and plunged it in his own throat, ending his life. Naturally, there was an uproar. Goblets of wine crashed against the earth in rapid succession as the people holding them fell to the ground and vomited or convulsed. The nun was the first target of their outrage. What she had claimed to be medicine had turned out to be blood, an unclean substance. The blood of a witch, no less. The servant of the church, a servant of the Lord, had given her followers blood to drink, and at this their indignation surged uncontrollably. The people surrounded her, tying her up and throwing her to the ground as they prepared to inflict righteous justice upon her. The swordsman soared down the stairs and into the garden, plunging his blade into anyone standing near the nun. The cries of agony ringing through the church grounds were ear-splitting. It was no longer a place of God, but hell on earth. Hell built by the hands of man. Hell painted red with the blood of their brothers. People armed themselves with anything that they could find and went after the man. As much of a beast as he may have been, he stood little chance against such numbers. It is the fate of a beast to be exterminated by those he terrorizes, and once he was gone, the nun had no one left to protect her. She too was consumed by their frenzy. All that remained was an inextinguishable inferno, hysteria and despair, madness and outrage, and no outlet for it. It was a revolt that made the slaves' uprising at the Lord's manor look like a game. Eventually their rage found a new target, the Lord. It was only natural, for he was the true villain. He was the one who had given money and the witch's blood to the church. He was the one who had profited off of it. And above all, people often resented those who stood above them, particularly in times of unrest. The city sounded with cries of the Lord's head, or for the Lord's head, and he looked down upon it all from the safety of the observation tower. He could do nothing but watch as his domain burned. I can only imagine how painful that must have been. But before long, having seemingly have made his peace, he began descending the spiral staircase. He opened the door at the bottom, revealing himself to his people. But before the door had swung all the way open, before he had had a chance to say his final words, someone ran a blade through his chest. With that, the raging furor mostly settled down, but it was hardly the end of the destruction. Mere days later, a plague befell the city. Dreadful black spots covered the flesh of the infected. They writhed in pain, screaming and vomiting blood. Ghastly howls echoed through the streets as though the whole city had been possessed. It became a cursed land. In their diseased haze, the people muttered again and again, "We have been cursed by the witch." In less than a week, the entire city was dead. My body was left abandoned at the top of the observation tower. And as if to seal the curse away, in their final days, the people shuttered all the windows, wrapping the house in darkness. It's possible that was no miracle either. You can easily explain what happened to them. Locked away for so long in that dirty tower, maybe I caught some kind of disease. And then when the people drank my blood, they too were infected. Hardly anything out of the ordinary about that. The first to die, the girl, had already been ill. Her body merely chose the worst possible time to yield to her ailment. That was all that had happened. Indeed. It was nothing more than a fluke, an improbable stroke of luck, an unbelievably unfortunate accident for the city and those 3 men, and an indescribably fortunate accident for myself. But I wish to believe it was a miracle, and that even if my blood didn't have healing properties, and even if I wasn't a saint, my wish, my curse, was what caused that uprising. That was my miracle, granted to be by God or the devil. I chose to believe that, and that my miracle took on its true form thereafter. My curse had brought death upon 3 men, but for whatever reason, my rancor was far from sated. They had died. So what? Death is but a transient agony. It's nothing compared to what I went through. So I have made my next wish. Wished for their reconstruction. Wished eternal suffering on their souls. Wished to trap them in a never-ending cycle of pain and hatred. This was my wish for the flaxen-haired young man. He treasured his dear sister, and he desired a quiet life, so I wished for him to have just that. I wished for his dearly beloved sister to love him more than anything in the world, for his world to be destroyed by love gone too far. This was my life for the beast-like man. He was conscious of his tendency to violence, and he yearned to be more human, so I made his inner beast toned up just a little. I saw to it that he would never be human, so he never had the peace he so desired. My wish for the Lord was more straightforward. He seemed to have a great affection for wealth and authority, so I ensured that those the only things he could ever have. Who needs love or friendship when you could be drowning in power? Once he had lost everything, his solitude would be his only companion. Wishes can come true, as long as you always hold fast. Never stop wishing, never surrender. They can come true. Eternal suffering on all their souls, an endless cycle of reconstruction and unavoidable tragedy. Tell me, my dear, do you sympathize with me? Will you curse them with me? Will you take my hand and revile them with me? This time, when my body crashes into the tower's stairs, I'm unable to make a noise. The obstruction is less mental and more physical. The excruciating pain. It's so intense I can't even eke out a scream. My vision is distorted, my mind thick with fog. I feel like I've fallen into a bottomless pit if I loosen my grip on my consciousness even slightly. Through the haze, I see my own severed left arm, reflected in a pool of blood. I see my face, large chunks of flesh peeled off. Look at you, trying to crawl up those stairs like a worm. How pathetic. It's like I'm looking at my old self. I can hardly form a coherent thought. I can't lament her inhuman fate. I can't mourn for her, or be shocked by the revelation about the 3 men and her history with them. Pain. It fills every corner of my mind, every nook and cranny of my body. You've figured it out by now, haven't you, my dear? You'll never make it to me. It's not possible. But it's not your fault. It's not because you're weak. There's simply no one who can bear this pain. You're allowed to give up, to rest. There's nothing wrong with that. Pain. The crushing weight. It's miserable, isn't it? But all you have to do is turn back, and it'll all go away. The witch whispers her sweet temptations. You've put in a fine effort. There's no shame at all in throwing in the towel. Hate is a pretty strong word, and it's still a little too little for this story. Right. Yeah, it's definitely on a different level. Her voice is soft, gentle, pleasant, saccharine. Concede defeat. If I do, it'll all go away. The searing pain spreading from the stump of my left arm. Sensation of being perpetually drained of my blood. The miserable solitude of staring at the door that never opens. The laughter I can hear through the window. My miserable wailing and this maddening hatred. I can end it all. That's right, it will all be over. You have the power to make it stop. Make it all stop. No! I can't let that happen. No, I have to get her back at my side. I'll do anything to take her back. Even if it means I end up a thousand tiny scraps of meat, I will not give up on her for any reason.
You won't, will you? Oh, such a beautiful resolve. Willing to sacrifice yourself to save the girl, like a hero of legend. Or maybe a fairy tale prince.
No, I am no hero, and I am no prince. I'm a human, an ordinary man. I don't have any extraordinary potential. I'm not a courageous leader or a charismatic general. I'm just a regular man, in love with a regular woman, who refuses to lose her. I don't need any other accomplishments, only that. That's all I need, because I'm just a regular man. My one act of resistance. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter how much you cut me up. Nothing changes. What I have to do, I have to take her back and set her free from this mansion. Nothing else. And never will I back down on that. Arms or no, as long as I can move, I must push forward. I must make my way to the woman who waited for me for so long. Up, to the top of the tower. Forward, ever onward.
The power of love.
Dragging my bloody body, paying the pain no mind, I once more arrive at the top of the observation tower. I place my hand on the door, holding myself up with my lacerated right arm. Take a moment to catch my breath, then lift my head, gaze into the void, and shout her name. Morgana! I pity you. I truly do. You were a saint shackled with an unfortunate fate, and for that I am enraged. As I felt your pain, as I watched your life, I too felt a burning hatred for those 3 men. If you truly feel that way, then why can't you stay here with me? We're all dead anyway. We've reached our ends. Do you honestly think there's anything more for us? There isn't. The end is the end. So what do you say the 3 of us, me, you, and Giselle? Torture the 3 of them and everyone they cared about. Make them suffer here for all eternity, in this house. And that way, you and Giselle can be together forever too. That's not an option. Why not? Because hatred only brings you pain.
Oh, that's brilliant. You spouting silly platitudes like at me. I can't believe my ears. Save your nonsense moralizing about how hatred does you no good. I won't hear it. I'm doing just fine for myself, my dear. In fact, I've never been better. I feel wonderful. Do you think that would be enough to persuade me? Really? How disappointing. And here I thought you understood me.
Pardon me, Morgana. Morgana!
Why don't you say what you really think? Go right on ahead, hate them as much as you want, but keep me and Giselle out of it. Why didn't you just say that?
I do feel bad, truthfully. For all the time we spent together, never once did I ask about your life. I was so focused on myself. And in the end, I pushed you away.
That you did. You wanted to be with Giselle, so you pushed me out.
I wish I could have asked you sooner.
It wouldn't have changed anything, though. One puny man knowing what I went through would hardly be enough to erase the loathing I bear. It would have turned out the same regardless. There was nothing you could have done for me. There is nothing.
Still, I would like to apologize. Had I known what you carried in your heart, perhaps I could have chosen my words better. Instead of rejecting you, I could have chosen some other response. I cannot remain in this house, nor can I allow her to stay either. So I would like to apologize for both my past actions and my present.
Well, in that case, open the door, Michel.
I take another moment to catch my breath, and then I gather my strength into the hand on the door. my blood seeps through my fingertips. Doesn't belong to anybody right now. Slowly trickling down the rough surface. It reminds me of death, or of my death. I'm coming for you. I push open the door, praying that it would be the last, that beyond it lies light for Giselle, and if possible, that it might cast a bit of light on Morgana's heart as well. What? However, why am I in my bedroom? What I find behind the door is the last thing I expect. Huh? As she appears from the shadows of my chambers, I cannot conceal my surprise. Giselle? Is this another illusion, Morgana? No, it's not. I am the real me. Thank you for coming all the way here for me. She's thanking me. So why isn't she smiling? That was very kind and courteous of you, Michel. I'm deeply moved you would have such compassion, not only for her, but for someone like me. But do you know what else you are? You're a worm. What is it this time, Morgana? What do you say we pull back the curtain, my dear? What curtain? There's one detail that hasn't yet come to light. This isn't your first return to the mansion, is it? You've been back numerous times, each time not remembering her, and each time hurting her even more. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? Oh, you know good and well, my dear. Or do you honestly believe that all the other pieces were in their rightful places, and you alone were some exception? I never... Tell me, how was it? Living in so many different eras, not knowing who you were, and playing with all the different men. No, you're out of your mind. You make it sound like I was not like, my dear. You are the white-haired girl. Enough! How could anyone possibly confuse me with her? To tell you the truth, I couldn't see you as anyone else. Your white hair, red eyes, porcelain skin, and your name. Tell me, what about you isn't the same? We're not the same person. I saw the letter. What? The one you had hidden. No. And you didn't think that was worth mentioning? No, Giselle, I didn't mean... You're exactly right, my dear Giselle. He deceived you. He kept a very important secret from you, despite showing up before you multiple times. He cast you aside again and again. No, that wasn't me. It wasn't... It all makes sense now. Nothing you ever did was for me. Giselle, I... Go on, Giselle. Tell him exactly how you feel. Michel. Don't. Please don't. Don't say it. Not that. Please, I'm begging you. Stop. Please don't, Giselle. Not actually. Please. Don't say it! A man at all, are you? You're disgusting. No, Michelle, this can't be the right Giselle. Why would she have, been able, in all the other time frames, when you were female presenting, she was still like, oh, that's my Michel. I'm only sad because he doesn't remember me. This is not the right Giselle. This is a fake. You're being tricked. You're being gaslit. Get out of there. You're disgusting. You're the only one it could have been, my dear. The only one who could have been the white-haired girl. The next moment, my whole world comes tumbling down. I could have borne anything, losing my arm, having my face torn off. Any amount of pain, I could have handled it. For you, I could have done it. But this, hearing those words coming from your mouth, being rejected by you, that I cannot. Those words, they bury me alive. And you're the one person I never wanted to hear them from. Morgana, when I get you, Morgana, when I get you, Morgana. When I learned my father, Antonin, had passed, I wrote 2 letters, one to my brother and one to my mother. It was the first time I had found the courage to face my mother, to open up to her. I wanted to show her who I was, convince her that I wasn't cursed, so I could be myself when I returned to the capital with Giselle. Dear mother, there is something I wish to tell you, something that means a great deal to me. So I ask of you, please hear me out, and I ask of you, please accept it. Mother, I no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask of you to condone or concede at one thing, that I was never cursed, that I was always your son, that I am Michel, not Michelle. I have found someone whom I care for dearly, a woman, and I love her with all my heart. I would like to spend the rest of my life with her. I do not wish for much, simply to have a quiet life for her. To go through our days together, man and woman. That is the one thing I want. Mother, I know you're aware that my body is no longer female. I am a man. My heart is male. And I ask of you to please accept that. I have no grudge with you. In fact, I am incredibly grateful to you for bringing me into this world. With love, your dearest son. Shortly after sending that letter, I was killed. I'm dragged down, against my will, into the darkness. Beneath me spreads my own past. My door, the door I swore never to open. But despite all my efforts to resist, the door sucks me in, into a world I never wanted to see again. A history I never wanted revealed. A past I never wanted anyone to see. Nonetheless, the door opens. So a few years before they meet. And also a few years before he gets sent there. Okay. That was a transitional scene, so I'm gonna use this as a moment. Um, before before we deal with possibly heavy stuff, because I feel like this is gonna be very heavy stuff. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break before we see Michelle's traumatic past. Okay. We stand with Michelle. We will protect Michelle. we beat up the parents. We already knew that their mom was stinky. We already knew that their mom was stinky in more ways than one. When their mom yelled at Giselle, we knew. We knew. We knew we hated her. The whole family, terrible. Except for the brothers, maybe. I don't know. I don't know for the brothers. Okay. But it is time to take a break. So it's a good time to get up and stretch, use the bathroom, get a snack, get some water, whatever you need to do. I know I will be making myself some tea because I forgot to make myself them this morning. So I'll get some variety in my sips. And yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back in 10 minutes, okay? Okay? Okay. Kidding, right? This is reality. Wake up! Oh no, no, I'm being scanned again. No! Ah! Oh no. I have become chunk.
Would you like me to say that I'm proud of you, Rocket? Is that what you would like? Do we want to have the other in this voice? I will attempt. Anna. Wait, I can do that better. Anna.
Oh, it just all fell off. Okay. Yo.
So, what's going on here?
That's the third eyeball. That's
Guess it's time to let the cat out of the bag.
Oh, he didn't leave a note. What? What? Better ingredients, better pasta. That's the power of the Home Depot. Have there always been two posters? Anyway. I love that too. Neapolitan. Neapolitan ice cream. Lionheart. What? Hello would be nice. Hello. Thank you for the other 10k bits. My goodness. Usually leads us to but one conclusion. Your arm is, in fact, a particularly long neck of a miniature canine. I'm starting to wish I'd never shown him this now. The man's barking mad. Don't lie! Out of nowhere, my goodness, Lionheart. How are you doing? Thank you again. My goodness. So a choker, yes. Oh, you have a coffee. You're holding it kind of weird. Good, you made it. I need a photograph of somebody. Okay. The leads for the target are in this briefcase. Take it. Okay. What? I was supposed to, walk into a wall? I see. I don't know. I think it's mostly nostalgia. But I don't know. I guess I would say the characters. Because I really like Hanya. But also like, and I think this might also be partially because of the nostalgia, but like something about the characters snapping is very interesting to witness. I don't know. Hi, Burb. My name is Xephoria, Syke's art parent. I want to wish you a happy birthday. Syke says you've been a good girl this year. So keep it up. Play Lethal Company with Syke. I don't know. That's his request, not mine. I have no say in this. Happy birthday. Which do you like, Joseph?
Where did you go? He's still mumbling.
I'm gonna give you a knuckle sandwich if you don't come out here.
Did you die? Where are you?
He called my bluff. Guys, hello? Please? One of you? Ow. Ow.
Get back here. Bah. Nah. Nah. Got the path of potassium. Oh no, I missed one! Bah. Nah. Nah. Looking like Banana Man over here. Yes, you are safe from the scan. It is only me who can be scrunched.
Oh, and I need your help installing tits.
Okay. It's thankfully an easy process.
Yes,
you should draw, Mal. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate.
Into the room with the blue lever and switch that again. Ah! What? That stuck to my face for a second. Oh my gosh. Can I clip that? Oh no. How could you have done this? We got Battler, which totally wasn't drawn as a femboy with striped thigh highs initially. No, don't worry about it. I'm probably gonna revisit his sketch because his body is weird. And then we got Burn and Lambda, and then I'm working on a Maria right now. I'm not going fast enough. Oh no! There we go. I don't want to fix. I don't want to fix the game. I want it to be a nice amount of broken, but I also want to be able to beat Eggman. No. What? What was that? Painting myself blue for you? Excuse me? What are you shaving here? The song's kind of sus. I'm stuck. Ah! Shooting green beans at me. Ah! What? Ah! He's just storing his weapons. Ah! Ah! What? Ah! Ah! So many eyeballs. And tongues! Ah! Hello, trash man. But what is my chromer?
It's only a game.
I'm not mad. I'm exactly not mad. I'm happy. Congratulations! My most popular thing was Hard-Boiled Life Boy, Daughter Devil Days. Oh, you don't need to see that one. Oh my gosh, these mice. Okay, fine, I'll go up here then. Ah, no! Okay. This is about to be like, Dad, I'm stuck. Please make me, yeah. Every day is great at your Junes. I deserved that.
No. And we're back. Hopefully everybody had a good break. I haven't even taken a bite of my food yet. Let's see. Yeah, we're good. We're gonna yell at this person's parents because they're terrible people, all around, every which way. I think I'm gonna blow up if that's okay with you, Eggies. Wah! Oh, I'm Lisa. I guess it's identity theft time. There were two things out of the ordinary about that baby. The first its parents embraced, and the second they wholly rejected. Although, it was some time before the baby's second peculiarity emerged. And until it finally did, no one was any the wiser, not even the child itself. Its mother surely enjoyed that brief period of happiness before her child finally realized the truth. Blind to the fact that the moment it had let out its first cry, everything came crashing down. To this day, she still doesn't know the child she gave birth to, that she set loose a curse upon the world, a curse that turned angels into demons, humans into witches. That looks like a hot dog. Oh, that's weird. That's a weird that the text box is like that now. Interesting. Oh God, look at that. She's beautiful, isn't she? Have you seen her laugh? Not yet, I haven't. At any rate, that color certainly is something else. God's gift to us. No, she's an angel sent from heaven. Also, I like how the mom's name is just Lady. An angel. Ah, yes. I can see it now, lady. Her white hair and almost translucent skin is beautiful. My, she opened her eyes. Maybe she felt you nearby. Do you like your father more than me? Is that it, sweetheart? What? Oh my gosh. Man, this is the identity crisis I didn't cause, right? I caused it myself. Let me see, there it is. Gorgeous, aren't they? Such a deep, enchanting color, like two little jewels. Ah, that they are. A magnificent shade of red. I've never seen anything like it, and this is our child. She's special, I can feel it. We have to take good care of her. She needs a name, one that's just as special as her. Have you already chosen, Antonin? You were the one begging for a girl. You do it. Besides, I already have to rack my brain for the boys' names. Now it's your turn. Are you really going to let me? My, that's quite a lot of pressure. Best impression ever. The voice is spot on. My goodness. Ear wiggle. Oh gosh. This is the close I can do. This is the best I can do. I look like I'm trying to fly. Goodness, I just had Karma beat me up. Oh no! I'm quite a lot of pressure. Name her after an angel then. Oh, I like that. All right then. We'll call her Michel, after the archangel Michel. You'll grow up to be as beautiful as an angel, my Michel. I've always wanted a little girl. Well, too bad you didn't get one. With her snowy white hair, skin so pale that you could see the veins beneath it, and her ruby red eyes. She was a very peculiar-looking little girl, and her mother showered her with love. She truly believed her daughter was an angel sent from above, born as a human girl. The blessed babe, born a girl, was given an angel's name. Michel. Me. Shell. Me. Gungaga. Okay, that's weird. I feel like we're playing a different game with this. Checkmate. Ah. Didier, okay. I was worried that the name was something else. Ah, I see. That's what you did. Curses. I completely overlooked that. I thought you were advancing with your pawns, but that was all a diversion. You're too short-sighted, Didier. You need to look at the big picture. Sometimes it's the taciturn and not the soldier holding the sword. You got me. You're quite good at this, Michelle. What inspired you to take such an aggressive strategy? It was not inspiration. It was derivation. I hope that's the right word. Derivation? Chess is in many ways similar to real war tactics. Ah, my military texts. You haven't read all of them, have you? I have nothing but time. Impressive. Even I haven't read all my books in my room. You planning to join the order with that kind of knowledge? You jest. You're the one who's going to be a knight, Didier. That I am. War is the men's job after all. I wanted you to be there to welcome me home. Wow. Didier, oh Didier. I am in a bit of a bind, kid. Oh, hello there, Michelle. I didn't know you were home, Georges. Just got back, yep. Oh, ho, ho. Playing chess again, are you? Let's see, what do we have here? Get away from the board. Yikes, you got trounced, huh? And you call yourself her big brother. As if you're any better. That's not funny, Georges. I cannot approve of someone who can't keep up with the flow of battle becoming a knight. Given our family's rank, you would eventually be put in charge of the other soldiers. What, are you worried about me? No, I'm saying. I've been blessed with such a caring sister, but fear not. I have a guardian angel after all. Where's the logic in that? Sorry to interrupt your, moment, but does nobody listen to me? Now, don't pout. That's such a woman thing to do. Just making it so dramatic with the voice. So what seems to be the problem, Georges? Yes, listen to this. The royal court is holding a swordsmanship show. And for some reason, I was selected to participate. Isn't that so cool of me? You should praise me. How unfortunate for you. I can already see you on the ground sobbing. Hey now, that's just mean. Besides, my hands weren't meant to hold a sword. Look at these dainty fingers. They're covered in calluses. Dainty calluses. Tell me, why would they have an artist sword fight? That's the whole point, I would think.
No need to get so worked up. No one's expecting you to win. Maybe not, but we do have a name to worry about. And you know what that means, don't you? I'm going to lose. It's a given. I don't want to, but I want to do it in style. I feel bad for your sword. Oh, don't be like that. Now, come on. Time's a-wastin'. The courtyard we go. Just so you know, if I train you, I'm going to train you right. All I want to know is how to look good. What is it, Michelle? May I watch? Fine with me, but you know you can't go outside. I'll be watching from the hall. I can open up one of the windows facing the courtyard. Still, you need to be careful. You can't spend too much time out in the sun. I know. I wonder if it's like an actual condition or if it's just like, oh, you're so pale and pure. We need to keep you as pale and pure as possible. You cannot tan at all. But it's probably the thing of like, since the skin is so pale white, we'll just burn. I had 2 older brothers. The eldest, Didier, belonged to the order of knights that served the church. And below him was Georges, who served as the court artist. He was, in all likelihood, who would inherit the family estate, as knights were not formally allowed to own property. Nevertheless, the Bollinger family name was upheld by Didier. And then there was me, the youngest, the only daughter. Physically, I was not in any particularly good health. Because of the color of my skin, I was hypersensitive to sunlight. I rarely left the estate. My world was contained entirely within these walls, and perhaps out of some sense of pity or compassion, my 2 brothers spent a good deal of time with me. Didier played chess with me, and Georges taught me how to draw. Among other things, they taught me how to read and write. For a girl, I was incredibly fortunate. The one thing I wasn't allowed to do, though, was hold a sword. My tea's still very hot. While hardly anything unusual, it bothered me deeply. And it was for as long as I could remember. If I had been told I couldn't do it because I lacked the strength, I probably would have accepted it. But the reason given was not that I was weak, but that I was a girl. And with each passing year, that smoldering frustration in the back of my heart grew larger. Oh gosh, those are sharp sword sounds. Come on, put your back into it. Like I said, all I want is to put on a good show. Oh, you'll put on quite a show, unless you'll learn how to swing that sword properly. Give me a break. Out in the garden, the two brothers traded swings bare-chested. All I could do, though, was observe from afar. I was not allowed to have my chest bare, for I was a woman. And every time I found myself forced to watch, I felt a sharp pain, like a needle piercing my chest. A needle that seemed to be growing even thicker. My mother and my brothers loved me dearly, but that didn't change the fact that the outside world may lay beyond my reach. I was trapped in the estate by my own body. Pardon. At first, I thought it was the root of my pain, but that answer seemed to contradict something inside me. Something I couldn't explain. Something I couldn't ignore even as a child. So I searched within myself, trying to find the explanation for the constantly swelling sensation of wrongness inside me. Day after day I gazed into the cavern of my own heart. My! Now what are the two of them doing out there? Georges was asked to do a swordsmanship show at the royal court, so Didier's helping him. Swordsmanship? Oh, I just can't stand those shows. Blades are so dangerous. I can't watch people swinging them at each other. Why don't you come back to your room with me, Michel? Do ladylike things. I would love to teach you how to sew. But, Mom, I want to watch them practice. Michel! First of all, you need to watch how you speak, young lady. You do not call me Mom, you call me Mother. This is what happens when you spend too much time around boys. As your mother, I don't approve of you playing chess or making art. Making art is a boy sport. Is a boy sport. A woman has no need for such skills. They will only make you look insolent, having enough brain power to play chess or skill to draw. Despicable. But I want you to grow up to be a respectable woman. That is my job and my dream as your mother. Now come. I would rather you looked at some fine embroidery with me than a couple of sweaty men. Looking at men? Women are not meant to do that. They're meant to look at other women. Don't look at men and their sweaty sweat and their rippling muscles. No. No, don't. Yes, Mother. You are my little girl, after all. Spending time with my mother was agonizing. Was it because her world was so isolated? No, that wasn't it. Her gentle voice, the sweet scent of her perfume, the way she constantly told me how much she loved me, and her diatribes about how wonderful it was to be a girl. Everything she did put so much pressure on me. But above all, she loved to say, "You are my little girl, after all." And there was nothing strange about that at all. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw a daughter of a noble. And that was who I was. So the only thing wrong was how I felt. But every time I was faced with the reality of who I was, my heart wavered. I had no interest in learning to embroider. I didn't understand why that was necessary. I knew what purpose it served. Everything she taught me I would need when I was wed off to some noble boy, and it was my responsibility to learn those things. It didn't feel right, though. I couldn't even accept the fact that one day I would be married. It was but an ominous shadow lurking in my future. I would have preferred ravaging the books in Didier's room than having a conversation with my mother. Tales of heroes of old and dauntless soldiers, Tales of heroes of old and I read that the second time. Military texts written by tacticians in the midst of war. Thinking about them set my heart aflutter and made me think about my brother. He was training to be a knight. I envisioned armor flecked with rust, a long sword glimmering with the blood of savages. Soon I found myself in my fantasies, imagining how the sword would feel in my hands, the sensation of the hilt between my fingers, swinging it gallantly like my brother. How heavy was it? How much muscle would I need to carry it? How much impact would I feel in my hands when I struck something? How restricted would my vision be wearing a helmet? How much did it weigh? How hot was it outside? I had no way of answering any of those questions, though. But I was a female. I was an AFAB. Living in the old world. Kill me now. I have some cloth, if you'd like to wipe yourself off. Oh yeah, thanks. I'm so dead. You were at it for a long time. I've never known D to half heart something once he gets started. Which I guess is what it makes him knight material, but... Are you opposed to him becoming a knight? Well, you know, I kinda assumed he'd inherit the estate and handle taking care of everything. So it's like, why has he gotta go and be some priest's whipping boy? Don't tell him I said that, though. He wants to fight for the greater good. I don't know. Despite the name, he wouldn't be doing much fighting himself. Anywho, someone as passionate as him might be able to make changes for the better. Changes? He knows what condition the Order is in. That's why he's joining. Figure he wants to whip him into shape, melt him down, and reforge the whole thing. Huh. So he might be able to change things. What are you muttering about, Michel? Hey, whoa, hold on! The pain I felt in my chest when I smelled the sweat emanating from George's body. When I looked at his slender but distinctly male build, I was convinced it was admiration. Did I want to become a knight too? Maybe the discomfort I felt was because I wanted to be like him? Would it go away if he were able to change the rules and I could join the Order as well? It would, I was positive it would. That's what I was going for. I'm taking as many bites as my pizza as I can. Didier? Michel? Hold on. You can't come barging into my room unannounced. I'm trying to change. This won't be a trope for like hundreds of years. We need to talk. I said stop. You're a girl. You can't just walk in on a man as he's changing. I see no reason for you to be so self-conscious. Listen to me, Michel. Georges tells me you're planning to overhaul the Order. He told you that? Welcome back, Rocket. I am, as you can see, committing identity theft. You can only stop me by exploding me. He told you that? No, I hardly have such grand aspirations. Don't be coy. I believe you have what it takes to do it, Didier. What has gotten into you? You're unusually fiery today. So, I want to ask you a favor. When you have enough influence in the Order, I would like you to make me a knight too. You what? I'm tired of the way Mother treats me. I'm always saying I can't do this or that because I'm a girl. I want to learn how to swing a sword. I don't want to do embroidery. I don't care about jewelry or fancy clothing. Michel, what's gotten into you? I'm so much more interested in the world you live, Didier. So please, well, I'll be. I suppose we must have let ourselves spend too much time with you. Not you two, that's exactly what Mother said. First of all, Michel, you don't have the strength to hold a sword. Then I'll train until I do. And if that doesn't work, I still have my mind. You know good and well I could. People are not chess pieces, Michel. But Didier! But above all, you're missing the most important part. I will not for any reason become the kind of man who makes a woman take up a sword.
Didier,
That may seem normal to you, growing up with two brothers. But I want you to listen to me, Michel. Men and women walk different paths. Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies. And they do so to protect the weak, women and children. I'm here to protect you and your mother.
you're no different from her. You don't treat me any different from her.
Honestly, what's gotten into you, Michel? Why wouldn't I treat you like a daughter of the Bollinger estate? Your brother and I, we never meant to make you think...
Forget it.
What?
Need to watch Requiem of the Rose Queen, but don't watch it if you have body dysmorphia because it's a major part of the story. Oh no. Let me open that in a tab and see what it is. See what it is. Well, as I wait to blow up. Ooh. The aesthetic is very pretty. I don't think I've seen it, but yeah, I've seen stuff that's like that aesthetic. That's a pretty aesthetic. Oh, it's a no good what? Oh, for the body dysmorphia? Yeah. I'm sorry. I knew what I was asking was foolish. Oh? But I thought you would understand how I feel. Even just a little bit.
What was I expecting asking him? What was I doing? What was I expecting him to understand? Even I didn't understand the things I felt. I wanted to know what had gotten into me far more than he did. What I had done was no better than throw a temper tantrum. Was I that desperate to become a knight? No. I had just thought that the key to the chains in my heart lay down that road, but ultimately, there was nothing. Assuming Didier had agreed, and assuming I did become a knight, it wouldn't do anything for the core problem. As I dashed from my brother's room, I snuck a peek at him. His face was filled with an intense perplexity. And how could I blame him? I had tried to push a dozen different ideals onto him at once, filled myself with the vain hope that he would somehow be able to make sense of me when I couldn't even make sense of myself. And now, bubbling with unwarranted anger at being let down, I fled to my own chambers. I can only imagine how frustrating that must have been for him.
Nom nom.
It was the spring of my 14th year. Heavy clouds filled the sky, blocking out the sun and giving the impression of the late evening all throughout the day. I, for one, preferred it when the sun wasn't out. Not that sunlight would kill me, but if it was bright enough, the whole world was so wide I could hardly see a thing, which meant I could only go outside on days when the weather made most everyone else gloomy. As I was meandering through the courtyard... Hello? You kind of look like Giselle, but like, that wouldn't make sense. Huh. I spotted someone I had never seen before. A warm breeze blew past, sending a swirl of flower petals up. The girl's dress hung slightly over her frame, tracing her gentle curves.
Who are you?
I asked bluntly, and the girl twirled around, smiling.
My apologies. You just have such a wonderful courtyard where I let myself in for a little walk.
Have we... Oh gosh. Why... It says that the word was blocked for like bullying, and it's like, because is it because it's like an older term? It might be because it's an older term, maybe. I don't know. I would allow it for now. The main character, so he has constantly internal conflicts as male identity conflicts with the most feminine part of his body, even to the point where the two love interests are male and female, and the girl is more masculine and the male lover is more feminine, to contrast conflicting identity of the main character. Looks. Looks intently. Looks intently. Yeah, I'm thinking the only reason that got held is because it's like, it's an older term, and so now it's intersex, I think. I think intersex is the new term. I don't know. It just makes me think of like when people use gay as an insult. I don't know, with it saying that like, oh, this is bullying, but I don't know. But I guess I can see, like, I don't know. Could be, but I meant that purely by the, by the ball. Yeah, I know. I mean, like, you know that Autumn just, like, randomly grabs just the weirdest stuff, and it's just like, I don't see it. I don't. Anyway. I wanted a little walk. Long chestnut hair flowed over round feminine shoulders. Okay. So it's just that it's monochrome. Her hair isn't actually black, it's just chestnut colored. Okay. It swayed lightly in the wind. The cloud of melancholy dissipated in the light of her smile. You must be Michel. You're just as pretty as I'd heard. And you are... My name is Aimee. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Finally meet me? What was she talking about? As I stood there, baffled by the strange woman, she stepped towards me, kissing me softly on the cheek. Woo! Who are you and why are you smooching me? How dare you? I didn't give you permission. Also, I didn't know that you could, like, combine these. Huh. That's kind of cute that they can be combined. Just head empty, but also crying. Just, please. Please. I'm thrilled to make your acquaintance, Michel. Her voice was like someone pouring honey into my ear, electrifyingly sweet. I'm George's fiancé. Oh, that's why we know the name! This was their first crush! And it also struck another needle into my chest. This was their first crush! She was a noble girl by the name of Aimee Jobert. Jobert? Kind of want to rewatch the show because when I first watched it, I was still having conflicts over my own identity, similar to the MC's. Though only 15, she was the very image of refined, polished to a shine. No one had told me my brother was to be married. It came out of nowhere, and it seemed I was the only one who didn't know. That evening, when the family gathered around the table for supper, Aimee was there too, and they prepared an extravagant feast for the occasion. My father, Antonin, looked so proud of his two boys, Didier soon to receive his assignment and George's soon to be wed. The banquet proceeded smoothly. Not a doubt in the air that we were a happy family, but my mind was elsewhere. I found myself unconsciously chasing Aimee with my eyes, watching the way those slender fingers gripped her spoon, her full lips parting to allow a piece of fruit in, her deep red tongue, visible for but the briefest of moments, the way all the muscles in her face seemed to relax in bliss as sweet juices seeped from her into her mouth. The way she spoke, so soft and gentle, letting each sound hang in the air just briefly before intoning the next. She was distinctly feminine, in a different way than my mother. Apparently, Aimee was going to be living at the Bollinger estate for some time. Mother was pleased to have another girl around, or more specifically, she was relieved to have found someone other than my brothers for me to spend time with. I mean, we're gonna spend a different kind of time with her. I'd assumed I would hate being around another girl. Surely she wouldn't be able to play chess at all, after all. But for some reason, I felt much less suffocated around her than my mother. I'm
remember I once started having a mental breakdown because I accidentally called myself a game character somehow. Eh? I mean, you are Sans. I'm like trying to stealthily eat pizza, but I don't think I'm being stealthy about it. One night, Aime's family and an array of nobles from both houses or social circles assembled at the estate for a party. A din the likes of which I had never heard of in my life filled the great hall. Everywhere I looked, there were people. The servants scrambled every which way. Silverware clanged against dishes in an almost constant hum. I mean, like, not Sans, because the reason I did Sans is because my friends called me that first as a joke off on. I mean, like, I don't know. I can still see it, because, like, there are some things where it's like, I'm like, this main character is me. Like, we are doing this thing. I am doing this thing. Even if the protagonist change, it's like, that's me. I am this character. But then other times, usually it's when the game doesn't like me and the character does something that I don't ask it to do, or the other way around. It doesn't do something I tell it to do. It's like, no, this is you. It's like, Peppino, don't do this. Or Sonic, stop doing this. We do have to talk. Called Dragon Ball because CartoonNetwork.com told me to use it as a username, and then I just never changed that name. Oh, that's fun. I have a friend who their name is basically a CAPTCHA that they had to enter at one point, and they were like, you know what? I like this. Just sorting it to DB now. Fair enough, true. Voices from all directions. I felt moderately ill. Hey, D. I feel like we're critically short on waiters. This doesn't look good for us. We only have 2 waiters. And who was it who went into inviting everyone he comes across again? What? Went about inviting everyone he came across again? Who are these people? They're artistes like me. I met them at the court. Let's see, we have some painters, composers, sculptors, troubadours, poets, writers, you name it. None of them have any connection to the Joberts or Bollingers. Sure they do, they're my friends. And, you know, this is me and Aime's party. You can play with your friends elsewhere. I hope you realize we have a reputation to uphold. The other one had me panicking, like I was saying, that's not my name, and why did I call myself that? I remember saying, ironically, you better go by Sans for your friends in Twitch. Oh, wow. Off in one corner, several men, presumably George's friends, gathered in a circle. They stood out from the other aristocrats, both in appearance and the air they gave off. Whatever happens, I'm glad it's behind me. Yeah. The clothes they wore, the embroidery hidden beneath their jacket cuffs, their manner of speech, the way they held themselves, they were, simply put, a far cry from the hard-headed Didier's ideal party guests. Even watching them from afar, it was clear my 2 brothers ran in very different crowds. It was weird, like something just hit me right. It's just like, I vibe with Sans. First time I used some variation of Rocket was when I used Rocket Time for Skullgirls Mobile. Oh yeah. Does Skullgirls Mobile, like, still have updates? I remember I, like, played it a little bit when it first came out. I don't remember why I stopped. I have also not played the, like, regular Skullgirls in a while either. I think they got rid of the Stinky, right? They got rid of the Stinky guy that was behind working on Skullgirls. I think that's what I've heard. Even watching them from afar, it was clear the 2 brothers ran in very different crowds. The only reason headstrong Didier and free-spirited Georges was able to get along at all was because they were brothers. If they had been strangers, I doubt their paths would cross much, and if they did, their intersections would be quite rocky. Hey, come here, guys.
George's shouting's voice pulled my preoccupied mind back to the surface. He summoned his friends, then led them to where I stood.
Yeah, with me, I chose Xephoria because I was playing Skyrim, and I was like, well, I can't name the cat person cat. Essentially, I can't name the Khajiit Neko, because that was like the name that I was going for, and I was like, okay, they have this accent. What would be a name that sounds good in this accent? And that's how I ended up with Xephoria. I don't remember if I like had a name generator help me. But it was because of Skyrim. And I was like, cool. I no longer have to fight to get my name in most places. There are a few places that I still have to like have an iteration of like something after Xephoria, but for the most part, I am there. Creepy dude that made some questionable choices, I think so, but the scene page got review bombed because they censored some younger characters. Yeah, I saw that. Someone, it was like, oh gosh, I can't remember her name. The one with the hair as her thing. I don't remember her name. Philia. They like changed some sprites to get rid of upskirts because I think she was like still a high schooler. Like, I don't think she was of age. And so people were like, that's kind of gross. And then they got review bombed because it's like, that is censoring of art. That is censoring of anime art. And it's like, I mean, I would assume that they had, like, the original artist change those sprites, right? Wait, they changed Peacock? What did they do with Peacock? Peacock just has bloomers. What did they do with... What did they do with my girl? What are you hiding in... What are you doing hiding in the corner, Michelle? Because, yeah, I didn't see anything for Peacock. I just know for Philia. Unless there was, like, something... I'm trying to remember. Because I know Peacock is, like, a child, I think. Like, that's when she died. So that's, like, where her mentality is. So, like, what did they change for her? I didn't even notice you. Allow me to introduce you to a few of my friends. I think they removed some upskirt shots. I know the update hit the younger characters and Peacock is 10 in the store. Yeah, but Peacock has bloomers. So... I'll have to look. Because, like, and they're not even, like, short bloomers. They're, like, I think... past her knee? She's very rubber hose, so it's really hard to figure out where, but, like... I don't know. I'll have to check. I'll have to check, because, yeah, I remember she was very young. Especially when she died. I think, Marie was also, pretty young, because they died, like, at similar times. Oh, no, Georges puts his hand on my shoulder, peeling me off the wall and standing me in front of his male friends. Socialization was the last thing on my mind. I searched for Didier, hoping he would come to my rescue, but he was off trading pleasantries, facing away from me. I don't know, I haven't played Skullgirls since before I joined the agency, fair. Yeah, I haven't played Skullgirls since... I can actually look right now. Since like 2017, so that is quite some time. I'm gonna explode. Let me see if I'm still gonna... Oh, yeah, I'm this. Yay! I just felt like being me again. This is my baby sister, Michelle. Be nice. Georges, I don't... Graces, your skin is even more pale than I imagined. It's like something out of a fairy tale. And why have you never brought her with you to the court? She's a sure hit. Or she'd be a sure hit. So how old are you now? 12, mayhap? Now, don't treat the lady like a child. I'll have you know she's 14.
All the more reason she should be out there making friends. The whole court flip if they knew you had such a gorgeous sister, Georges. Don't be a brew, my man. Our little angel has to be kept inside for personal reasons. Uh-oh, sounds like I haven't been showing the lady her due respect. I've yet to even properly introduce myself. How rude indeed. Their laughs grated on my nerves, and so did the way Georges spoke as though I was his property. They looked like they were appraising me, which made me sick to my stomach. I had been paying enough attention to notice the man who had asked if I was 12, the rest of them too examining me from head to toe in search of curves. I was indeed underdeveloped for 14, but what did that matter? I didn't want a body shaped like Ime's or my mother's. Now then, milady, a proper greeting. The man got down on one knee before me. For a split second, I didn't comprehend what he was doing. Go on, Michel. He's waiting. He whispered into my ear. That was when it all came back to me, the traditional greeting performed between a man and a woman. Come on, Michel, don't tell me you forgot what to do. I knew the process. I had that knowledge. Mother had taught me the rules, shown me the procedure. I was to present my hand to the man for him to kiss. All I had to do was hold out my hand, but I was frozen. My body fought tooth and nail against the simple act. The thought of the man putting his lips on my skin sent a chill through me. Why? Why was this a traditional greeting? Why did I have to go through this? Michel! But at the sound of George's frantic voice, my arm creaked up from my side. Then I remembered that despite being his friends, they were still nobility. As wanton as social interactions may have been, he still had a reputation to maintain. And I understood that. I also understood that, as their sister, it was my responsibility not to do anything that might tarnish either of my brothers' names. Also, by tradition, the man wasn't supposed to actually kiss the woman's hand. The proper way to do it required to simply mimic the act, rather than make real contact. Like, this dude is just like... I just got reminded yesterday I was on call with a friend and was watching YouTube and an ad played, which, without context, would be taken spicy. So I had to explain things. Oh no. My goodness. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of people have been getting weird ads on YouTube. One of my friends kept like getting AI like generated ads. There was an ad my elf got that was like, hey, you're experiencing migraines? You're drinking too much water. Stop drinking water. That's what's giving you migraines. and they were like, what? And it was like, in that one style that like you usually get for like those cheap bits of technology where it has like all the stock video and then like possibly an AI voice that are just like someone from Fiverr, and then like the text with like the highlight over each word as it goes through. It was Ghostbusters, for crying out loud. Oh no. Oh no, yeah. I guess you could just say the context was Ghostbusters. Yeah, they got hit with the snake oil ad. And like, I was almost wanting them to go through with it, like with watching it, just to see how bad it would get. And they were like, I don't want them to have the satisfaction of my watch. And it's like, honestly, they kind of did already, but that's fair. Next time you see that, I report it. That kills people. Yeah, I'll let them know. But yeah, I haven't seen an ad on YouTube for a while. Actually, I think I did for like a phone game that was like, one of those like military phone games, and it like went through, it like got through, and they were like 2 anime girls, I think, that are like live 2D models talking about it, and I was like, wow, this got through. I want to see the anti-water ad. Yeah, maybe search like, I could only imagine search like migraine and water and then just like look it up on like the video search for YouTube. You might be able to find it.
Because I don't know if they were like selling a product. I could only assume, but we didn't get that far. A lot of mobile game ads aren't truthful advertising. Yeah. The proper way to do it required to simply mimic the act. That much I could handle. The man kneeling before me gave me an uncomfortable chuckle at my reluctance, shrugging and reverently taking my hand in his. And then... He pressed his lips firmly against my skin. There was a vaguely warm sensation on the back of my hand for the briefest moment. What do you... Reflexively, I smacked the man's hand away. George's eyes went wide in horror, and the man gave another playful shrug. I was merely offering you a greeting, milady. Or is even that a new experience to you? Your innocence is truly precious. I was half a second away from throwing a barrage of insults, but I bit my tongue, stomped off instead. What? Michel! Hey, come back! Michel! I had spent all that time convincing myself I couldn't humiliate my brothers, but now, I wouldn't hear a word of it. I had drawn a fair bit of attention, and other people tried to stop me too, but I brushed them all off, marching my way out of the Great Hall. Use both premium accounts and an ad blocker on my PC. Yeah. I use it too. Other than Twitch, because at one point it was like, we won't let you watch things if you have ad blocker on Twitch, and it's like, okay. Honestly, this is fair. So yeah, the only ads that I see are on here. Which like, some of them aren't too bad. It makes me it makes me aware of things that I'm not aware of already.
And if I get lucky, it's a Taco Bell ad. And I'm like, yeah, Taco Bell.
I'm very easy to please. Just give me a cheesy gordita crunch. I feel so dirty. Called that a greeting? No, that was no greeting. That was... I'll be taking that. I say, practically swiping a glass of water off a passing waiter's tray. With it, I washed my hand by the window facing the courtyard. But no matter how much water I poured over it, I couldn't erase the sickening sensation of my mouth on my hand. I have adblocker on Twitch. The default Opera adblocker gets around YouTube, and Twitch is at anti-blocker. Oh, I still have ads on for Twitch. Just because. But yeah, I definitely have it on for YouTube because they are too aggressive. They are too aggressive for their ads. My elf and I usually sometimes watch YouTube through our TV when we're like wanting to eat something before we play Yakuza. And my goodness, there are so many ads. There's so many ads all the time, and so many are like nationwide ads. There's so many. There was when we were catching up on trailers for the Game Awards, there was like there was an ad before every single video we watched, and it was like just they mixed like 3 ads. It was just a roulette of 3 ads for whichever video we watched. It was either like, what was it, like a Honda commercial, or like it was some kind of car commercial, but there was like 2. And one was like joking about gotchas, and then the other one was like, I don't remember what it was. And then the other one was like that like Meta Quest MMO thing that they had announced. That like when you actually watched the ad, the frame rate was busted. And it was just those 3 before every single ad we saw for things that we were interested in. It was bad. Smaller streamers' ads are a negligible amount for your revenue, so smaller streamers I'll just get a sub for so they can make more for me, and larger streamers I'll listen to to in the background so I turn on ads. Fair enough, fair enough. With it, I washed my hand by the window facing the courtyard, but no matter how much water I poured over it, I couldn't erase the sickening sensation of my mouth, of his mouth on my hand. I've been thinking of like, I don't know. A lot of people like suggest having, like, what is it, like the 3 minutes of ads every hour or something to, like, get rid of pre-rolls, and, like, how that's helped them with amounts, and it's like, but I do visual novels. I do visual novels so much that would like mess with the flow for a lot of things. Seeing as if I'm not ruining the flow right here, getting distracted every few seconds. But like, I don't know. I've been thinking about that for like non-visual novel streams. I just don't do that so often, so I don't know how much of a thing that would help. So I rubbed it with my sleeve until my skin was bright red. I wanted to feel something else, anything else, even pain. Think before you act, Georges. What were you doing inviting people like that into our home? I was angry, and I had every right to be. He had not performed the proper greeting. Even in jest, he had no business actually putting his lips on my hand. It was not an acceptable behavior for an aristocrat. An aristocrat. He was a guest. He should have been ashamed. Rerolls, they ruin first comers experience. Oh no. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll consider that for like non-visual novel streams. Cause like, I don't know. Cause yeah, that does, I guess that does kind of mess with the vibes for first comer. But like, I don't know. I can experiment. Because I don't know. I don't know. Was I angry that he had been disrespected? No, that wasn't the reason. It was, that wasn't very nice of you, running off like that. No, you get away from us. You get away from us. At the sound of his voice, I felt a sickening warmth almost directly against my back. The man from the right hall grabbed me by the wrist, spun me around, and pressed me against the Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want your face. I don't want your face anywhere near my face. Get away. The bittersweet of wine wafted from above. What the heck are you doing? I tried a second time to get away from him, and that was when reality sunk in. I couldn't do it. All the strength I could muster wasn't able to make the man's hand budge. My arms were locked in place. I didn't think he was especially strong either. He was hardly built like Didier, and still I couldn't move an inch. You got a tongue like a boy, milady. But I know some people are fond of that these days. Can't say I mind myself. Like, go! Had I always been this feeble? Were my arms truly so worthless like you can't even escape this brute's grip? Why did I have to get stuck with this body? Now, just so we're clear, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm no monster, I can promise you that. And why are you holding me against the wall? Because I want a chance to try and woo you. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable back there, but the second I laid my eyes on you, I knew you were a keep. What's with this house and being cursed with these kind of people? This dude doesn't even live here. Although there's a new higher management on Twitch that they are still being overly aggressive with the ads. Oh no. And then let go of me. But if I do that, you'll run away. And it's my personal rule to never let go of anything I like. Your brother says you can't go outside, so if I let you loose now, I might never get a chance to catch you again. I wanted to vomit, apparently taking my silence for approval. The man perked up and kept going. If you're not accustomed to being around men, then why not use this as an opportunity to get familiar? Blech. Not a half-bad idea if I do say so myself. And I think we're gonna get along quite well. Besides, I'm a minstrel. Spend some time with me and I'll write you all the songs you could possibly want. Get away from me. Ah, you really do have the most striking eyes. Makes me want to keep them all for myself. With a muse like that, I could write the most incredible songs you've ever heard. I said get back, you creep! Huh, that's odd. That one's never failed me. The man brought his face in just inches from mine and peered into my eyes. I could feel his hot, wine-stenched breath against my cheeks. It gave me the chills. I couldn't understand why this was happening to me. Panic and confusion had my heart racing. Go and try your luck with someone else. I'm not interested. You will be soon enough, darling. You've simply never known a man's Gross! He drew closer. He was already partially on top of me, but
he still closed in, closer and closer. The world faded out. I couldn't see anything. I could feel his rising body heat so near it made me nauseous. My eyes flung open, but there was nothing there. I only felt. I could only feel. I couldn't move. My body wouldn't budge. In my mind, I kicked the man away, pulled my fist back, and slammed it into his jaw, again and again and again until his face was unrecognizable. Again and again and again and again and again I beat him. But reality would have none of that. Michel! Hey, what do you think you're doing? 3 seconds? 10 seconds? Longer? I had no idea how much time I had lost. But the next thing I knew, Georges had the man by the collar. I fell back against the wall, staring absent-mindedly as the two struggled. They traded blows and they landed insults. Before long, they had drawn a crowd. While they went at it, I distractedly drifted away. And I only had one place to go. Every story seems to have a common thread, or seems to have that as a... Yeah, well, it was mainly... It was mainly in the... Actually, this was only like a few years before those two met each other. Because it's basically the house, this house. It's not the house in Fata Morgana house. But it's this house that has that as common thread. I didn't even bother to light a candle. I just stared into the darkness. My heartbeat was maddeningly loud in my otherwise silent chambers. What had happened? What had he done to me? Why? Why couldn't I do anything? The last thing I wanted to do was cry. The tears would only serve to worsen my humiliation, only magnify how wretched I was, only make me more effete?
I don't know.
I bit down on my lip hard. I had no need for that trash on my body. I dug my nails into my arms. I had no need for that trash on my body. All of this, every last bit of it, that was why I was the way I was. I didn't know how to put it into words. I didn't know how to express my boundless frustration within me. But after enough wordless groaning, a single word slipped from my lips, and it felt incredibly right.
Gosh, heck it.
I knew good and well a girl should not be using such words. Even Didier and Georges would have gotten an earful from mother or father if they were caught saying it. Regardless. Gosh, heck it! It was the most fitting word I could come up with to represent even the smallest bit of my anger and loathing. I knew all I was doing was shifting the blame. That all it would accomplish was making me look pitiful. But I would take that over crying like a girl any day. I let a loose sigh that was halfway to being a scream, then started clawing wildly at my hair. I wanted to yank out every dang strand of it. I didn't want it. I didn't want any of it, any of this body. But in that case, what did I want from my body? Michel? May I come in, Michel? It was Georges' voice, slightly muffled through the door. The man who had invited these people into this house. I would be lying if I said I didn't hold a grudge against him. Michel. But at the same time, he had also come to my rescue. Besides, I hated myself the most, despised myself for being so helpless. I'm sorry, Michel. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's not locked. After a few moments of silence, Georges stepped into my room. Your hair's a mess, Michel. And my God, you're bleeding. That was when I first noticed the stinging sensation in my lower lip. The metallic taste spread through my mouth. I'd been biting it much harder than I'd realized, and there was a lot more blood than I expected. A trail of it was running down my chin, seconds from spilling into my clothes when Georges wiped it away. I'm really sorry, Michel. He could be a real when he drinks. And he's a bit of a womanizer at that. I never expected he'd try to go after you, though. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. But, you know, there's a chance he may have, genuinely taken a liking. That's a terrible thing to say to someone after that happens. That just makes it worse. Sorry. You're right. You want to be with a man you like, I understand. He ran his hands through my hair as if trying to calm me down, at the same time cleaning up the mess I had made of it. It made me feel like I was some kind of plaything, a joke of a doll. I don't... Huh? I don't want to be with anyone. I would never, ever be comfortable with a man putting his hands on me like that. However, I'm sure you'll find someone eventually, Michelle. Someone that feels right for you. I feel kind of awful for introducing you to him, but there are plenty of men in the world. You might not be interested now, but that'll change soon. It's part of growing up. You'd be best off forgetting today ever happened. I was dead certain, but apparently that wasn't enough to convince him. The very idea that I might one day meet a man who wanted to touch me made my skin crawl. Why? Why did I feel like this? Was I just not interested in men? No, if that were the case, I wouldn't admire my brother's bodies. Don't... Okay. I didn't have an aversion to men. In fact, I enjoyed spending time with my brothers far more than indulging my mother and her mother. I enjoyed spending time with my brothers far more than indulging my mother in her woman's world. What I couldn't stand was the particular look men would sometimes give me. But why? Why did I not like that? I had no answer. My thoughts were only going in circles. Are you okay, Michelle? He peered down at me, his face twisted in concern. But I couldn't answer him. How was I supposed to articulate this? My anger, my frustration, my irritation, my fear. I had no confidence he would understand. George's... How's Michelle? Ime's voice came from the doorway. Inexplicably, I felt like someone had struck their hand in my chest and was now squeezing my heart. Just like I had been just caught in a compromising situation by the last person I wanted to see me. Ah, yeah, she's good. Aren't you? Yes, I'm fine. Glad to hear it. I was clearly lying, not even looking at him in the eyes when I said that, but that seemed to have gone over George's head. Ime, on the other hand, you don't look fine at all, she said, a hint of pain in her voice, and then entered the room. George's father was looking for you. He says it's time to bring the gathering to a close. You should get going. I'll stay here with her. Oh, is he? All right then. Sounds good. Once the sound of George's footsteps had faded into nothing, Ime took a seat beside me and, without warning, wrapped her arms around my shoulders. It's much better to talk to another girl at times like this. My heart leapt into my throat, but beyond the shock, I also felt myself welcoming the warmth. It was pleasant, unlike the man's. That must have been terrifying, but don't worry, you're safe now. It wasn't really, no. No need to pretend, sweetie. If a man had me pinned against a wall, I'd be scared too. I mean it. I wasn't scared. I'm just disappointed in myself. All right, I believe you. You're a strong girl, Michelle. There aren't many who wouldn't have been scared. I'll be sure to give George's a stern talking to about his choice in friends. Something I learned today is that he's somewhat of a pushover. You're a lot more tenacious than I thought. As a woman in this world, you have to be. If you're not, well, you'll figure out soon enough, Michelle. Of course, even as strong as you are, I'm sure it'll still be difficult to forget what happened to you today. Georges had told me to forget it as soon as possible, and Ime that I wouldn't be able to. Was it the difference in their individual perspectives, or was it the difference between the way men and women thought? I wasn't sure. As my head rested against her breast, a bit of frustration slipped out. I couldn't move my arms at all. He didn't even seem all that strong. I couldn't believe that I was really so weak. That's just the way of the world, Michelle. Men are physically stronger than women, so you'll almost never overpower one. You're not any weaker than a normal girl. Don't blame yourself. Though it wasn't the consultation I had hoped for, her words still filled me with warmth. I had exploited my own weakness to hear more of that soothing voice, and I alone knew how foolish I was in doing so. Aimee frequently visited my chambers. Oh. I didn't know if it was at Mother's request or of her own volition, but I prayed it was the latter. She was a very touchy-feely person, and she seemed to have a particular fondness for playing with my hair. Whenever her voice danced its way into my ears, it would wreak havoc inside me. Being enveloped in her scent day after day stoked the fire growing within me. I did my best to remain as straight-faced as possible because the last thing I wanted was her catching on. I understood that the things I was feeling were untoward, to say the least. Your hair is so utterly enchanting. I've never seen hair so white before. I think having color is much prettier. Oh, well, Georgia says white is the most difficult color to make with paint. There's no greater challenge than capturing the beauty of true white. Living with such a splendid example of the color must have given him a very high standard of quality. Say, Michel, maybe you could tell me about yourself today. I would love to get to know you better. Tell you about myself? Yeah, we could become even better friends if we found some mutual interests. I enjoy playing chess, and I consider myself quite good. Oh my, chess? I've never played. You're such a bright girl, Michel. Would you like to try? I could teach you. I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll pass. I doubt I would be any good. Oh, okay. What else is there? Say, your favorite kind of flower, fragrance, color of gemstone? Are there any embroidery patterns you're particularly skilled at? I don't have any favorites, no. And I'm not especially good with a needle either. No. Do you have shaky hands, then? I wouldn't say that, no. I'm, fairly good with a knife, I think. A knife? Oh, like a kitchen knife? No, a sculpting knife. Sculpting? Is that really so strange? It is a bit unusual, I'd say. But Georges does it all the time. His room is practically made of wood chips and charcoal and paint. Georges is an artist and a man. There's nothing unusual about him doing some sculpting. Why is it okay for him and not me? Does being a girl really make that much of a difference? Well, why don't we practice embroidery together, Michel? I get the feeling you've spent too much time with your brothers. But now you have me. I'm sure it won't be long before you appreciate how much fun cooking and needlework can be. Man, this time period is making even me feel depressed. She sounds just like Mother. And she gives the same reason, too. Because I'm a girl. But that's not an explanation. It's a vague generalization. That said, if I agree, I could spend more time with her. Okay. Wonderful! We'll come up with beautiful designs together. And when you've made something you're proud of, you can give it to a boy who catches your eye. We're gonna give it to her, and then we're gonna experience heartbreak. Or if you prefer, you can give it to your father or brother. I would like Georges to have what I make, though. Oh, I've been wondering. Did you and Georges meet at the royal court? Oh, heavens, no! I've never been to the court. One day my father told me I was getting married, and the next day is when we met. It happened that quickly? What, are you worried about me, Michel? Don't worry, I'm not displeased with the arrangement. In fact, I'm quite happy with it. Aristocratic marriages are almost always sudden. And as a woman, you get used to being a piece in their games. Swear I have the body of an old man. Oh no! Are your joints creaking? Are they creaking and cracking? But George's, he's different. He's a gentleman. A gentleman? Him? You sound surprised. Popped my bones back and almost screamed my bone. Or he popped your back and screamed your bones. Oh my gosh. I mean, that's how it be. I believe hedonist suits him better. Oh, I quite disagree. I have complete faith he'll do good by me. I couldn't fathom where she found such confidence in him, especially a man she had only just met. How could she trust him at all? She was nothing but a pawn and she knew it. So maybe she was simply putting on an act. I had trouble believing her smile was anything but genuine, though. One day, you'll meet the right man for you, Michel. And he won't be a drunk like the guy from earlier. He'll be a kind, hard-working, respectable man. I would rather not find anyone. I suppose this is all still too soon for you, huh? Say, how old are you, Michel? 14. Oh wow, I assumed you were younger. Do I really look that young? No hard feelings. You're just a tiny little doll, so small and slender. And look, not one bit of meat up here at all. Hey! She playfully grabbed me from behind and started prodding at my chest. As her delicate fingers slid across my skin, I found myself gripped by very indecent urges. Every thump of my heart felt sinful. She couldn't know. I couldn't let her. Everything I had been fighting to keep down came hurtling to the surface. You're so cold, you know that? She was touching me like it was nothing, caressing my hair. Was she this intimate with George's? Or was it because she was a young girl that she was so keen on putting her hands all over me? Before I understood what I was feeling, my body acted. It was pure, unfiltered impulse. In my attempt to escape from her grip, I twisted around only to find my face inches from Ayami's. Slowly gravitating closer, I pressed my lips against the corner of her mouth. Ayami sat there, flabbergasted. I was equally aghast. I'm sorry. As I frantically put some distance between us, I'm sure my face was red as an apple, though I didn't know it at the time. Well, that was certainly unexpected. Did I make you uncomfortable touching you so much? Ayami was smiling, though it looked forced. No, not at all. Then I must have startled you. I'm sorry. If I had let you go sooner, we could have avoided this accident. What do you mean, accident? A kiss on the lips is... It wasn't an accident. It wasn't, Ayami. I seem to have confused you somewhat, Michel. What? I know I can be very touchy-feely with you, and you took that to mean you should do the same. No. You can't do that again, all right? If you want to kiss your friends, you do it on the cheek. Save the lips for the man you love. I should get going, then. Georges starts getting cranky if I don't give him enough attention. Hold on, Ayami. So long, Michel. Oh no, is that the last time they met? She wouldn't hear me out. Once Ayami had fled my chambers, that was when I finally comprehended my own emotions. That she had stolen my heart. But Ayami was George's fiancé. No, that wasn't the problem. My body, was not meant for her love. I woke in the middle of the night to pain in my joints. Not enough exercise, I guess. I tried bending and stretching my arms and legs, but it did nothing. So after pondering on it for a bit, I decided to go for a late night walk to distract myself. As I approached the corridor adjacent to the courtyard, I heard a woman's voice. I'm still concerned about staying here, Ayami's voice. Doing my best to remain perfectly quiet, I pressed myself up against the wall by the window and listened in on their conversation. I knew it was improper to eavesdrop, but the sound of her voice had me frozen in place. It's Michelle. I'm afraid I've confused her. A tiny jolt ran down my spine, my muscles all tensing up at once. The sound of my name rising to her lips, but not in the way I would have liked. She kissed me. Well, almost, but how could I have guessed she thought of me that way? Mother told me she didn't have any female friends and asked me to be one for her, which is why... So she had only been coming to see me because Mother had asked her to. I'd been afraid of that. Afraid that she wasn't there to be with me. That she had no fondness for me. That my yearning for her was one-sided. She kind of scares me, the way she looks at me, always watching every little move I make. I'm sensitive to that sort of thing. I can tell what's going through Michelle's mind. I managed to deflect it this time, but I should have never gotten friendly with her. She had seen through me from day one, understood what I was feeling before even I had. It's disgusting. Homosexuality. Homosexuality? Did I hear her right? Something inside me crumbled, and with it came an intense sense of wrongness. There it was again, that overpowering discomfort, that fear coursing through my veins, that repulsion, that irritation, that apprehension. What on earth was I? Did I view Aimee as a member of the same sex? Were the things I felt homosexual? I heard Aimee sigh from behind the window. Then the man beside her, who she was confiding in all this, replied. She's just a child, that voice, and one with underdeveloped social skills besides. Understand that she's going to do and say some inappropriate things. It's not uncommon for a child to mistake admiration for love. And I didn't know this until recently, but when she gets something into her head, she has a tendency to run with it without thinking. It was not the man's I had assumed it was. It was Didier, no! Man, are they going back to keeping the bloodline pure? No. No. No, thankfully they're not going after the brothers, they're going after the brother's fiance. The other day she asked me to let her be a knight. Can't imagine how she thought that would end in any other way. Why? It's not very often there are women other than Mother at the estate. I imagine she simply got nervous being around you and something got mixed up in her head. Why was Didier out there with her? Well, not good, but better than before, yeah. Yeah, they're not sisters, so... I hope that's all that it was. Aimee, hadn't you told me you thought Georges was a gentleman? So what are you doing getting so friendly with Didier? And Didier, weren't you my ally? Or was that all an act, like her? You were going to be a knight. So why were you out here with your brother's fiancé? I'm glad to have you here, so I hope you can figure out something to make it work. I'll do what I can, but I'm kind of reluctant to say this to you, but something has to change. As it is, she grosses me out.
Poor Michelle.
She grosses me out. So what? I was some kind of sick, disgusting creature? All I had done was show feelings for her. I couldn't be Georges or Didier. The needles piercing me expanded, both in size and number. Soon I was being skewered by a dozen of them. The heated sighs rising from the courtyard only served to make the pain worse. All I could do was cover my ears and run. Wait, the heated sighs? Were they actually doing it? Was she actually cheating? Why? What were they doing out there? Diddler? Or Didder? How am I gross, Aimee? It's not real. It's all a bunch of lies. This entire house is nothing but a fraud. None of it was ever real. Family gatherings, Iamie's smiles, Didier's kindness, George's... What about George's? Did he agree to the marriage knowing about them? The heck are they thinking? You wanna know who's really disgusting? Gosh dang it! I will not cry. I will not cry! I can't let myself. Girls cry. Tears are for girls, not for me. I bit down hard on my lip, wrapped myself in my sheets, and pressed my hands hard over my ears, squeezed my eyes shut as tight as I could manage, tried to get away from the things I had seen. Images of them embracing in the night threatened to float back to the surface, but I took my head, casting them off. Oh my gosh, they actually were cheating! Oh my gosh! Praying I wouldn't have any nightmares, I drifted off to sleep. Right? I mean, like, it's pretty close to it. It would have been more of that if George's found them instead of Michel. Oh. Are they gonna tell people and not have them believe her? Oh no. And the next day I woke with a terrible fever. I hovered in the sweltering wave of heat, unable to tell dream and reality apart, listening to a seemingly endless stream of crackling noises. The sounds were coming from inside my body. I thought I was falling apart. Mother was horribly worried. I'd never been the most healthy child, but I had never fallen this ill either. I couldn't get out of bed. My voice was raspy like an old woman's. I was genuinely afraid I would wither away and die. Mother called in doctor after doctor to see me, but they all said it was the flu. That bodily pain was common with a fever. While there was a doctor in the house, Mother was able to remain relatively calm. But once they were gone, the anxiety came back. She stayed with me day and night, even for going sleep. Her hands gripped mine. They held me fast. She had her head bowed, as if in prayer.
Don't worry. It'll be all right, Michel. God is watching over you. He will protect you. You are his child. You are his angel sent to earth. He will not forsake you. The doctors say it's just the flu.
Though her words seemed to be directed at me, there was a vacantness in her eyes, as if they were really for herself. For so long, she had wanted a daughter. I couldn't understand her fixation, but seeing her there through my cloudy eyes, I wanted to apologize for ever thinking spending time with her was agonizing.
How are you feeling? Your mother's here for you, don't worry.
But the only sound that came from my mouth was a faint gasp. I drifted in and out of sleep, Mother's hand wrapped around my own, and I had numerous dreams. In my dreams, I was a man. In my dreams, I was Didier and I was George's. In my dreams, I fell in love with Aimee. And in my dreams, I loved her. You're disgusting. But with one word, the dream twisted into nightmares. My body was torn into fleshy chunks, and I sunk into the darkness. Several days later, my fever was gone, like it had never been there. However, what the... My voice did not recover. And when I attempted to climb from my bed, the murderous pain in my joints came rushing back. Instead of my feet, I landed on my face. My voice was unbelievably deep. And the pain only got worse. Every time I took a breath, it felt like someone hammering a spike into the back of my neck. It felt like my body was falling apart, like my dreams were becoming reality. Michel! Michel! When Mother scrambled into my chambers, I remembered the time she had spent on my bedside, and a wave of relief came over me. I reached my hand out in a show of vulnerability, but she didn't take it. She couldn't take it. Mother? What's wrong with your voice, Michel?
I see. You're still not feeling well, are you, Michel?
I took a restrained A look of restrained fear on her face, Mother stepped towards me, placing her hand on my forehead. I think so. Yeah, second puberty. Her palm felt hot against my skin.
You don't have a fever.
But I hurt all over. My joints.
You're still sick, Michelle. But don't worry, you'll be fine in no time. Now, back to bed with you. You're a girl. You're a girl, so you shouldn't be sitting on the floor. Sitting on the floor is for men. It's bad for your back.
As Mother repeated the phrase, "you're a girl," again and again, that nagging sense that something wasn't quite right grew more distinct. Was I really sick? Was this actually my voice now? And if it was, what was I turning into? My voice was certainly not a girl's voice. I'm not gonna ask for you to clarify. My voice my voice never went back to normal though. So Mother ordered me to remain in my room. I hadn't recovered yet. And so long as I was sick, I couldn't be let out. Again, something felt wrong about her calling it a sickness, but I had no evidence on the contrary. I had no way to know I wouldn't get others sick if I exposed them, as she claimed, so I had no choice but to do as she said. In time, Mother too stopped visiting me, and the only people I saw were servants. They did their jobs, but refused to look me in the eye. No one else came to see me, though. Not Amy, Didier, or George's. 1 month passed, then 2, then 3. Occasionally the pain in my joints would withdraw, at other times it would worsen. Whenever I would drift off to sleep, I would hear the sound of my own joints creaking. I would dream of a woman standing in the courtyard, her soft chestnut hair fluttering in the wind as she twirled to face me, a smile on her face and her breasts exposed. Don't... Okay. I was like, don't you show us a woman. Don't show us your dreams. One day, after around 6 months of servants refusing to make eye contact, I stopped one and made a request to have a mirror brought to my room. While he didn't acknowledge me, the next day I had a mirror. By that point, I was finally certain I knew what was happening to my body. I had no clothes to wear, because none of the multicolored dresses hanging in my wardrobe fit me anymore. God, they're filled with hopes and dreams now. Pulling the heavy red cloth covering the mirror aside, my completely naked body came into view. Okay, no, that's just a shoulder, okay. Something resembling a mix of a chuckle and a sigh of pity spilled from my lips. This is me. 6 months. After only 6 months' time, I could hardly recognize myself. Extending my hand for the mirror, I traced the outline of my bony reflection. My shoulders lacked Mother's curves and my skin Ivy's sheen. I was pale and haggard, but structurally, I looked like my brothers. Obviously, being younger than them and not as active, my muscles lacked any kind of strength, but I wouldn't have batted an eye if I saw myself holding a sword. I just came in here, are we really going through a forced transition arc? Well, I believe, what's being implied is this person, that Michelle, is intersex. So they just started life, being female presenting, but then once puberty hit, their body turned male presenting. I think that's what it's saying. I don't know. I think intersex, like, works in multiple ways, but
That's how it works in this universe, at the very least. I don't know how accurate it is, but you know.
Yes. I was a full head taller than I had been 6 months earlier, and I felt an odd certainty that I wasn't done growing either. Staring at myself in the mirror, I traced my name across the surface. Michelle. I don't need the last two. That, or it's just every trans mask fantasy where it's just like, please God, let me be a boy, and then they actually got the wish. Other trans masks are super jealous.
Michelle.
Huh. For the first time in my life, I liked my name. I still didn't think an angel's name suited me one bit, but it was staggering how different it felt now, even if it sounded exactly the same. Unisex characters in media are always interesting. One of the main cast, the person in the Skibby's outfit of Nier Replicant, oh yeah, the remake. No, I heard that. I heard people complaining about that. According to the lore, she should be packing serious heat, if I remember. I think I remember hearing that, like, more accurate-wise, there should be at least a noticeable amount. Those last 2 letters changed the meaning entirely, turning it from a girl's name to a boy's name. No. Or this now makes sense. Finally, everything was falling into place. My admiration for Didier, the envy I had for my brother's bodies, the feeling I had for Aimee, the indecent dreams I had been having. I was always male. Cackled like a fool for the first time in my life. I laughed so hard at the sight of myself, my stomach hurt. It was the first glimmer of light I had seen in this locked room for far too long. This was what I was supposed to look like. My life up until 6 months ago, constricted and uncomfortable. My life as a girl was all a lie. No one could possibly look at me and call me an angel. I was always a boy, but I had been told I was a girl, forced to act like one. One is intersex, another is gay, and the player character is just an oblivious twink. I still need to play that at one point. Of course, that wouldn't feel right. They needed to know. I couldn't be the only one who understood. Everyone in this house needed to. Fueled by this one desire, I wrapped a sheet over my shoulders and threw open the door. It seemed ridiculous how long I had followed Mother's instructions and remained cooped up in my room, and now I felt fantastic. There truly was a God in heaven. Then this change within me was his answer to my prayers. A manservant carrying a tray of food did a double take as I passed him. The farther I proceeded through the corridors, the more eyes I felt on me. The midday sun shone obnoxiously bright through the windows, but now, with its piercing radiation illuminating my proper self, I felt an odd affection for the light. I could hear the family gathered in the great hall, everyone but me. He's going to his trans bag, right? Going through a bunch of trans masks fantasies. Just like, man, just waking up and then all of a sudden male. Wish that were me. Didier's voice complained about the simple meals the church had provided, but his pride came through in his laughter. George's voice playfully bragged about life in the royal court. Father's voice informed everyone his investments had borne fruit, and with the money he had purchased several new estates. Mother's voice was distinctly less bright than the rest of the family's. She gave vague, empty indications she was listening, though mostly stayed out of the conversation. Aimee's voice sang her praises for George's, her beloved husband. Never mind the fact that she was sleeping with Didier. It was all a facade, a mere shadow of a family.
It's a shame Michelle couldn't be here. Then we would have everyone.
I was there. I was right there. I hadn't gone anywhere. You had just locked me in my room.
I hope she recovers soon.
I was never sick at all. The child you called Michel was actually your son. That was all there was to it. Also, like how his name changed to Michel once he started laughing. Yeah. Because he looked in the mirror and was like, I don't like this name. I'll just take off the last 2 letters, and that's more me. Huh? What? Everyone's gaze is concentrated on me. I gave them all a quick glance, and then, with my deepened voice, I said, I am cursed. I was cursed 6 months ago. Who are you? Surely you hadn't forgotten my face, have you? Father.
Ah!
Oh, cured! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought he was like, yep, I am male. I am a witch. Speed run. Speed run in my trauma. No, I'm bad at reading. Michel? This boy is Michel? A wave of chatter spread through the hall. Mother went pale. Father objected. Didier stared. George gaped. Iame watched cautiously, fear in her eyes. Blow up as a punishment. Okay, I didn't even change. I'm the man witch. My goodness, what a farce. They were the ones who had wrongly decided I was a girl. God TM has an odd sense of humor in this setting, jerking Morgana, Michelle, and Giselle around, right? Absolutely. The god in this universe is a very rude one. What's going on? Someone tell me, what is the meaning of this? You were dressing up your son like a girl, Mother? I assumed he was a girl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put my hands on him like that. You lied to me. I would never have agreed to it had I known. No, you're wrong. Michelle is my daughter. You called that a girl? All these months, I was worried because you said he was sick. But it was all a lie. I love that she's already doing the correct pronouns. We love an ally, even though she doesn't like homophobia. Or she's homophobic. She respects the pronouns, but she's homophobic. Okay, anyway. Nice. Nice how she's an ally, she's homophobic. She's homophobic, but at least she still uses the right pronouns. She's the opposite of a TERF. Oh no. You couldn't pass him off as a girl anymore, so you locked him up in this room. Is that what this is? And you could have just stayed there. What possessed you to show yourself now? Stop that. Don't look at me. Don't give me that look. And you said you can tell what's going through my mind, didn't you? What? Then you should know exactly how I feel about you right now. Don't be so dang full of yourself. I have no interest in a like you. So why don't you just go and cry into Didier's arms? You... What? What? Huh? What are you talking about? Why Didier? Why not me? What? Hey, anyone want to explain that to me? What once was a nice family meal was now utter chaos. I like how he's just like, yes, fear me. I will tell all your secrets. I felt sorry for Georges, but that wisped away almost immediately. There was a crash from the table, and dishes fell, shattering against the floor. Cursed. A chilling darkness oozed from her voice. She's cursed. She was my daughter. I saw it with my own eyes. I gave birth to her. She was a girl. Michelle was a girl. A malevolent curse has been placed on her. In a Lady and the Tramp, but without the land and the like you. Without what? Like in Lady and the Tramp, but without the lady and the like. Oh, okay. So just the tramp. When Mother lifted her head, I had difficulty believing that she was the same woman who had sat by my bedside as I lay sick, sacrificing sleep to care for me. Her hair was a frazzled mess, and deep creases covered her face. Restrain her! Throw her in her room and lock the door! She's a girl! A girl! She was a girl! I swear it! Open your eyes. Do I sound like a girl? Do I look anything like a girl? Mother's cries sent me into a frenzy. I ripped the sheets off my shoulder, throwing it to the floor. I am not a girl! Look at my in amazement! And shouted, Eek! Restrain her! Please, someone restrain her! Wah! Hello, nobody! How are you doing? How did only my face move? My body had like no change. Michelle realized for the first time in their life and now they can't stop bragging about it. Fear reigned in the Great Hall. But then several moments of icy silence were broken by a muttering that shocked me just as much as anyone else. You're not a boy or a girl. What on earth are you? You're an abomination! You're not a boy. You're an abomination. What? I had seen myself in the mirror. I was undoubtedly male, lacking in strength though they may have been. I had visible muscles. My chest was flat and I was taller than a girl should be. My voice was deep and I had an obvious lump in the middle of my throat. I was male. I had to be male. Oh. What else could I be? So why was Aimi looking at me like some kind of strange creature? A chill ran down my spine, and I suddenly found myself deeply uncomfortable being so exposed. There's nothing there. You've got nothing there. Nothing there? I didn't understand what she was talking about. Unable to press further, I fell silent, at which point several servants burst into the great hall and restrained me. Telling the girl should be, don't limit yourself, right? Abomination, where the hook when you need a Ken doll confirmed? I guess so. Also, GG, nobody. I don't know. She's a girl. She's my daughter. Mother, seemingly in a mad daze, just repeated the same thing over and over. She was a girl! The mother wailed. She wandered off somewhere. Father stood there in silence. Aimee stared at me with disgust in her eyes. Georges was still in a panic, and Didier clenched his fists. Eventually, I started regaining my composure, which is when I realized I had made a mistake. My sickness had been made into a curse. That giant lady in Unicorn Overlord has been making rounds. Oh. I don't know if I know that one. I was once more caged up in my room. In addition to the door being locked from the outside, the windows were boarded over so no one could see in, leaving me in perpetual darkness. I received no visitors except the servants, and again, none of them would look me in the eye. Big lady, I want to see now. Because maybe it's a thing if I just didn't, like, associate, anything with that. Let me see. Oh, that's that new game. Big lady. Not. I don't have any sense of, like, size. I'll just look into it later. Her name is Amalia. Okay. Amalia. Oh yeah, she's pretty big. Yeah, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
What kind of game is Unicorn Overlord again?
She punched down on everyone, noise. She's pretty big. She's twice the size of every other character. It's fine. It's fine. Game with hips, I know. So that's why I'm like, what kind of genre of game is it? It's not a tactics game, right? I received no visitors except the servants, and again, none of them would look me in the eye. Every day was the same, day in and day out, day in and day out. The only time the routine changed was when, on occasion, a servant would arrive bearing a letter. It was my mother's handwriting on the parchment. We lived in the same house, yet she refused to show herself before me. I had no choice but to respond to her letters. She demanded I speak like a girl, and I didn't have the strength to defy her. There was a constant sense of urgency in her letters, like she might fall apart completely at any second. And so I did as she said. I signed each letter with Michel, the female name she bestowed upon me at birth, which I so despised. Every time I used that name, I felt like I was denying my own identity. It's a tactical role-playing. No! 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 On paper, she expressed her concern for me, but that concern only served to cause more death. Oh, thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Just use your brain, it's so easy. No, it's not! It's not. I mean, like, I don't know. I've done some tactics before, but it's just like, I don't enjoy tactics all that much. Don't disapprove! You said that thing up there that says sometimes he whom you just use. What? What? What are you talking about? Now you approve. No, I don't disapprove. I just don't enjoy tactics. I forgot I refilled my water. I wasn't expecting it to be that cold. On paper, she expressed concern for me, but that concern only served to cause me more pain. So every time I took up my quill, my hands trembled. Mother. Prayed daily that my curse might one day be broken. I hear it has a rough localization anyways. Does it? Oh no. Like, how so? Tactics are the friends we made along the way. No. The tactics had betrayed me. The closest thing I got, I played a demo of Disgaea. And I played the Fire Emblem phone game. I think that's about it. Prayed daily that my curse might one day be broken. Changing a lot of lines around for whatever reason, making everything a metaphor or a simile. Oh, I think I saw a post, like, I think complaining about that? I thought it was something else, but like they were like, why are they comparing this woman to a horse? Are they silly? I don't know. I hate localizers. Yeah, it depends on how they do it, but other times it's just like, there's definitely times where you're playing a game. Oh, hello, Fia! How are you doing? How are you doing? Hi! Ah! We're playing House of Fata Morgana, and it's a visual novel that has a lot of trauma going on. A character just found out that they're intersex. You were playing Elden Ring. Ooh! Hopefully that was good for you. But yes, and so the parents are being very bad at them. So we're just kind of working out, and also I am just getting super distracted. We're like in one of the later chapters, so if anybody needs to go and get some rest after Fia's stream, or if you want to just chill, that is fine with me. But yes, this game has they're being really transphobic and homophobic to our main man's Michel over here. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, otherwise, I mostly do visual novels, and then I do art on Fridays. And then sometimes I mix up some other stuff. I play a little RPG or like a game that I'm bad at. But yes, thank you for the follow. Watch me swoons in. That's a fun name. But yeah, if you need to get some food or some rest, Fia, feel free.
I know I always usually have to run after a raid, so don't feel bad. Don't feel bad if you need to run. And then same for anybody else if you need to rest or get some food. Feel free. But also feel free to lurk. we're pretty chill here. A big amount of tea. Oh my gosh. I want a big amount of tea. But yes. Okay, hopefully I stopped getting distracted. We were talking about Unicorn Overlord or whatever it is and Big Lady and how I am terrible at tactics games.
Let's see, am I cursed? Is that why my body changed? Was it not because I was male? There's nothing there. What did she mean by that? Why did she look at me the way she did? How am I an abomination? Why? I don't understand. Someone. Anyone. Please tell me. Someone, please!
Also, this is far in the past. I believe the year is like 186, if I remember right. So it's very, very old times, very old way of thinking. We hate Michelle's family.
I have brought your supper. I'll be back shortly to retrieve your dishes. I'll be going then. Oh. Wait. What? Wait a minute. Yes?
You mean 1086? Yeah, when it's more in the past, I'm just like, I don't know. It looks rather advanced for 186. Yeah, I meant 1086. 1086. One of the two.
Yes. What do you need, Michelle?
Why is Alucard upset? Because his family is being super transphobic to him. Just hit puberty. They thought he was a girl. But he's actually intersex. So he's dealing with his family being terrible.
Are you a man or a woman? Pardon? Which are you? I am exactly what I appear to be. Which are you? I'm a man. If that is all, I will be going now. Clothes off. What? Take your clothes off, right now. Everything, even your underclothes. What? Surely you jest, Michelle. I am very serious. I could not possibly. Why not? I could not expose myself. I ordered you to take off your clothes. You mean to humiliate me? I beg you, please reconsider. What are you? You're a servant of the Bollinger estate. And what am I? I am a child of the Bollinger family. I may be locked up, imprisoned in this room, but that doesn't make you any less my servant. Am I wrong? Clothes off. Michelle, I ordered you to take your clothes off. This is a very awkward scene after a raid. Not even the slightest, or the tiniest slimmer of guilt arose in my conscience. I felt no shame in what I was doing. All that mattered to me was figuring out what I had meant. I wanted to find the truth. Not knowing I would have been better off in the dark. His face twisted in humiliation. The servant undressed before me. In the dim candlelight, the man's body was shaped almost like a rectangle, and at a glance, he didn't appear much different from me. A second later, though, I found my answer. I found the one crucial thing he had that I didn't. Why? My lower body lacked that part. That made a man a man. Are you satisfied, Michelle? It was then that I finally learned what a man's body was supposed to look like. I'm begging you, please allow me to dress. It would be an unbearable shame to remain unclothed any longer before the young Bollinger daughter. You still insist in calling me a dang girl? Look at these shoulders, my chest. Listen to my voice. How could you possibly think any of that belongs to a girl? But how you appeared does not... There was a distinct look of fear in the manservant's eyes. Not out of respect for our difference in rank, but out of disgust for this incomprehensible thing standing there before him. Those trembling eyes, and the reality dangling there before me, blew the lid once more off everything I had been holding back. Why did it have to use the word dangle? Without that, it would be no different than me. What? Everything else. Everything else is the same. So why? Why does it make such a difference? That you have one and I don't! Michel? I am a man. I'm a man just like you. I am no one's daughter. And if you still insist we're not the same, then I'll make you like me. Without that, you're no different than me. Oh my gosh! It was a mix of dread and panic that pushed me over the edge, and so, in order to keep myself afloat, I decided to bring another pain. Please don't do this, Michel! In a blind frenzy, hardly even aware what I was doing, I just riding the current of my erupting emotions, I swiped a knife off the tray the man had brought, knocked him down, and climbed. I'm so sorry, everyone that came in from via stream. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be vague about it, but what is happening? I'll get rid of it. I'll make you the same. Without it, you'll be just like me. Get off of me, please. Someone, help. I'll make you just like me. Get in here. Someone, anyone. Michel. She's delirious. Through the fog of hysteria, I suddenly realized I was surrounded by several servants, and the next thing I knew, I was on the floor beneath them. Okay, it didn't happen. There was as many, if not more of them, than when I had made the scene in the grand hall. A dozen manservants stared down at me, their eyes filled with fear and revulsion. In the shadows beyond the crowd, I saw Mother looking at me with vacant eyes. Mother, why? Why will you only speak to me through letters? Why do you say I'm cursed? Mother, I'm male. I was always male. Tell me that I am, Mother. Let me out of here, please. I'm not delirious. My head is perfectly clear. I'm normal. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not cursed. Mother, say something. Mother! I mean, he's already in trouble. Just for something that's not within his, cause. After that, I was shut in my room again, and even the servants stopped coming. I pushed and I shoved and I pulled and pounded with all my strength, but the door and windows didn't budge. A day passed, and then another. With no food or water, I started fearing death was upon me. I had no idea how miserable it was to go so long without water. My throat was dry and cracked, and it felt like it was on fire, making breathing difficult. 2 days. 48 long hours. I felt like I was going to lose my mind. After just 2 days, my skin stretched tight across my bones, looking hard and dry in the soft candlelight. Water. I need water. Someone, please, give me water. Why won't anyone bring me any? Why? My family had abandoned me and were leaving me to die in this room. When I realized that, I broke into uncontrollable shaking. The helplessness threatened to suffocate me. The fear of death turned to panic, which only scrambled my already confused mind further. I grabbed a chair, swinging it at a window and at the door. But all my attempts ended in crushing failure. Anyone! I clawed at the door, begging for help. Someone open the door! Anyone! Water! I need water. 1 drop, that's all I need. I'm going to die in here. Someone. Anyone! Mother. Father. Didier. Georges. Someone open the door, please. Help me. Someone. I need water. My throat hurts. It burns. I'm so weak. Someone. Water. Didier. Georges. Ah. Anyone! But not a single soul came to the door. With no food or water, the third day came and went. And then the fourth. By that point, I was unexpectedly devoid of any sense of dignity, and I sat there, covered in all manner of human filth, as my body quickly wasted away. Still, I clung to the vain hope that someone would open that door. It was all I had. Occasionally, I would hear footsteps. Whenever I did, I mustered up what meager strength I had left to bang on the door. Whoever's there, please, open the door. I'm begging you. Someone. But my pleas fell on deaf ears. Though they didn't respond to me, I could hear the Abigails muttering to one another in the corridor. Did you hear that? Yes, I did. I wonder what's gotten into Lady Michel. They say she was cursed. Maybe she sold her soul to the devil. How dreadful. We should stay away from that door, if we don't want to be cursed too. I know I'm not cursed. I did not sell my soul to the devil. Right, the story has been like pretty intense, but yeah, it was definitely at a weird time. I'm kind of scared. I might have to find work somewhere else. Gotta make sure we stay away from that door. Why do you think I'm cursed? I never did anything wrong. Lady Michel has lost her mind. She's deranged. I'm scared even thinking about her. I'm not deranged. My mind is perfectly fine. She's right crazy. She's right mad. No, I'm not. I'm perfectly normal. Someone, please get me out of here. I think the VODs still should be up, for the previous parts of this game. We started last Tuesday, so it should still be up for a little bit, I think. The 5th and then the 6th day passed, and by that point I was hovering on death's brink. I lacked even the willpower to hold myself up against the door, so I simply lay on the cold floor, waiting for the end. I felt no sorrow, no anger, no despair, nothing. I had been sucked completely dry. I couldn't even compose a coherent thought. Which is why when the door had so yearned to open actually did, or I had yearned to open, and someone stepped inside, standing over me, I was unable to process it. My God, what a mess. Hey, are you still alive? Well, look at that. I was afraid you would be dead. It was Amai's voice. She came back for me. I don't like the vibe that's here. I'm sorry, really. I didn't mean you much harm. But after what you said in front of the whole family, I was a little upset. Oh no, is she gonna poison us? I couldn't tell what she was saying. All I could hear were garbled sounds, and all I could do was moan at her. The servants are all afraid of you now after your little episode, so I volunteered to bring you your food in their place. Everyone was so grateful. I don't think anyone likes you anymore. Eventually, my muddy mind managed to make sure of the thing she was holding in her hands. A tray of food. I could smell it from here. At first, I just gave you blah blah blah. At first, I just gave your food to a stray cat. I wish you could have seen it devouring every last bit. What? Sure. What I didn't know, though, was that people can die in just a few days without water. I never intended to kill you. I just didn't know. So I'm really sorry about that. Water. But you're alive. For someone so physically weak, you sure are tenacious. Isn't that nice? You have one thing you can be proud of. Water. What was that? Water? You want water? Hold on, I've got some right here. She picked up a goblet with her delicate fingers. My hands swiped weakly at the air, trying to grab it. A grin spread across her lips, and then she let go. What a Go on, drink. You'd better hurry or the rug will absorb it all. You wanted water, didn't you? Then drink. In that moment, I could hear the sound of the last of my dignity crumbling away. Driven slowly by my survival instinct, I bent down towards the rug, pressing my lips against the spreading puddle. You really did it! This is too good, Michel. You look like a cat. No, cats are much more graceful. I can't stop laughing. A daughter of a prestigious family, the Bollingers, sucking water out of a carpet. Ah, I wish I had a painter here to capture this moment on canvas. So, I accept that I made a mistake, Michel. I promise I'll bring you your food from now on. I'll take very good care of you. This is going to be fun. Listening to her childish yet deeply malicious laughter, I understood. I was her plaything now. My hell was only just beginning. Man, I just want Michel to have a good time. Having gotten food and water, my body recovered somewhat. But I was hardly in peak condition. That would take some time, given how badly malnourished I had been. Aimee continued to treat me like her pet, constantly stoking the flame of rage within me. But I was too weak to stay on my feet for long, and talking hurt my throat. I assume it was a calculated effort on her part to maintain power over me, to keep me as miserable as possible. She always had a smirk on her face as she gazed down on me. Come on, open up. Today I'm going to feed you myself. What's the matter? I can't put anything in with your mouth closed. Or do you want to starve to death? Aimee, why are you doing this? Why? Because it's fun, why else? You married into this family, you sick wench? What gives you the idea? You can treat me. Are you saying that because I married in, I'm of lesser stature than you? That's true, I am. But what's your point? You think I can intimidate me with formalities? Aimee. Ew, I would rather you not speak my name if you wouldn't mind. That doesn't excuse your treatment of me. Someone, Didier or Georges will make you pay for this. You don't have a single friend here, Michel. No one to take your side, and no one to say a thing about me playing with you. Assuming you were somehow able to tell someone, no one would believe you. That's a lie! Do you have any idea what people say about you? They say you've gone mad, that you've sold your soul to the devil. Do you honestly believe anyone would trust you? I am not mad. I don't know, you look plenty mad to me. Fine, then I'll run away. I'll escape from this estate and accidentally skip dialogue, and from you. You think you can survive out in the world with that body? A stray cat could lift more than you. You'd never find work. I'll give you a week at best. You can't be so sure of that. Maybe I can make it on my own. Maybe, but either way, there's no way you're getting out. You try to run, someone might just cut your legs off. How is that at all necessary? Don't ask me. Maybe because your curse hasn't broken? You know, you're lucky you're even allowed to live. Oh my gosh, you get up right up to me and you want to battle? And you should be grateful to me for volunteering to take care of you. Nobody else wanted to have anything to do with it. So if you want to keep living, you have to show me some respect. And you have to do everything I tell you to do. What do we think, Eggies? Worse or not as worse as heckin' Maria? Oh my gosh, nobody, you destroyed me. Understood? So this is the real you? You were just pretending to be respectable? When in reality, not only are you sleeping with Didier, you're a downright vile woman. Don't be her pet. I mean, I don't think we have a choice in the matter. Send pretty evil. Oh no. You've been putting on an act ever since you got here. Oh, you make it sound like I'm somehow worse than anyone else. I'm quite normal, thank you. How is this normal? Listen to me, Michelle. The side of me you see right now isn't necessarily the whole thing. The sweet girl I am for the family is also me. And when I held you in my arms, that too was me. I'm not putting on an act. Liar! Although, to tell you the truth, I never actually liked you, so that part was a lie, yes. If Mother hadn't asked, I would have never even considered getting friendly with you. You know, life as a noblewoman is so dull. It's so restrictive. No room for love at all. So, can you really blame me? There so happened to be the most wonderful knight right there for the taking. Why shouldn't I have gone after him? I'm still young. Let me have some fun, you know? Not like women have much else in the way of recreation. So it wasn't Didier. But you who seduced him? And it all would have worked out beautifully, too, if you had only kept your mouth shut. You ruined our family gathering and damaged my reputation. And you called me a... That wasn't very nice now, was it? Is it any surprise I'm a little sore? You brought this on yourself, Michelle. Brought this on myself? Don't you dare! Nothing justifies what you've done to me. I'm not the disturbed one. You're a crazy and don't you try and pretend otherwise, damn you.
Oh my, such language. You're not being very nice to me, Michelle. Girls aren't supposed to talk like that, you know.
I am not a girl.
Then what are you?
I'm a man.
A man? With that body?
The reborn mother of Christ was worse because she was playing two people at the same time. True. I mean, technically, because we don't know to what extent she was like cheating on the two brothers or cheating on one brother with the other. Because it makes it seem like they stopped having to do that. We can fix her. I don't know if we want to fix either of the evil ladies. I want Michelle to be safe. I know we have to watch, like, I know we have to watch his traumatic past, and hopefully things will end up well. Did you know Michelle was trans before you started the VN? Was that one of the reasons you picked it up? I know one of the reasons I picked it up was, like, a lot of people were recommending it to me. I didn't know it beforehand, I don't believe. Unless it was like a tag in the game, I don't quite remember. I can check really quick. Because basically, if it wasn't on the game page, I didn't know it. I think I saw like a little vague spoiler in the way of things. When I was looking at trigger warnings. But yeah, no. I was having a feeling that it was gonna be Michelle, when they were talking about the Bollinger family having a daughter, but not really specifying who. And like, I don't know. Aimee quietly rose. Oops. Grabbed me by the hair and shoved me to the floor. Let go of me! You call yourself a man. You can't even get out of a girl's grip. I'm not all that strong either. In fact, I'd say I'm rather weak. Just a small, powerless girl. If you were a man, you would have no problem breaking free, malnourished or otherwise. But you can't. She traced the lines of my emasculated ribs with her nails, traveling slowly down my chest. But even ignoring that, you're missing the most important part. Stop! Get off me! I tried to shove her aside with all the strength I could squeeze out of my arms. But as Aimee had said, I couldn't even overpower a girl. All I could do was lie there beneath her and beg, "Get off me!" groaning in anger and frustration. Her finger came to a stop just above my navel. She looked up at me with a sweet smile and then pulled her hand away. And just as a wave of relief spread through me, she shoved me back and jumped up and slammed her foot between my legs. Oh no! I shuddered in pain as the pain jolted up my spine. Amy looked down on me as I screamed. Want to try emasculated pronunciation again? It sounded like you said emasculated, which is also kind of an emasculated, I think. I don't know. I've said it a few times, but I don't know. A smirk spread across her face. Oh my, does that hurt? That's a surprise. It hurts for anybody. There is bones there. That's a surprise. Even without boy parts, it still hurts. Stop, please. And she didn't stop at stepping on me. He was a nobleman, then the king would punish the family for the king would punish his family for the crime, but the author behaves as if nobles and commoners are equal. It's tough to say, because it's definitely a thing of like they find this out and they just hide it. I don't know. Because I don't know. I'm begging you, stop, please. Emaciate? Emaciated? Oh, that makes more sense. Emaciated. I've been mispronouncing it this whole time. I'm begging you, stop, please. She dug her toes into my flesh. What are you exactly, Michel? From the feel of it, you don't quite have proper girl parts either. I mean, please. On top of the physical pain, unbearable humiliation and shame corroded away at my spirit. What a strange creature you are. Stop! If I could have died right there and then, honestly, it would have been preferable to the emotional hell she was putting me through. You should take a look at yourself in the mirror, Michel. You're crying, sobbing like a sad little girl. Ah, not much of a boy, are you? And you lusted after me with this body? Seriously, you're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me. Aristocrats are the king's servants. No one except him has the right to decide their fate. Yeah, a few things, like, kind of can take with a grain of salt with this game. Amy's abuse was not a one-time occurrence. As she had promised, she came to feed me every day, but her arrival brought nothing but anguish and torture. Every day she chipped away more of my spirit, but I hadn't succumbed to her yet. My anger still overpowered any fear I had felt. Doesn't stop aristocrats from scheming against and backstabbing each other, true. After a week after Amy started caring for me. Have you been a good girl, Michel? I brought you your supper. I'll set it right here for you. What's the matter, Michel? Your food's right there. It's going to get cold. Go on, eat. But no using your hands. Crawl over and use your mouth. Come on, eat. Or would you rather I fed you? You. What was that? Do you have something to say? I can't understand a word you're saying, Michel. If you would eat, you would have enough strength to talk. You. I'm going to kill you, Amy! That was, I believe, the first time in my life I had felt a sincere, overpowering desire to end someone's life. I wanted to see her dead. With my hands and legs tied up, I lurched for her, and like the dog she wanted me to be, I chomped down on her wrist. The taste of someone else's blood was far more unpleasant than I had expected. I felt like I was going to vomit. But I was determined to not let go of her wrist for any reason. I would gnaw through to the bone and rip her entire hand off. She could beat me unconscious and I still wouldn't let go. She would have to kill me to get me off of her. I wanted her to feel the same pain I felt when she trampled on me. Let go! My body never did what I wanted it to, though. I could swear on my life that I wouldn't release her arm, but I could never seem to make good on my determination. Aimee's foot flew up into my emaciated gut. The pointed tip of her shoe dug into my flesh like a knife, and I collapsed to the floor in a fit of convulsions. And just as I was about to cough up a mouthful of stomach acid, she rammed her foot into my abdomen a second time. She didn't even give me enough time to get to my feet, let alone fight back before she kicked me again. Again and again and again and again. Stop! My gut, my chest, my legs, and my face. What's wrong with you? Don't you get it? You're not the one in control here. You should be thanking me. What you did to me that day was incredibly hurtful, yet here I am bringing you your food. Can you not see just how kind-hearted I am? So, why would you go and bite me? What would possess you to do such a thing? Gasping for my breath, my consciousness slipping away from me, I caught a glimpse of Aimee's eyes as she swung her leg back for another kick. And when I did, a single word rose to my mind. Demon. Isn't that something? You can't even stand up to a girl. I'm not that strong. I'm weak and frail. This is the first time I've ever kicked someone. I have absolute control over you, Michel. You understand that now, right? You learned your lesson, didn't you? Not an ounce of strength remained within me. My tongue and cheeks were torn up and my mouth tasted of blood. Thinking herself weak and having no experience in ways of physical violence, she knew no restraint. The ignorant can be so much more brutal and viciously relentless than the seasoned. My vision had gone red and I could hardly feel my own face. There was a strange gurgling sound with every breath I took. Oh, jeez, what am I going to do about this hand? It hurts like crazy. Ugh. Oh, I know. I'll tell everyone you finally lost it and tried to bite my hand off. They'll all feel so bad for me. I can just see the sad looks on Didier and George's faces. They will not. You know, your brothers have completely given up on you. A deranged sister is nothing but trouble. You know what you are, Michel? You're a demon child. Why was I the demon and not her? Why did no one come to my aid? Several times I considered ending my life, but every time I did, memories of better days came back to me, of the time before my body had transformed. The days when we were all so sure of our happiness kept me chained to life. Why couldn't things still be the way they had been? In my heart, I hadn't changed at all. So how had things ended up like this? And I want to shove a whoopee cushion so far down her throat it gives her lungs permanently weakening. What? Oh my gosh. Whoopee cushion and a bunch of Tic Tacs. The misery train is kind of fatiguing at this point. When was the last time we had something good happen, right? I guess we can kind of count Michelle's second puberty and self-affirmation, but then it went right back to trauma, yeah. Because I don't know if this is the last chapter, or if it's like the second to last chapter. I really hope that like the misery train stops towards the end. That like all this misery will be like worth it in the end. But yeah, my goodness, because we went right from seeing Morgana's trauma and then just went directly over to Michelle's. Michelle, oh Michelle, are you in there? Oh, we're looking at past stuff now. Did you need something, Georges? Oh, come on, don't be like that. Do I have to need something to talk to you? No, but you looked like you were in an unusually good mood, so I thought... Well, why wouldn't I be? It's a wonderfully gloomy day out. I would understand if it would clear out, but can you really say it's wonderfully gloomy? Well, you can't be outside for very long when it's not cloudy. So, in our case, this is perfect weather. What do you say we go for a little stroll while we can? Dee's are around today too, so we can see if he's up for it. It'll be like old times. We've been running around like headless chickens lately, so we haven't had much of a chance for a sibling outing. We'll have Mom make us lunch and then... Oh, and we'll take a couple of horses up to the forest's edge. I'm fine with that if you are. You bet your bum I am. I asked after all. Now come on, let's go. It went from Giselle mind break, Morgana traumatic backstory, Michel traumatic backstory with just glimmers of positivity in between, yeah. Especially with this. This is like a little snack of happiness. Wait, is this the flashback of a flashback? I think so. That or we're like having a delusion or like a dream or something of like how it was before. An outing, you say? Yep. Hop on a couple of horses and head to the forest. We haven't done this in a while, so I figured, why not? I see. Well, if Michelle is coming, I see no reason to say no. Let's set off right away. Whoa, slow down there. Are you saying we wouldn't go if it was just me? It's Michelle or nothing? Of course. Why on earth would I want to go horse riding alone with you? I would rather drown myself. Leg gasp! Leg gasp! I haven't seen a leg gasp in years. What? It's not a flashback, but there was a very little between the previous flashbacks and this one, yeah. Morgana backstory flashback. Giselle confronts Michel about his past. I really feel like the Michel confronting Michel about the past is a fake thing. Because I feel like Giselle like went through almost 100 years and was like, yeah, this girl looks a lot like Michelle. It's probably them. I am fine with that. But like, all of a sudden she's just like, oh, you're intersex? Gross. So I feel like that's an illusion that Morgana has caused. Especially with the fact that it's like the older looking Giselle that had it, and not like the current one that we've been used to. Just so that way Morgana could create the most emotional damage. Anyway, le gasp! Didier, could I perhaps make a small request? Go on, let's hear it. Do you mind if I hold the horse's reins? Oh, that's all? By all means. I'll be there behind you to make sure nothing happens, so have at it. But do be warned, my horse is a bit temperamental. If you're not gentle, he'll start getting moody with ya. I doubt it would be a problem for you, though, Michelle.
I can't believe this!
Giselle just bummed that Michelle can't give her obese rats. It's fine. Doubt it would be a problem for you, though. I'll be careful. Yeah, I can't tell if this is a flashback or just like delusion. Hey, wait! Whoa, slow down, guys! Look at that, Michelle. Georges is still fumbling around all the way back there. Are we going a bit too fast? No, we're fine. That you were able to get past that so quickly is proof of your talent. Finally caught up. This isn't a race, you know. Why can't we enjoy the scenery, indulge in some nice pathos? The warrior and his horse need not of pathos. Isn't that right, Michelle? It certainly is, Didier.
Come on, you guys, be nice. This was my idea.
You've really taken after old D, haven't you, Michelle? I, for one, would rather see you admiring flowers or dancing with butterflies or gazing out at the beautiful sunset or enjoying poetry. More pathos, my dear sister, and less barbarism. Long swords, suits of armor, and tales of heroic knights are so much more appealing, though. You let him get his claws in too deep, Michelle. Oh dear, oh my, I'm going to have 2 meathead siblings before I know it. What did you call me?
Now, you two. Why don't we stop here for a picnic?
Seconded, my stomach's been grumbling up a storm. I took a few bites earlier because I was about to die back there. I hope your horse throws you into a river. Okay, yeah, that Michelle looks much younger here, so this has to be like memories. Hey, so the other day I brought a cat home. A cat? Yep, speckled from head to tail and ugly as a witch's butt. I was gonna keep it in my room, but Mom flipped when she saw it. Keep that filthy thing out of my house. Wish there was something we could do about how much a clean freak she is. Georges, try not to stress Mother too much. You're unpredictable enough as it is. It would be nice, though. To have a cat, I mean. You think so? Then how about this? We keep it in the courtyard. I'll feed it on days when it's clear, and you can do it when it's cloudy, Michelle. I don't know what cats eat, though. I bet he'd like pastries. Do you want to kill the cursed thing? I cannot approve of anyone taking care of an animal who thinks that's a good idea. Sorry. Oh, pull the stick out of your butt, Dee. Life's all about experimentation. Live and learn. Don't experiment on animals. Well, if you're gonna be like that, how about you help out too? You can keep an eye out on us and make sure we don't do anything silly. What? Now you're trying to drag me into this? Already done. You're in. It's settled. Dang it, Georges. Now we need to come up with a name. Have any ideas, Michelle? What? You want me to name it? Not very often you get to give another living thing a name. Well, I guess you might have a few more chances down the road. Consider this practice. Something elegant and beautiful. You've got this. Now, Georges, don't put so much pressure on her. You have a point, though. It is a good opportunity. Don't stress too much about it, Michelle. Just choose something you like. You said the cat was speckled and ugly? Yep. One look and you'll be laughing so hard you can't breathe. All right, then. Ugly Speckles. That's the name? It would seem you do not have a future in the arts, Michelle. But you said it was ugly and speckled, Georges. I did. You could have tried a little harder than that, though. But, you know, why not? Ugly Speckles it is. It's actually kind of charming when you say it out loud. Ugly Speckles. It's not that funny. It is quite something indeed. The more I think about it, the more I... Not you too, Didier. We should bring Ugly Speckles on our next outing. Sitting together beneath the clouds having lunch. That we should. When Michelle's gotten a little bigger, let's do it again. The three of us and our ugly speckled cat. You said it. We're all good friends here, after all. I've never been your friend, though. God, must you always be such a jerk? Oh, I was hoping it would switch to, like, maybe young Michelle doing a little smile. Didier. Georges. Was I me telling the truth? Do you really think I'm nothing but trouble? Do you think I've lost my mind? That I'm a demon child? Didier. Georges. Why do you not open this door for me and let me out? Were the things I said that day really so heinous? Do you resent me too, like I me? Didier. Georges. How do you think about me now? Is this body really so unusual? If I hadn't undergone the transformation I did, would things still have been the way they were before? Would we be able to go out to the forest again and make silly, meaningless conversation, everyone laughing like we had then? If this body hadn't changed the way it did, would I not be trapped in this darkness? Even if that were the case, I didn't want to be a girl. If God descended from heaven and offered me to change back, I would have turned him down, because inside, I wasn't a girl. And my nightmare at Aime's hands didn't end there either. As much as I loathed to admit it, I was terrified of her. Every day I dreaded the sound of the door opening. However, if I were to block the door off with furniture, I would lose my only remaining lifeline. I had no choice in the matter. I hope something good happens to him soon.
It's time for supper, Michelle. I bought your favorite, parsnips.
That's why he doesn't like parsnips.
Well, what the dog didn't eat of them anyway. But you don't mind, do you? I'm going to cut your nails today, Michelle. I need you to stay very still. You wouldn't want my hands to slip, so make sure you do. Or to make sure you do, I'm tying you up. This way, you can't accidentally move. Here's your water, Michelle. It's murky? Oh, heavens me. I must have fetched it from the wash basin by mistake. It's supper time, Michelle. I brought you parsnips again. Don't worry, the dogs didn't have any of these. They didn't seem to be interested in eating them raw. What? You don't want any? Then what am I going to do with these? You know, Michelle, you're such a disgrace. Cry for me, won't you? Beg for mercy. Look at you, all that pride, gone out the window. It's hilarious, I tell you.
I want something bad to happen to Amy. She did everything imaginable to torture me, both physically and emotionally. To be honest, it was rather impressive in a sick way, how she was able to come up with so many different ways to torment me, and she knew precisely what caused me the most pain, my body, and the discrepancy between what I was and what I felt I was. She delighted in telling me I wasn't male, and sometimes in showing me. But I don't think I need to describe the things she did to me in any more detail. Thank you, game. I could think of only one way to keep myself from breaking down. I completely stopped talking, stopped struggling. Then one day, after about 6 months or so, she said with a disinterested sigh, "I'm done." And that was the last of it. By swallowing my pride and not resisting, I was able to escape from her grip. Once she was gone, the servants took over, attending to me again. I was still imprisoned, but now there was a serenity in my solitude. I didn't speak with anyone. I didn't make eye contact. I didn't do anything. I just lived. But even though I had peace, I still feared Amy having a change of heart. Yeah, 6 months of that. Wait. Them being locked in the room at the start was 6 months. They've been stuck in this room for a whole year. Oh my god. Though I trembled at the possibility that one day it might be her that opened the door. But above all, I hated, despised the fact that I lived in such fear of a girl. An overwhelming self-loathing threatened to crush me. I had reoccurring nightmares about the things Amy had done to me. The wounds she had done to me did not heal. They only grew worse, eating away at me day after day. I was beginning to lose confidence in my own sanity in the silent darkness, where there was no sense of time. The lines between dream and reality blurred, and I often found myself screaming, crying into the empty air. I clawed at my skin, pulled out my hair, paced back and forth across the room, pounded at the door, yelling for help, screamed some more. I'm trying to think of the timeline. Oh no. Are they gonna really... They're not gonna have them deal with 2 more years of this, are they? Oh no, I hope not. It was the very image of pitiful, absolute wretchedness, and every time I did, I'm sure there was someone on the other side of that door, whispering about how poor Michelle had lost her mind. Eventually, I gave up entirely. It was a stormy night in my 16th year. I'd been confined for more than 2 years at this point. Okay, I'm glad we didn't have to experience that, but I'm also sad that he had to experience that. Heavy rain poured against the windows like thousands of little spears. I was sitting quietly on my bed, unable to fall asleep, when suddenly there was loud banging on the door. Michelle, are you awake? If you aren't, then hurry up and get awake. You've got big trouble. Lower your dang voice. But... When I first heard my brother's voices after so long, I thought I was hallucinating. In 2 years, they had never once come for me, no matter how hard I pounded on the door, no matter how many times I called for them. And after all that time, I didn't expect that to ever change. I'd given up, assumed they had long since cast me aside. Unable to bring myself to say anything, I simply stared at the door. When there was another bam bam, The sound was half consumed by a crack of thunder, giving it an indescribably eerie quality. Please say something, Michel. Seriously, there's no time. You can hear us in there, can't you? You're there behind the door, aren't you? Come on, just one word, Michel. Is it really you, Didier and Georges? For a moment, they seemed to be at a loss for words. Probably because they almost didn't recognize my voice. But it was only a heartbeat, and then Didier spoke. There is a carriage waiting outside. I'm going to unlock the door so you can leave in it. Why? Because Dad's talking crazy. He's saying the Bollinger family has no need for a demon child, that they'll mark you of shame on our name, that you're a mark of shame on our name. So he's gonna have you executed. Georges! Father wants me dead? It felt like the floor had fallen out from under me. Executed? Demon child? Mark of shame? So he was saying I didn't even deserve to live anymore. It's planned for tomorrow morning. We only just found out ourselves, which is why we prepared a way for me to escape. But why? Why? Do you even need to ask? Because we're family. Something terrible has gotten into Father. I clenched my teeth, fighting back a bitter, angry sigh. But I couldn't keep all those emotions bottled up for long. A maelstrom of feelings I thought I had lost in my 2 years of imprisonment swirled up inside me, spilling from my lips. Why? Why are you doing this now? If you really felt that way, then why didn't you come sooner? 2 years I spent locked in this room. Do you have any idea how I felt in that time? Any idea how hard I had to fight to endure? How many times I cried for your help? How hard I pounded on the door begging to be set free? But never once did you come. Not even once. Michel, I scare you, don't I? You think I've gone insane, that I've lost my mind, that I sold my soul to the devil, don't you? No, Michel, we don't. Then why? Why don't you come and set me free? Or why didn't you, rather? I don't know. Michel, No, we don't think you've lost your mind at all. So you didn't want to see me then. You didn't want to face what I'd become. Tell me I'm wrong, Didier. Georges. You left me here. Abandoned me. For 2 whole years. Locked me away so you didn't have to see me. I'm sorry. I'm just, really busy with my art. I've been getting a ton of commissions down at the court. And Didier is a knight now, So he's up to his neck in expeditions. I'm really sorry. As am I. I cannot say that you are wrong. After what happened, I wasn't sure how I was supposed to act around you. I'm still not sure, even now. I knew I had to find the time to collect myself, but I kept putting it off, vainly hoping that time would take care of it all. And for that, I owe you an apology. But you need to understand, I do not agree with Father's decision. I do not want to lose you. I don't think you're a demon child. And Georges feels the same. Neither of us want to see you dead. What he said, Michel. There's not much time. We need to get you out of here. I bit down hard on my lower lip, hard enough to draw blood. It was that, or start sobbing. It's a little late for that. Michel, if you don't get out of here, you're going to be killed. I'm not an angel sent from heaven or a demon child. And what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? You're a Bollinger. You're our family. And that's all there is to it. I pray you can forgive me for averting my eyes for so long. And I trust you. And I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side. That you'll always be my brothers? That I can put my trust in you once more? Dear Georges. You absolutely can, Michel. I swear to God on high. And I swear to the God of art. Michel. I have no other choice, do I? I couldn't talk Father out of it, could I? I would rather you didn't try. He is not a man to change his mind. If you were to show up before him, he would likely draw a sword on you himself. It would destroy Mother. I'm sorry. We're not doing this only for you. Okay. I'll go. Oh, thank goodness! The carriage will take you to a mansion, Michel. It's a property Father purchased some time ago, but due to rumors about the house, it's abandoned. No one wants to buy it from him either, and it's unlikely to change. It's the ideal place to keep you out of sight. What kind of rumors? No point in keeping it a secret. He has a right to know. They say a witch lives there. A witch? I think it's all just made up personally. I went to check the place out and there was no one there. It was a little dreary, to be sure. I had hoped to have a better place arranged for you, but there wasn't enough time. This is only temporary, Michel. Temporary, that turns into 10 years. But I cannot say how long it will be. The father will pass away eventually. When he does, Georges will inherit the estate. And that will mean you can return. So I ask that you hold out until that time. If I don't leave, I'm going to be executed. So send me anywhere. I won't complain. I'm glad to hear you say that. I will talk to Father and ensure he does not suspect anything. We'll make this work, don't you worry. The long and short of it is Dad simply wants you erased from the family. Georges! Sorry. I wasn't trying to be mean, but anywho, once I take over, we're in the clear. You'll be acknowledged as a Bollinger. I see. Okay, then. Can I open the door now? Just a minute. What? You're still not ready? I don't have any clothing. Ah, right, you wouldn't, huh? How tall are you now, Michel? Around the same height as you, I think. You're taller than me? Damn! Alright, I'll bring you some of my clothes. Thank you. Wow, I don't think I ever heard you say thank you without putting up a fight, Michel. That's not true. I don't think. I'll be back soon. Get what you need together. Alright. Probably thinking, like, I don't have much. Sitting in the carriage, waiting outside, listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, I gazed out at my two brothers. I hadn't seen them in 2 years, but they hardly looked any different than how I remembered them. I was the only one who had changed, and dramatically at that. Looking at them, I couldn't help but remember the old days, playing chess with Didier, learning to draw from Georges, our sibling outings. However, the ominous sound of thunder crashing in the distance drowned out those memories. The mansion is several days' travel from here. Hopefully the carriage isn't too uncomfortable. I will send a package with any supplies you need once a month. Food, clothing, and something to pass the time. If there's anything you want, Michel, just ask me. Now. Or you can have a servant pass a message on to me. I can't think of... Actually, wait. I can think of one thing. I would like a chess set. Alright. I'll have one made. I would rather have yours, Didier. Would that be possible? Are you sure you want that beaten old thing? Yes. I want that one. Alright. Then I'll include it in the first delivery. I'll send you something too, Michel. Anything you want, just tell me. In that case, I would like some art tools. I'm nowhere near as much of an artist as you are, Georges, so they don't have to be anything special. Gotcha! So some canvas and... How about some charcoal? And when you get back, I want to see what you've made with it, okay? Okay. This is so, like... I don't know if, like, melancholic is, like, correct. I think that might be the closest. It's not sad. It's not heartwarming. But it's, like, vaguely. I know this is already hard enough on you, Michelle. But I need to ask you to do something for me. Avoid making contact with anyone who doesn't already know about you. So, I can't talk to anyone but the servants? But simply, yes. Tomorrow the world will consider you dead. So we cannot have people finding out you were actually alive. Especially Father. Please do this for me. I've been doing that for 2 years already. I've long since lost interest in interacting with anybody, so you don't need to ask me to keep to myself. Right. Does anyone else know I'm alive? Yes. Mother knows. In fact, this was her idea. It was. She loves you, Michelle. She really does. Yeah, somber tone. I'm glad Michelle's finally getting shown some form of kindness, right? Mom just, you know, is having a little trouble facing the truth. So even though she's not here to see you off, I guarantee you she doesn't want to see you dead. Not until you write her a letter in 10 plus years. She wants to have you in her life again. I expect Mother will be writing you, so please take the time to write her back. She's a troubled woman, but her love for you is true and unwavering. Will you do that? Just a quick little, hey, got your letter, doing great, will suffice. All right. Just so you know, it kills me indeed that we can't stand up to Dad. But as long as he lives, his word is God in this house. I understand that, yes. Well, you never know. He could be gone quicker than you expect. Weeks from now and bam, he's dead as Dee's social life. Is there even an ounce of respect in your body? Oh, give me a break. I'm upset. He's gone way too far. And once he's dragged his butt off to the great beyond, anything goes. Surprise me, surprise, Michelle is alive. Yeah, I suppose. Until then, we'll take care of things here. Tomorrow's gonna be the performance of our lives, crying like a couple of big babies and laughing our tails off inside. You'll forgive me if I have trouble trusting that loose tongue of yours. Psh, I'm not silly. I know this is important. Not even Imy'll suspect a thing. Imy. Yeah, not even she can know. It's gonna crush her, I'm sure, but the less people who know, the better. When Georges says her name, my whole body went, I messed up, went shamefully cold. It had been 1.5 years since the hell that she'd put me through, but every last detail of it remained carved into my mind and body. There was no way she would be even slightly sad about my death. She might act it, but she would almost certainly be elated by the news. Fight or flight response activated, oh no. It seems Georges has still yet to see what lay beneath that woman's mask. Wait, is he still with her? Oh no. I know you two were close. Huh? Are you worried about how this might affect her? What? She cared for you for about 6 months, didn't she? When you wouldn't let the servants in. What? From what I hear, you got real close to dying in there. You wouldn't even eat until she was there, or unless she was there. Who the heck told you that? What? Is that not what happened? Did something happen between the two of you, Michelle? Imy didn't do a dang... Never mind. I can't tell them. I can't put what I went through into words. It would only worsen my shame, especially not in front of my brothers. Georges, how are things between you and Imy? You still letting what happened 2 years ago get to you? Well, I mean, at the time, things were a total disaster. I'm all excited about getting myself a pretty little wife only to find out she's rocking the boat with someone else. I cried for weeks. Yeah, I'm sorry. Deep down, though, she ain't actually a bad girl. She's young and kids make mistakes. After it all came out, she turned over a new leaf. She started doting on me something serious, and well, it's hard not to let one little mistake like that go when she's trying so hard to make up with me. The age excuse doesn't work for Dee, though. For about a year, things were really rough between us. I didn't even want to look at him. But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything. Besides, because you let the cat out of the bag, that gave me something to hold over Dee. All things considered, I'm not complaining. So, you would say you're happy then, Georges? Sure would, yeah. Believe it or not, I'm kinda head over heels for her. Hard not to like a girl like Aimee. Oh, I see. Do you really feel that bad about 2 years ago? So she's still keeping up the good girl facade around Georges and Didier. No one else knows. She's actually a sadistic, cackling demon. There's nothing less trustworthy in the world than a woman who's always smiling. But if Georges thinks he's happy, I can't take that away from him. Michel? Oh, right, yes. I do feel guilty about the way I lost control of my emotions and took it out on you guys. It happens to everyone. In fact, you could stand to do a little more shouting and fussing. Then you could, because I have undeveloped social skills. What? You heard that? You've got one heck of a nasty streak, huh, Dee? I'm glad to hear you're still on good terms. It wasn't my intention to pit the two of you against each other. We know. The blame falls on my shoulders. I want you to know something, Michel. Though your transformation was too much for Mother and Father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and Georges. None of this is your fault. It was all misfortunate timing. God's a little bit of a jerk too. Try not to forget that I am a knight, Georges. In time. Speaking of which, we don't have much left. I'm going to tell the coachman to set off, okay? Didier. Yes? Tell me the truth. Will the three of us ever meet again? Why would you ever ask that? Of course we will. Not a chance I'm letting this be our last family get-together. One last question, then. Yes? Am I your brother? Well, I mean, look at ya. Don't look much like a sister to me. So, yeah, I'd say you are. I see. So long, then. Farewell. And may good health bless you until we meet again. Until then, Michel. Farewell. Before seeing me off for good, they both gave me strong, firm hugs. Didier first, and then Georges. The warmth I felt in their arms, in my family's arms, slowly spread throughout my chilled body, though it made it that much more difficult to part ways. The wheels of the carriage rattled against the wet, stone-paved road. I stuck my head out the window, watching as they shrunk into the distance, standing there in the rain until they were completely out of view. A tightness filled my breast. Every glimmer of hope I had for my new life was matched by an equal degree of darkness and uncertainty. Would I ever make it back home? If I did, would people still call me a demon child? Having to write Mother was another uncomfortable weight on my soul. The thought of having to play a girl for her made me sick. Georges had acted like it would be nothing, but it wasn't that easy. It was more than mere pretend. Didier had said that with time things would change, but how could he be certain that those changes would be for the better? The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to that cursed mansion. Knowing what we know now, it's really hard. Okay. We're gonna save here. I don't know how much longer we have before it does like an actual chapter change or anything. But we have more of this tomorrow. So there is that. So let us go on over to the just chatting screen, and I'm at the very least glad that the brothers were like, "Oh, thank you for the follows," he cried. Yeah, no problem. I always have a fun time streaming visual novels. Even like with how depressing some plot points can be. It's always a fun time. Thank you for the biddies, nobody. I don't know why there it goes. I saw it in the chat before it happened on the stream. Let me see. Ooh. Speaking of emotional stories, there is someone who is just starting playing Omori. I have never rated them before. But I think we'll hop on over. I think we'll hop over to a new friend. I think that should be okay. Emotional damage raid. I don't know how else to... No, yeah, there was no obese rat mention, so we will not mention that here. So I'll start the timer, and then there is the raid message. Ah! As I bonk myself. Thank you everybody for joining me today. I imagine that we should be able to get to the end of this visual novel tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure. And again, thank you, Fia, for bringing your chat over here. I don't know what you call them, but for introducing new eggies over here. And then yeah, depending on how much time we have left of the game, we'll probably do some art if we finish early. Art or rigging. Because I have nothing quite planned afterwards. Until I figure out a thing later. I can't brain right now. Hopefully we got past most of the traumatic experiences, and hopefully from now on it'll be mostly happy. But I feel like it's probably gonna show Michelle's experience with what happened with the raid on the place, and I think the brother probably killed Michelle. I feel like it's gonna be revealed that Didier killed Michelle. But we'll see. We'll be optimistic. But anyway, I hope everybody has a good day. Okay, bye bye. Bye bye. I left kind of early.